antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG Bet, and ESEA.
It's time for Faze Clan NaVi. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. A quick 2-0 in Fnatic Mouse left us with a bit of an hour to fill, but now it's over and the Counter-Strike can continue. We get to see more from NaVi, who we did have a battle versus Astralis just 2 days ago, and more recently, we do see NaVi now facing Faze Clan. Now, Chad, if I haven't watched any of Pro League, if I've just tuned in today to see what on earth's been going on in Counter-Strike, how excited should I be about Faze?
Well, you should be excited about Faze because they've been picking up some big victories, but also tight losses. When you look back at their run so far in Pro League, their losses have all been 2-1, other than yesterday against Astralis, where they did lose 2-0. So potentially they're starting to taper off. It's 3 losses on the trot right here. But on this side of things, we've been impressed with what Faze has been bringing, right? Because it was not only the stylish Counter-Strike with the likes of Nico and Cold Zero and the Deagles having the highlights, they had the nice strategical edge as well. But something's not clicking, something's not working, and they're at the bottom of the barrel here, 0-3.
They are up against NaVi as well, who are 0-2. So this is the battle of the bottom of the barrel at this point, at this stage in stage 2. Yesterday against Astralis as well, they played Nuke to open things up. Faze has been bringing that more and more into their map pool. It was a loss in overtime, to be fair, and Astralis staple map. So it doesn't paint the full picture, but the second map, unfortunately, was 16-4 in Astralis' favor on overpass.
The way I see that, though, is that's like Faze Clan trying to truly best Astralis on Nuke and putting so many resources into the victory in Nuke that by the time you lose in overtime, overpass starts and it's just...
It's exhausting.
I imagine you're exhausted by that point.
Yeah, and just to note here, with them picking into maps like Nuke, we did hear from from Nico when we had him on the interview for the show. He said that he's not really watching the demos. He's so comfortable in the strategies and the bases that they've set on up. So potentially that could be one of the things that's falling through here. Maybe not enough counter-stratting or enough individuals on the team knowing about the counter-stratting that they need to be doing. Because we were just having the discussion outside that this level of Counter-Strike right now, this is the only thing on the agenda. There's no travel. There's no excuses not to be practicing. The level of Counter-Strike that we're seeing, online or not, is very, very high.
And let's see if we can get a fourth voice involved in that exact conversation, actually. I think I'd love to know what Mr. Olof Meister has to say. His stats on screen, and soon his face will join him, stepping into the studio via the power of the internet so that we can go and continue this conversation. Olof, can you hear us? First things first. First time we get you on the mic.
Hi guys, yeah, I can hear you.
Amazing, thank you so much
Lovely
for joining
beard,
us.
by the way, Olof.
Yeah,
It's
you've
looking
got that,
very thick.
that quarantine beard. You're looking like a young Swedish Santa.
Yeah, I haven't been able to go to the barber yet, so that's why I'm trying to grow it a little bit bigger than normal.
Yeah, you're rocking it, I'll be honest, man. But our first question was actually something Chad's been talking about. We were just taking an hour break outside, started talking, and we felt like we were seeing like Counter-Strike, because everyone's in their homes, because no one's got the excuse of 3 weeks of constant travel. It feels like all the Counter-Strike we're watching is at a much higher level, a higher pace, a higher just baseline. Has that been your experience playing in the server with these guys?
Yeah, maybe that's true. I think also it's a bit of people feeling a lot more comfortable at home, and of course, you can practice more and enter, but there's also a lot of games going on, right? So I think we played like 25 maps in 12 days or something.
Jesus.
Is that giving you some sort of fatigue with Counter-Strike? Because before, the fatigue came from all the travel and the events that were happening. Now you're just playing non-stop Counter-Strike, I assume, because everyone's stuck at home at this point. Are you still enjoying the game? Is this kind of getting frustrating? How are you finding your mental state?
I mean, personally, I'm not doing so well that I want to do. So of course, I'm pissed off at myself, to be honest, but of course I love the game. I play so much right now, especially when you can't really do anything else. I'm just staying at home anyway, so I just play as much as I can, but I need to step it up.
What's the main reason you think for your lack of form recently? Because I wouldn't say that's been a trend as of late within Faze. You've looked excellent the last few months. Is it just this week that's been off for you?
I don't know if it's... I don't really know what it is, but later this week and the last 1.5 weeks, I would say I haven't found my game, and it's getting into my head. But I'm just trying to not think about it. But yeah, I'm trying to get better.
Okay, so up against NaVi today, it's a tall task. Simple and Electronica in very good form at this point. You guys, we had Nico on saying that he doesn't necessarily do a lot of demo watching or anti-stratting in that way. Do you do much in that regard, or are you just going in the server, same thing, and trying to have your best performance?
I'm not sure where you guys heard that from, or Nico said that, but from my experience, he does, like, both him and Janko does that a lot. I don't know if Nico doesn't do it that much because it's online right now, but normally him and Janko does the big part of demo watching, and of course Janko is watching a lot of games right now and coming with ideas how to play certain teams and how to anti-strat them and what they like to do.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing whatever that homework has brought fruit for your game against NaVi. It's going to be a big game, Olof, and I'll let you get your preparation sorted.
Thank you, guys. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. Enjoy the sunshine while you can, because it's a gorgeous day outside, but it is time to focus on the counter. The virtual sunrise, perhaps, for FaZe Clan and NaVi.
Well then, both of them actually in a bit of disarray in the stage 2 here at EPL. You have mentioned already the fact that Electronic and Simple both looking fantastic, Chad, but there are a couple of names that don't look as good. Looking towards the stats here, you can see we've got Flamey and Perfect at the very bottom. Boomich hasn't looked good either. Yeah,
Boomich has been a bit of a question mark, right? We highlighted one of his matches earlier, and he was just kind of hemorrhaging on Banana, and that you can't really be doing that. If we're going to, look at the style of play from NaVi that's been coming out, it has been a mixed bag. Some games it's been the necessary Simple and Electronic carry, others it's been more of a team effort. And I'm not questioning whether NaVi can remain as the #1 team in the world right now. I think that there's still lots of games to be played and lots of time for them to make up for that. But the biggest question mark for me is around Perfecto. And it's not necessarily him as an individual. I think that he has the capacity to frag as good as some of the others. But is the role built for him that they have in the team? Because he wasn't necessarily a clutcher. We got that out of Blade, right? It's something that he's actually been proficient in now that he's sat in the server. But is these roles, are these positions that he is happy with? Or are they maybe giving him some things to make his life easier that's affecting Flamey? Because now Flamey is in the bottom 5 performers. Just to note, in this matchup right here, 4 of the 10 players in the server are in the bottom 5 performers of stage 2. So just stage 2 stats. So that's something to note here. We've got Cold Zero, Olaf. We just had Olaf on the screen. And then Boomich and Flamey. Those are the 4 names down the bottom of the barrel going into today's matchup. So if they want the wins on the board, those names I think are going to have to step on up a little bit, because Na'Vi 2-1 right now. They still have a chance to make the top 3. Faze, if they don't win here, this is done. It's
like the 0-3 is like not quite technically out of it, but on paper it's looking very unlikely still.
It would get down to some real screwy head-to-heads. So basically win as fast as best as you can. And up against Na'Vi, it's no easy feat. There has been somewhat of a kind of a eye test read of Na'Vi, which is when it is only simple electronic, they will struggle against anyone in this stage 2, but as soon as there's a third name, I'll throw a Flamey into the mix. I'll throw a Boomich 30 bomb into the mix. As long as there's one extra component to those 2 consistent pillars, I feel like Na'Vi win this 2-0. That's what I'm saying right now. What are you feeling?
Assuming the current form of Faze, then yeah, I will go with that, right?
Okay.
If there's a third individual from Na'Vi who steps up here in a very big way, then yeah, I can agree with that, because I think that Na'Vi just have that mauling mentality about them, whereas Faze, they went from that, and now they're more structured. We've seen that, right? They definitely play more structured Counter-Strike. That is one thing that we've noted with this team. They still have the flashy moments, but I would say that, you know, if you would compare these 2 teams closer to a blueprint of a fundamental team, you'd actually see Faze starting to lend in that direction, whereas Na'Vi, because of their 2 biggest weapons being simple and electronic, that can be your #1 game plan all the time, and then you can default to other bits and pieces.
Yeah, and I think actually it would be perfect time now to bring up the maps.
I was about to say, Alex, Dust 2 for me is the big question mark going into this one. It's a staple for both of the squads. Do they actually want to bring it out at this point? We have some interesting up and down results, especially from Faze on the map. Na'Vi, we know their tendencies. Is anyone going to be playing into it, though? So we have got the bans. To be fair, to be expected, Vertigo, we haven't seen it played once in season stage 2 so
still,
far. Strangely
enough, that is a big note. Na'Vi, it was their perma ban. So Mirage pick there coming out from Faze. I don't hate it. I think that Mirage is a map where once we get into the 3v3 mid-rounds, Faze are very good, but it's about getting into those 3v3 mid-rounds is where I find concern. I think, okay, a train pick. We've seen a bit of Na'Vi train. When they first came together with Perfecto over at the Ice Challenge, where you were casting in the grand final against Mouse Sports, that was actually the only map that they picked up against Mouse. So that's a good starting point for the team on train. And as they go forward, you think about letting Simple roam around with the AWP. There's lots of positives there for that one.
The 2v4 was very impressive on this map.
We did break that down, didn't we?
Do we have the classic Inferno finish here? It looks like we probably will, to be honest with you. Dust 2 has been removed by Faze. They haven't looked as good on it recently, and Na'Vi seem to be specialists on the map at some point. And Inferno does get removed, actually, so it will be Nuke. And remember, Faze did lose to Astralis on that just yesterday, right? That was the overtime game.
And Maus lost to, Maus beat Na'Vi on that map as well. So we will be, if we do go the distance, we will be seeing Nuke. And that one right there, I'm not sure. I would start favoring Faze if we make it to the 3rd, because I like their depth on their T side. I think that they have more to fall back on, because we can't really tell what form we're going to get out of these players until we jump in the server right now, unfortunately.
I like the fact we have the Orpus brought up here. Brokey yesterday against Astralis, he really did flounder against the likes of Device. He made him look foolish at times. He finished at the bottom of the stats, and unfortunately for him, it's going to get harder. He's going up against some of the world's best Orpus in his bouts, and up against Simple. And this map pool as well, kicking things off in Mirage and Orpus Paradise, a specialist map for Simple. Brokey's going to have his work cut out for him.
Yeah, and I will, preface going into this game that there are things that Simple will do in this game that no other player is capable of. It seems to be happening on a daily basis now with these Na'Vi games. I'm thinking back to their last game on Overpass. We had it in our Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel power plays. It was just, he had 3 or 4 moments in that series where it was him single-handedly besting them with jumping through smokes, no scopes, quick scopes, the whole ridiculous amount. And I will remind you that there was a period in his career where he wasn't even AWPing. He was thrown down to the secondary AWP, relegated to that. It's nice to see him fully flourishing now under that banner.
I won't lie here. When I saw Guardian come in to that team, I liked the fact that Simple was taken away from the primary AWPing role. And look, it's obviously better for him.
I thought you meant Faze there for a second. I was like, wait, you liked it when Guardian came
When Na'Vi had the whole changeover, I thought that was going to be a good direction, because I think Simple, he's such a good player. Don't tether him to a role where he has to be stationary. But they've given him the AWP role, but not in the traditional sense. It's simple. You can AWP, but you're going to do whatever you want. And you could hear from him in that post-interview with Trace, where they were breaking down that round on train, their understanding of mistakes. So Simple as an individual, he's not just running around with good reactions, hitting all these shots. He's calculating all these bits and pieces once in these scenarios. And that's what separates him from all these other players. Is there are great players out there. There are great players in the server today. There are some of the best Counter-Strike players of all time going toe-to-toe right now. But Simple is the GOAT. Simple is the god of the game.
What interests me, the point you're making in that 2v4, the first thing when he's asked to explain how you did it, he's not talking about the shots he hit. No. He's not talking about the players he killed. He's talking about the mistakes he made. He was like, well, the first thing I did was actually climb up on red train. That was our first mistake because it was exposed to bomb train. And it's like, instead of talking about the frags, he's talking about those missteps that he still managed to win.
Well, the most exciting thing about this is as well, Chad refers to Simple as the GOAT. That means the greatest of all time, right? Remember, Simple's only 22 years old. At this stage, you're looking back in the Counter-Strike history books. You're looking at your Neos, your Forest, your Get Rights, right? Those guys have all tapered off. They've already had their heyday. Simple's in his prime right now and actually getting better as time goes on. Imagine what the skill ceiling could be as time goes on this stage. Like, this is just maybe even the first chapter of his professional level. It's insane.
And that's what is so scary about him, right? Because people can have these debates if they would like. They could, oh, you can't compare eras. You can't look back 10 years ago and compare. Because the game does grow, right? It evolves. People learn more. But that knowledge, it gets absorbed by generation after generation. So with that in mind,
the starting point is that the starting mark is moved every time.
Exactly. So, but now you would have to argue that we are in the most competitive stage of Counter-Strike ever because the knowledge across the board is high for everybody.
And the resources available as well, right? In fact, you can actually access demos and watch every single game live. Like
the stuff that we have access to that the community hasn't seen yet, which should be coming pretty soon.
Yep.
Once they see that, the level of tools that are available for these players now to make things that used to be you and I in a server for hours on end when we were 18 running around trying to work out perfect smoke lineups done within the space of 30 seconds. Like, this game at this point is being played at such a high level, and my appreciation for it because of this stint that we're doing for Pro League has grown so much. Just seeing the microcosm of the meta shifting between teams, the way that they're countering each other, all these little details, it's been so good.
And I'm not a CS expert, right? Like, you guys have known me for a while. That's not my forte. But even I, given so much Counter-Strike just injected into my veins, you know, we're seeing the meta of banana control, like just watching it establish over the course of 3 weeks and how it changes. We've seen how OG's pop flash has now completely and totally been stolen by everybody. Everyone is flashing that top box for the boost on the first oranges, and just seeing how that's going to be then countered next week, and then next week after that, and there'll be new outside smokes for nuke, and there'll be a Molotov to stop it. It's constantly. It's very, very engaging, and it's a lot of fun for us, and hopefully we can help you catch up with some of the things that are catching our eye as well, because it does sound like game is on the way.
Here we go.
Just a couple of minutes left before we get
have we done predictions yet?
Simple. That's a good point, actually, Henry. Why don't we get that started?
Okay, then. So I'm not really feeling it so far from Faze. I don't necessarily believe in the sustainability of NaVi either. I think they're so volatile sometimes. I feel like their players dropping off. It's difficult to really work out the bottom teams right now where this one's going to go. I am leading the prediction tables, apart from Green, who is at 12.
We don't count Green.
I'm going to go with, I don't know. I feel like Mirage to open things up. I think NaVi 2-1. I feel like they'll be able to pick up a map on Nuke Phase, and then hopefully 2-1 in favor of NaVi, I think.
Okay, all right. Well, that can't be the case because Nuke's the third, Henry.
Nuke's the third?
Yeah.
That's what I forget.
But we're getting there. We are in that direction. I'm going to go with Phase 2-0.
Phase 2-0.
I don't know why. I have no reason for that. I'm just going to go Phase 2-0. And I'm going into today thinking that the form, if we're looking at current form, well, NaVi would be the favorites, right?
Yes.
But I'm having
You've been preaching about current form here, Chad.
Form away because Cold Zero in the bottom 5 performers, I can't see that happening again.
It is do or die time, right? This is a must-win game to stand any chance of getting through to the next stage.
And the last time they had their back against the ropes, actually at season 11 of Pro League, it was against Faze, and Nico came into the interview with a puffed up chest and said, "I see no way in which we lose." Smashed them 2-0 out of the server. Same situation, same circumstances, higher competition. This is not Faze. Okay, you want my prediction? NaVi. I'll go for NaVi as well. So we do have 3 for the NaVi boys, and FaZe Clan flying high for Rushley. I think Chad was going for FaZe in the end there, but
put up whatever you want up there. It's all good.
You forgive them?
Yeah.
Lovely. And this is the GG bet odds as well. They seem to favor NaVi as well. First map of this series. Is it Mirage?
It's Mirage.
Ooh, baby. We start on Mirage. FaZe want to frag out up against NaVi. And keep your eyes on the right-hand side of that NaVi roster. More from Perfecto, more from Flamey. That's on our shopping list today. And it seems that on the shopping list at the T side was a boatload of utility.
3 smokes, 2 Molotovs, 2 flashes, absolutely. As they'll send it all towards his A side of the map here, it's going to be this smoke towards the steps from Olof Meister, jungle from Nico, and flashes to come over the top, but there is one man waiting in their path. That's going to be simple, looking to shut this one down. Sat on the bottom side right here. He has got the USP and armor combination, looking for nothing but headshots and delivers on all fronts. That's the first one connecting, no problem. Can he get a second? Doesn't look likely. He's very low indeed. Wants to steal one away, and how is he still alive and kicking? Finally, Nico will take him down.
Yeah, and forced to invest the full $400, though. They couldn't find it cleanly. Perfecto, Boomich, Electronic, they all gather with one exception towards the CT. And FaZe aren't rushing this bomb plant. Interestingly enough, they're clearing out all of Connector. Flamey's being fought off, but Electronic, where did they just come from? I just saw 2 headshots in 2 seconds, and now all of a sudden, Nico's been thrown into a clutch scenario. He is going to get caught by Perfecto on this cross. No, he's not.
Gets the bomb down at least. That's something. He knows it as well. With 40 HP, very unlikely he wins the round, but if he gets one more kill, this bomb plant, it does enable them to bring out the Kriegs and AKs. Now, Chad, you've been following this. Do FaZe like the force buy after planting the bomb?
It's something that they should go for here.
Yeah.
We should see them go into the force buy after this with the plant, but I don't know. I've got a feeling about this Nico round. I don't know why. See, that's probably why.
That's the feeling you had.
That's the feeling, is that he was going to give us one of those amazing clutches, and Flamey says no to kick
Not
things
today.
off. So yeah, it is something that FaZe do like to do, and with the plant and Nico having 3,700, jeez, he can drop a thing or two if they would like. But
He could go AK full armor into the second round.
That's true. He doesn't even need to drop anything at all, and then they could have. What if they wanted to right now? They could have 3 AKs and head armor.
Yeah.
And then they could have 2 individuals who would
Full
have nothing.
nades and just pistols.
With yeah, they wouldn't even be able to afford anything at all.
They've gone for the 3 AKs. They are out. Brokey will purchase armor, and it means that Cold Zera and Olof are left with pretty much nothing. The scraps. They get Desert Eagles, no armor, but it's still fine. Cold Zera's Deagle, in the first stage EPL especially, was unbelievable. So maybe you can get something done here. Rain will be given the duty of finding the pick towards middle. AK in hand, nade to the face.
Just a note on Rain, while we are watching him in a forward position, he is currently leading, or at least at the start of today, within opening frags, the total amount of opening frags. Not success, not anything like that, just the most amount of opening kills.
In stage 2 so far?
In stage 2.
Yeah, cool.
And always worth reminding you that does not get separated into T and
considering
CT.
they haven't had a victory yet in stage 2, that's pretty remarkable for
That
Rain.
is true.
There's another one for him, so he's added another one to that tally.
Oh, Chad, you prophet. Perfect. The opposite of Caster's curse, it's a Caster's blessing. Simple will manage to shut him down after his opening frag, so the trade comes in, albeit a little delayed. Nico, however, very aggressive up towards jungle, and I've noticed that we can see kits through walls now. There's a bit of a debate going on amongst the Goonies.
Rush said he forgot that it was turned off. So last night when we were actually
fragging out,
games, he said, "Oh, I'll turn that command on," and I said, "I don't like it. It's a bit jarring."
It is a bit much when there's like 5 kits out on the map. They're everywhere and they're green as well.
Yeah, it can be, like I said, a bit jarring.
I think it would be really good if it was in like a clutch scenario. They don't have a bomb, toggle it on, you know, like you just make a key binding.
The problem is it's one extra button for Mr. Rushley to press, and you know,
He's got 10.
I like pressing his buttons.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't like pressing exactly more than 10.
Well, Nico clicked on a few heads in that previous round. It's up to 5 and 1 now, by the way. So that AK-47 purchase worked out for them very well indeed. They've converted that force buy, and it'll be one of NaVi's now in return. They've got pistols across the board. They don't have the luxury of the AK-47s, I'm afraid. And Rain, very quick up towards short. The danger man of the previous round lines up a double kill, and he won't get both, but certainly contributes as Brokey provides the perfect flashbang. The 5.7 with 20 bullets does eventually get the kill there, and Simple down to 9 HP, just looking to get one before he goes down. Not going to happen. Olof Meister talked about his lack of form, and I was trying to be very careful with the wording of the question there. When I asked him, I was like, okay, I don't want to say you've been playing badly, but what's your thoughts on your general situation? It hasn't been usual scenes for Olof Meister this week.
Just remember, though, at the start of this year, they were still playing the same Counter-Strike as they were in 2019, but then, before they went into Blast in London, they transitioned and changed the roles. Olof was taken off the primary AWPing duties. It was given over to Brokey, and then Olof was put in positions where he was more of the the lurker or the clutcher.
Yeah.
Now, if your players aren't setting you up in positions to be in a 1-on-2 or a 1-on-1, similar scenes to that, it's going to be very difficult to get into those rounds.
I feel like the level's just too high now for Olof to be an AWPer. Like, he can certainly use the weapon to a professional level, for sure. But in today's landscape, the level of competition, you need someone who's going to be keeping up with the young AIM stars, the likes of Simple. And that's why they've brought someone in like Brokey here to actually step it up and actually mold him into this perfect AWPer, hopefully learning from some of the best names here in the world. And I think it makes a lot of sense. And we'll see whether that transpires here on Mirage. As we said, Brokey struggled yesterday against Device. He's got his work cut out for him today against Simple. But for now, it will be the full eco for the CIS squad as they make their way towards the CPL area. Not much invested here. One flashbang, we've seen it so many times. Flash over, mid-swing from all 5 players, and hopefully get a 2 or 3 kills. That seems to what normally happens.
Yeah, this time, however, there is an Imac 10 locking them in connector. No swing available when you can't leave. Oof, Brokey. Bit messy on the third, but he gets his dinner all the same. A triple kill to whet his appetite, and 3-1 lead for Faze as NaVi will be buying back into it now.
We did touch on this when we had our stat board at the start of the day of Dust 2 being the key map. It's been played the most within Stage 2 and overall as well. You can see there it's the most popular of all EPL EU, being played 29 times. So
still quite a lot of map diversity if that's the most popular map,
yeah,
29.
the one is Vertigo tapering off, which bothers me a little bit. At the top tier, we're not seeing the big dogs go toe-to-toe, but that would be expected when it's a perma-ban from a lot of these teams.
I imagine it's going to be one of those things that the next time we see it, we'll be like, oh, God, here, let me paint a picture. It's LAN. We're finally back at LAN. It's Vertigo. It's back, and it looks completely different because they've all been in the labs working on it. We have seen opening frag come in from Electronic, and he's actually been caught through the smoke. Rain, that's a sensational spray from him. Now he's got caught out. Boomich gets both of them. Oh, they were going for the bomb plant. That's nasty. Perfecto should find this frag. coldzera swinging into him, and that's the equalizer. Now the round gets interesting.
Certainly does. Flamey and Simple, though. Up against Olof Meister, who nails a shot towards Shaw there. Takes a bullet to the face for his troubles, and Simple trying to convert that fact. Gives up his position with the footsteps here. Olof Meister bravely swings into him. That could cost him the round.
God.
I'm not sure why they've done that. They know exactly where he is, and that's going to be the end of the round. Instead of using the 1 minute on the clock to get away and maybe get towards each other, they've heard him in connector and challenged him.
Well, in theory, right, let's paint the theory here. One individual trapped in a choke point with 2 Ts around him. Now, Simple knew where Olof was.
That tight line on Cold, he had full health.
He only had a rough idea where Cold could have been, right? That was a risk. So him making footsteps into connector was kind of like, hey, I'm here, come find me. And then Simple can get 2 massive kills like that. We were just talking about how good he is. That should not really be a winnable round by any means, but he'll pick it up and put the second on the board for NaVi. That was a lowish buy. And you can see what it's done to their economy. Famis, 2 MP9s.
It's rare I get to see the top mid smoke and Molotov combo from like a T's POV. I just saw how deep that Molotov is. You really cannot cross anymore.
Well, yeah, now it's wider towards the top and middle. It's not as utilized as it was before, but it's still dropped down there. You can still gain mid control on the CT side, but the T's will see it if they come to the very top and can dance around the flames with you. But still deployed every now and then. Going to see NaVi suggest there could be presence towards top and middle, but at this point, Brokey has confirmed it's clear. Looking towards the connector right now. I want towards the ticket booth at this stage. Simple will be there with the AK-47. Managing to clutch it out in the previous round. Upgrades to T weaponry here. 3-2 overall. Faze picked into Mirage here. Currently in the lead. Here comes a flash from connector. Brokey to set them up. Rain will commit.
Did force Simple off the line, and now the jewel is taken. Simple winning out on the first. Nico does trade. Electronic arrives. Bomb loose now, which makes problems when coldzera falls on ramp. Bomb has been picked up by Brokey, so there's just something to celebrate. Looking for some close quarters AWPing, and he actually does manage to find a sensational frag onto Electronic. Was Perfecto not expecting that? The flick hits. Brokey's looking sprightly this morning.
He's taking the bomb B. He's doing it all.
The smooth move. Olaf's getting out of there as well, so no issues. But with 9 seconds, it looks like it might just be the pause.
I completely forgot about the clock there. It was looking so good. I was like, oh yeah, Brokey can go B, he can plant the bomb, Olaf's going with him, it's going to be great.
No, it was shut down pretty much the MP9 kill towards the A ramp. That's when they had started to find themselves in very hard times indeed, and NaVi will find their second in a row, but 2 players do survive there, and they keep the AWP. This was a nice shot from Brokey coming through. Nails that towards The jungle position drops out, but had run out of time. So they do have enough weaponry to keep purchasing into this next round, number 7. In terms of the AWP situation, we haven't got one for Simple as of yet, but that's absolutely fine. He can do God's work out there with the AK as well. Brokey challenging towards window, no one there, but Electronic did have a little peek and gets tagged through the wall, down to 31.
He has the Krieg as well, so I don't think he'll be re-picking that area of the map anytime soon.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. Simple. I don't think he's about to be Molotov'd off. Actually goes towards the other side. Nades in response here. Significant damage towards Olof. Lands in his pocket, that one.
So Faze have clearly got mid-control as a focal point of their T-side, Chad.
Yeah, and just to note, Rain feigned the jump noise below the window then to suggest the fact that they could have pushed into their own window smoke. So they have to stay on high alert right there as he patrols through connector. And will that smoke, it will force him back. The spam will signal exactly that, and the CTs will regain control of a key piece of real estate right here. We got Simple up close and personal. Timing is going to be the issue, but over the smoke, he sees Rain. He'll take him down.
So much skill on the server right now. This is going to be one hell of a game. Strap yourselves in. You've got Nico, CsGo, Simple, all on the server right now, firing off and exchanging blows. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to ban myself from saying, and it's over now, you know, mid-round.
Sure.
I just honestly don't think it's relevant, because at this point in time, well, the trades just keep on going down, this time favoring Faze, but look at the damage inflicted. Perfecto's loosened him up, and Simple, he just has to pull these final 2 teeth. No, not gonna happen. CsGo does find his head, which puts us into a 1 versus 3. They're tagged for Boomich, but the one healthy player takes the duel.
Well, there it is. FaZe Clan with that mid-control up towards short, managing to fight back against NaVi there. Looked like Simple might have had a chance with the double swing coming from the bomb side there, but he times it a little bit incorrectly. The moment he looks away, they both swing around, they gain bench control, and then at that point, he had no chance. He was already low. CsGo, some fantastic shots here, especially that one towards Simple. That pretty much secures the round, and then fires off towards short as well, just to close things out here. CsGo is feeling it. 5th kill to his name, and we will find ourselves another partial buy. Not even that. Eco for NaVi here, as they have pistols across the board. Electronic with Kevlar.
Just takes a couple of wide swings here from FaZe to have their heads lopped off by these Deagles. We know how potent they've been. They're just continuously scary. Catches the leg. Will take Simple out of the equation straight away. So Superstar onto Superstar, and he takes away Mr. 2IC in that department on the other side of things. What on earth?
Let's go, Nico. That's what I want to see. Let's get warmed up.
That's a quick way to get the mouse pad warm, at least. He's got a full swipe, 180.
It's got the blood flowing as well. My God, that was sick. Wow, Brokey should be able to confirm this kill towards short. At least confirms the position. Does Boomich and Perfecto remain pistols only? One towards Palace. CsGo might be caught in the back here. All comes down to timing. He'll check it in the next 10 seconds or so. Has he got the bomb on his back? No, he doesn't, so he's okay. Does give away the AK-47. Does it lead to another kill? I doubt it. You don't really need to challenge this. Boomich will just look to save at this point.
He's locked on in here. Olaf
Exactly.
has already been able to make up for the lack of cover previously. Takes him down. Boomich will fall. No saved AK. The plant will come through, and the round will go on the board for FaZe. So nice and clean. Kicked it off with the heroics there of Nico in connector, leading by example. Wants to get his opening duel frags as high as Reigns if he possibly can. But he's already got 14 kills to his name. He is blistering hot in these first 8 rounds.
He is not going down without a fight. Nico has turned up to play today. If you are just joining us and you missed the pre-game chatter, this is FaZe now 0-3 in stage 2 of tournament. They've lost some big names here, and it only gets harder. Up against the world's #1 team now. A must-win game, but they are up 5-3 on their map pick here on the T side of Mirage. Brokey hitting some shots, looking confident. And up against another eco here.
Yeah, should be a 6 on the board. This is a blistering start from FaZe here. If they can get up to 6 T rounds already.
They lost the pistol as well, remember?
Yeah.
The Masters are winning that second round force buy.
And it's got them this far. This is going to be a connector smoke on the CT side of it, which enables a lot of control to be taken. As that one arrives, Electronic observes it. He's just going to use it as a guise to catch anyone that should be pushing through that smoke. It won't be happening, though. they can use this to sweep silently towards Flamey's position. He's only got a P250. I see nothing more than death on the cards for Flamey. And that has been confirmed now. Nico's found his 15th frag. He's having a very big start into this one. And woo,
here he comes.
Just a slither visible, simple. He's got to find some more impossible shots, and I'm afraid that was just a little too much. I say that. Suddenly, Boomich has managed to find himself in a 1 versus 2. The bomb was loose as well.
Now, bear in mind, Boomich has struggled, to say the very least, in the last couple of days, but looking quite good today, I have to say. Bomb not planted yet, still a chance for him to win this, but that might be his chances. Thwarted, finds the AK-47, no armor though. You can see the aim punch coming to full effect there, and it will be 6-3. Absolutely brilliant start for Faze. Remember, lost the pistol, and now in a commanding position where NaVi, they might even opt for a double AWP setup, we'll see.
Just to note, with the rounds that NaVi have put on the board so far, the 2 gun rounds, the first one, they didn't have full utility. The second one, they had 2 MP9s and a FAMAS in the mix. This is the first time we're seeing the full buy come out with the defuse kits, all the nades across the board, the big green coming out for Simple. So let's see how deadly NaVi can be. This is where the game really gets going.
They're going to try and set the tone for battle as well. Simple doesn't quite make the jump towards shore, but his teammate did. Lots of aggression available on the CT side. He can push towards underpass, up middle, as we're seeing right now, sitting in towards that smoke. That's going to be electronic. Hoping to catch a player unsuspecting on the other side, but they've committed towards B, and Perfecto knows it. 1-7 to his name right now. Needs to find a couple of kills here. Backer from shore coming through.
Yeah, he's already got caught out by Olof's swing on bench, though, and Reigns found Flamey. In for the retake is Simple, and through the Molotovs, there's 2 of them. Oh. The floor of Flame brings Simple down to just 12, and Electronic, he's managed to find the bomb.
There's something to say about this round. It was looking like it was done, but that 1 kill from Electronic and the fact he has full shore control now, no bomb planted as of yet, this could still pull apart for Faze. This is not locked in by any stretch. Does that grenade hit Rain? It does. The only player that was low, they actually have the man advantage
He's
now.
playing around the smoke. You can nutmeg him here. Brokey's still scoped in. He has no understanding that Electronic has actually moved from this position. He will check it, but he's going to be spotted by Coldzera. So a 2v2. Where's that bomb now? Still loose.
Yeah, this is kind of insane, the fact they haven't planted yet. It was looking like they had absolutely everything going in their favor. First 2 kills were theirs, bear in mind. It was looking like Simple had to save. He was running through the river of flames, and now Boomich has got out quietly as well. He can't deny the plant. He gives up his spot. The AWP to swing around and take him. That's Brokey. Nails it. Up against Simple now. Play for the bomb boys. No one needs to challenge. Working these crossfires as he holds towards kitchen, is waiting for a mistake. He's low HP. You know that already. And you can see the kits available. He hasn't got one right now. Has to save, unfortunately.
Yeah,
no fireworks today.
This is him simply waiting for someone to misstep. And Brokey, to be fair, was, 3 inches away from considering it. Didn't, though, and no punishment necessary. We'll see Faze convert into 70 rounds already. Wow.
That is, unfortunately, a rough time for them to be doing a heavy mid setup. You could see the player from Catwalk scrambling to get back in position, dump the Molotov as they were already coming out of the B-Ups position, but they were already at bench. You could see Perfecto wasn't ready for that. The flashes came through. He was completely blind. He drops back. They're already on the site with him. So his death very early, he didn't have a chance in stopping this take. And here's the mollies one more time, running through the carpet of flames.
Yeah, so they would have stacked as well. So they'd cross over at any point and taking double damage at the intersection. So a lot of damage being put out there, but he did survive. And it will take the AWP into the next round. Here we go then. A tactical timeout brought to you by the US Air Force here. It's 7-3 in favor of Faze on their map pick. Currently yet to win anything in stage 2 of EPL. 0-3 at the bottom of the barrel. NaVi haven't looked much better. They are 0-2.
See if this form continues from NaVi, or if the beasts will awaken. Yet to see too much of a kill discrepancy. Of course, Faze haven't really let them.
Perfecto with 1-8 does have some cause for concern, but he's the B anchor, bear in mind. It's one of the most difficult positions to have big numbers on if they're not already going there. You get a struggle, and if they do, they normally rush for an execution. You're just trying to get 1 kill and survive, so you can't read into that too much, but it's going to be in his head. He knows his numbers haven't been amazing as of late. Simple, though, his certainly have. Taken down by Nico, who has got himself a 16th kill. No signs of slowing down either. That is beautiful. In towards a connector. He absolutely rocks Electronics World, and that's 2 of the heaviest hitters now from NaVi removed. Speaking of which, Coldzera will be taken down towards the A ramp, but they know exactly where Boomich is, and Nico's taking no prisoners today.
He's furious. 18-6. The demon inside of Nico is in the server. My God. And that was the only AWP, right? They had the hero AWP on Simple. He's doing the power play, which is going straight out the window, landing the skill jump. And Nico, he just comes straight out. And oh, Flamey, he meets his demise.
He had to scope out. There was a chance he hit that, but ultimately, it is all off Meister to secure the penultimate frag. Nico on for 4. Happy to hunt as well. In towards B. And that's exactly where Perfecto resides. We'll see whether he can actually find one more kill here. There's a chance with the timings. There it is. And Nico will close things out.
Still going for the one-taps.
Yep, in the side of the head while jumping.
That's 19 kills in 11 rounds.
Yep. Nico Zera.
What's going on here?
He's making NaVi look silly.
The devastating duo both held the highest rating of EPL EU on Mirage with 1.43 and 1.39 rating respectively. There you go.
We've got some Mirage gamers. This is the kill onto Simple. And then after that, he decided to add Electronic to the tally as well. I think he gets 4 in total. This was the 4th as well, a neat and tidy tap. We have 8, and more aggression in middle met by flashbangs. Flamey changes his mind and diverts, understandably. And Reigns, at the moment, going to be using that smoke as a nice way to drop off and transcend or transfer towards the connector responsibility.
He could transcend Counter-Strike in general, Alex.
He could try.
Nico's getting there.
Yeah, today, definitely. I saw that when we brought up the total from the season of EPL stats, you could see Nico had like 450 kills, and the next task was like 300 and something, 389. Like we had a ginormous discrepancy in the actual amount of frags. Sheer quantity from Nico is much higher.
Just to know, we're now seeing teams scared of picking Ticket when there's a connector smoke up because the T's are doing the boost over the top of it.
Yep. It's weird, isn't it? That gap just at the top can be a little bit much. But for now, they're going to wait this fate, and then they'll go through the flashbang. A chance for opening kills once again, but finally Simple answering back from CT spawn. There's Boomich in the sandwich position as well. They've got the man advantage, but maybe not for long. The Molotov is perfect. Does he have the smoke? Certainly does. The HE will follow things up at Olaf Meister. He might have threaded the needle here. Simple goes down. Second player to find, but he's not ready for it.
He was more concerned about the flank. That's going to be frustrating for him. He does tag Boomich up in the smoke, but he doesn't manage to convert it. coldzera and Boomich next to each other. Brokey to clutch. A 1v3. The molly's absolutely perfect. He pulls another smoke out of the CTs. Electronic. And he knows that this second's coming from Connector. Damn, that wasn't far off. Jumping for info, gets nothing. Does tag him up. Brokey, you're looking fierce. He's only got 9 seconds. If that shot had connected, he would have had a real go at it. A missed shot now, that's the end. Perfecto will hit it.
Great effort. Can't ask for much more from that from Brokey. Manages to hit Electronic in that process. If he gets the kill, I dare say he wins the round. Unfortunate scenes for him, and Flamey's woes continue here. 2 and 10 right now.
Yeah.
Perfecto's still on 3, but we give him a bit more leeway considering he plays towards B. But this was great stuff. Managing to finally finish things off there. Headshot comes through. A little bit dicey. I would have liked the full plan. Like knowing it seemed like he knew he did the damage to Electronic after pulling out the pistol. It might have been enough to dissuade him from challenging the plan, but either way, they have enough money going forward, of course, after winning 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and Simple not dissuaded from going for this play after Nico just rocked his world with it on the hero warp.
The flash work by Faze has been so good. Brokey's been responsible for a lot of flash assists.
He has. I've noticed that too.
Top right.
Yeah, you're absolutely dead on. I've seen that. Why is Brokey always only getting the flash assist there? Flash attack.
He's got 2 more, and a fast attack, and perfect hold. Just as they enter, or rather exit Palace, another body's been dropped in middle.
That was Nico providing the assistance there with the flashes, and they hit every single shot. I love that strategy on Mirage. When you've just conditioned them into the mid defaults, the executions, you just drop that one in with a 1 flashbang, and they've got all the orbs set up, their smokes out, trying to fend you off from Connector. That's when it works so well, especially when you've got the likes of Faze, who will absolutely hit every single shot upon entry. Perfecto now, again, like we said, B anchor. What can he do in this round? He holds B by himself. They've fully committed towards A. All his teammates are dropped. He's got an AK, but it's now been removed. Nothing more he can do about that, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, an involuntary choice.
And it's going to have to be a save or a force buy here from NaVi.
They can't force this, Chad, surely on 3K.
Well, it's NaVi, Henry. We know they like to do some interesting things here. Well, Simple's just bought an M4, so...
I don't like it. I think they'll probably go for the hero M4 with pistols around it. Like, this happens a lot. NaVi kind of created this. They were the ones who founded this idea on the T side. I've not really seen it too often on the CT side of an M4. It's not really the high-impact weapon that could shift the tide of battle, but we will see. Simple, M4 now won't have the orb going forward unless someone drops it for that last round.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see where Simple's actually playing right now. Okay, so he's actually on top
boosted
of each other's head. That's why I'm struggling.
On the bench, yeah.
This is so low yield, though. Like, if they don't come B, he's useless. And now with that first kill coming in from Nico, he has to reposition.
That's true, because now he can be exposed from short, so he has to get off. So 1M4, I don't know. If it was an AK, I'd be like, sure. Like, if you can buy an AK, Simple can certainly win the round with an AK-47. The M4, though, he'll be good for a couple, I reckon, but ultimately, he's going to have no money going to that last round. That's if he doesn't survive, of course. If he does, forget about it. It's all
Perfecto
fine.
can drop him an orb. It's all right.
Yeah.
Get the Sanji treatment.
Consider, yeah, I think he probably will. And he'll have to accept it.
The only problem for FaZe right now is if they finish B. That M4 is the only scary weapon on the field.
That
Of course.
boost. Whoa, it's so powerful. Does enable him to find the angle and the fight on towards Nico, using his teammate as a floor mat.
Yeah, that's exactly the same height as the actual platform itself, so you can just duck and weave towards shore. That's really cool.
They're working out A's clear, though. You can see Reigns just starting to piece it together, saying, it's a little too quiet over here.
Simple's here. We did say the M4 shouldn't win them the round, but could get a couple of kills. He's certainly in position to do so, but nice shot from Rain. Can he get the double? Not quite. Simple. Still alive for now. Second frag found.
This
Brokey,
hero
what are you up to?
rifle, I'm not sure. Brokey's actually caught Perfecto, but that's not the target he needs.
Get out of there.
Rifle on Flamey, and the AK did actually manage to find Brokey, so now pressure valve released. Simple can start to be a bit of a rascal. There is no kit, I remind you. I'm not sure what his plan is here. He's going to get caught on the edge of the smoke. There is only Flamey, no kit, no armor, no hope into winning this one. He's just going to try and preserve the rifle, won't even get that.
I think he was trying to find the orb maybe on the ground if possible, and then maybe run away with it, or get some ridiculous shots. Either way, though, it doesn't work out. It means one player will be compromised here. So Simple with 4,100 does get dropped the orb, and it's actually okay. So Flamey has no utility, but he still has cash. Simple with no utility, but he got dropped the orb. It's actually okay, generally speaking.
Yeah, it's worked out.
Hasn't actually cost him too much here. So just one player without utility. There's one kit out there as well. It's enough to win a round, and they're going to have to here. 10-4 down on the CT side of Mirage. Fast play, but looks things towards B. Maybe it's a nice little execution from Faze, just round things off. We haven't seen much towards B at all. That's reflected in Perfecto's numbers, 4 and 11. He's only got kills on rotation, really.
Yeah, and that's one of the hardest places to find the frags. But now teed on up with that AUG, Brokey has an idea that the jump up could be possible. Setting up his grenades right now. It looks like the execute's coming in. It's a bit of a pop attack.
So flashed.
He's in trouble. He can't even fire a bullet. Perfecto can. That's something, an equalizer, but you just feel like his days are numbered. He's trying to bait him in. You can see Range using his bloody kneecaps. Those Norwegian knees, they're tempting. And that's enough. Perfecto takes the bait, and the fight is won.
So there it is. A nice little B finish there. We've seen A attacks, mid defaults, A executions, a couple of B rushes, and then there's a B execution to close things out there as well. Perfecto alone, understandably so, hasn't had much action. He manages to get one. I don't think that's going to be enough here. Brokey has turned up today. There's a big question mark after his performance against Astralis. Looking great. Does go down to Simple here, and it's still a 3 versus 2. Will that be cut down to 1? Simple at 41 HP. Boomage looks very assertive on the bomb site here, but Nico, he will get a ridiculous amount of frags there in the first half. 22 to be exact. It's 11-4 on the T side here for FaZe. They have turned up the play. 0-3 in the league right now. They're fighting for their life.
I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible plan. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
Mirage is going one way and one way only. An 11-round lead for FaZe Clan as they enter the defensive side. It does look like we could be seeing the 1-0 lead in favor of FaZe. I say we, myself, Machine, Sponge, and Henry G residing for the second game of our fourth day here for the second stage of the 11th season of ESL Pro League.
And we've been here for every single one of them. All the seasons and all the days as it continues here. The Counter-Strike is delivering on all fronts, and hopefully NaVi can wake up here because they've got a bit of a meal on their plate here, Alex. A lot to do, and Boomage, not the best start.
Imagine if he dies and doesn't get to throw a smoke now because they push ramp.
Falling initially.
Because he's staring at the wall. Ah! I'm sorry, I shouldn't scream. That's so nasty. What a nasty way to start the round.
You fumbled the jump, they've heard the step, you pull your nade out, you're looking into a wall, and your head's taken off by Rain. They can still pull this one back. Not all said and done. We will see whether Cold Zero will fend them off towards Connector here. Holding with the USP on the bomb side. Nico dropped by Simple. We said there'll be a few more twists and turns here, and Simple up towards that Palace position could be enough, but maybe not. He is there alone now. He is the king of Counter-Strike, but this is looking like it's too much of a tall order. We said we wouldn't say that, Alex, and he has found the first headshot.
We promised ourselves, Henry, that we don't say those things when it's this man in the server, but I do think for now his fate is sealed. He wasn't far off. Brokey confirms it. And we do see 12 for FaZe. Boomage, that's a proper blunder.
I actually feel like Simple is I know they're losing right now, but I actually feel like Simple is a bit of a religion, you know, because when I watch him in those scenarios, I feel he's always going to find these frags. Look at poor Boomage here.
Staring at the
just
wall.
lining up the smoke, just as he looks into the wall. Hi. Would you go to the Church of Simple, Chad?
I would, yeah.
Yeah?
I would.
Take a pilgrimage?
Alex and I actually signed up to a church when we were in LA at the end of last year.
That was great. I was really happy for you guys.
Yeah, well, we've been looking for some help in our lives, and we hope we got it there. So maybe when we go back, we can sign on up again.
Yeah, well, we don't have to. That's the beauty.
We're lifetime members.
Yeah.
Brokey will need Jesus after that one. That hurt.
That's that all?
The Deagle at the top of middle, it's iconic. It's the only shot that's super viable in these sort of rounds, and if you land it, it looks great. The AWP is removed. It won't equate to a round victory, I would say, but still, it's very fun to watch.
Yeah, shouldn't, that's for sure. Big frag. And that advantage now for NaVi, you typically would expect them to, you know, regroup, and we see that contact play into a site, but NaVi, they play things different. They have at least paired up. You can see Perfecto and his partner in crime, Boomich. They are going to be looking for info, so is Cold. His jiggles between the two of these focal points of middle.
You see what responsibility he's been left with, though, with Brokey going down. The eyes that he had in window, it's a massive gap. Mid is the key choke point here on a map like Mirage, and with Cold having to watch both, it will come down to timing. But Connector, there can be a crossfire. Oh, there goes Simple. The Deagle's taken out. There's the crossfire.
Satisfying way to tap it out in the end. Rain stabilizing his aim after committing to the spray a little too much. He saw so many targets, you can't blame him, can't fault him. 24 frags for Nico. He's coming into this half with pretty much his full 30 done. It's just a question of how will the game go long enough at this point in time. We will see the NaVi second round flop. It was just the Deagle and no Kevlar vest. So it should have been clean, and it was.
There it is. Nico confirms it. But here comes the real deal breaker. You've got the AK-47s out, a simple Krieg. He nailed this shot before the Desert Eagle. Can he replicate it with the rifle now? No sniper available, barely any utility on the T side. They haven't got a single Molotov, Chad. And this is supposed to be the do or die moment here. This is not looking good.
They actually got NiKo here unspotted. They
Yeah.
flashed top mid, so simple, taking that fast line map perhaps would have caught a glimpse. But now, oh baby, this duel is going to be everything. If he cleans it, no, perfecto. A perfect frag for NaVi. They needed that one now. The linchpin in what would have been the mid clear is now completely knocked out. They might go straight into the two-man hold of A at this point in time.
It's going to be a tall ask here. The bomb's still down back towards T-spawn, so we don't exactly know when NaVi want to finish this yet.
That's a very good point. They do that sometimes. Realizing at the 45-second mark, the bomb has to be recovered. They've done it a little bit quicker this time, so Perfecto's confirmed that no CTs at least had control of the bomb. This sandwich position, though, sometimes a little bit questionable. Bear in mind, this is a bit of a bonus round now for Faze. They didn't reinvest with heavier weapons. They still have the MP9s and the FAMASs. They're in a 5-on-4, but if coldzera can make this position work, there's a chance. It does not. And now it's up to Rain. He needs multiple kills there, at least 2. Doesn't look good.
Looks like they're saving already. Look at all the action over towards the B site. They might try and push Olaf down to get NiKo's AK M4. As I say that, he does pick it up. So at least that's a good find. And now if Rain can get away, it's not the end of the world here for Faze.
Definitely not. I think that's the right call of anything. Otherwise, you're just going to be throwing money down the toilet. Might as well just keep the M4s up. It was a good try. Decent positions there with the SMG and the FAMAS. Didn't work out. Nice shot from Perfecto to open things up. Save the M4s. You've got a 13-4 scoreline right now. Keep the money strong and keep your eye on the prize. Must win for Faze this series, and this is their map pick. Can't take any chances. Every dollar is so significant in this game. I can't stress it enough. The difference sometimes between getting the Molotov or not can be the difference between winning a round. So losing a kill, finding a kill, it's all very important. And keeping these 3 M4s up, even though they're 13-5 up at this stage, you've got to look at the bigger picture. NaVi are certainly capable of bringing this game back.
Yeah, that's without a shadow of doubt. And so with those preserved rifles, they can, once again, have another go. Round 19.
What is the saying? If at first you don't succeed, try again.
That is the saying.
Well, saving the guns definitely allows that one to come on through.
It does. They've got the 5 M4A4s here. It is a full investment, though, but they've got all the utility they need.
This is late. Whatever Flamey was throwing is going to be late, so they can't go as quick as maybe what they were initially hoping for.
Nice lineup, actually, from Brokey there to make sure he can incendiary top mid without the extra sight line. It looked like actually NaVi are trying to bait that there's players hiding behind it. Which, no, wow, with the smoke, I was going to say the nade lands on Boomich, though. And at this stage of the game, NaVi, they need an opening frag. Who will be the one to step up to the plate? Who will take the initiative? Certainly doesn't look like Flamey's a candidate. He's once again absent in NaVi's games.
Well. The boost towards short. Remember, CT weaponry only. M4A4s across the board here, up against the Kriegs and AKs. No snipers to be spotted. Simple, I was about to say, he hits these. coldzera, though, beats him to the punch. Huge pickup. 15 kills to Simple's name. A few names not really turning up, and that's Electronic. 8 and 15. So, what's the next play here? They have limited resources, no smokes, a few Molotovs, and they're creeping their way up towards shore. But that smoker window will go down momentarily. NiKo's there to catch them if it does. Does he get the timing? Oh, it's horrible. He could have actually got them there. If he was a little bit more to the left, he'd have spotted 2, but they're very well set up either way. The corner from coldzera is perfect.
Oh. They've done everything. They've milked the clock with Boomich and
hold on.
Perfecto. They still find kills. The HP's not great, but they can get that bomb down if they're quick.
Yeah, and Boomich retrieving it safely, planting as well. It falls down to Rain and NiKo. Couldn't ask for more, really, in terms of the candidates.
Yeah, but if one mistake is made, a 2-on-1, even with the low HP, becomes very difficult indeed. They have a huge advantage, that's for sure. Boomich spots out and actually gets that 2 versus 1 we talked about. Now Rain's chances are limited. Needs to work out what the second player is. He knows Boomich is towards the site, where he can win the challenge again. Makes his way through. Doesn't get that first shot. He actually hits the bullet as well. It wasn't quite enough, and now he knows both of them are there. Can he find the second? Boomich has been spotted, and Rain comes up clutch. He doesn't have a kit, but picks one up en route and defuses the bomb, no problem.
That's a lovely turnaround.
He actually had to get that kit as well. That would have been a disaster if he lost it in that fashion. So he didn't panic at all there, Chad.
No,
Very calm.
Completely calm. And the game feels very calm at the moment, right? Like, with these starts, Na'Vi are milking that clock down into the minute mark before we saw any action. And just to note, with Simple creeping into that line of sight late to take the fight against Cold Zero, that boost position, it's actually a left eye peek for Simple. So once Cold's set up, he will have the advantage in that fight, unless Simple tries to jump across or do something to dissuade him off of that angle.
Right. And actually seeing Boomich, he could see that Rain was waiting for something. Rain, they knew he was in kitchen, and he was just taking too long with his actions that Boomich started to get a bit sensitive about short, peeked nicely into Nico and gave them a good shot. But across they've gotten, Nico has a gap.
He knows exactly where Boomich is at this point, waiting for a chance to take him down. Wow. Too easy. Way too easy. Grenade's perfect as well. Doesn't quite land the Electronics front door. Tickles him slightly. 97 HP. That would have been fantastic from Nico if he did a big chunk damage towards Electronic as well. 5 and 4 here as Faze start look for map points. They have a 5 and 4 lead. And in terms of resources, plenty here for Na'Vi. They can execute towards A, but the bomb's still there, top and middle. What's the plan here? Get connect to control, A split. Nico's on the other side there with that Krieg. Good smoke from Nico. Ooh. Oh, actually terrible, to be honest.
Spoke too soon.
It was a nice idea. I'll say that much.
He knows it's missed. He's had to back on out of there because it's left a massive gap. So assuming to rotate towards CT
It would have been such a brilliant smoke as well to whittle the clock down to what, like 15 seconds before they could do anything. But either way, we'll see Rain now fending off the Molotovs. 25 seconds remaining. Has to be the A finish now. The bomb's in connector. Brokey in towards Shadow.
He's going to get checked. It's going to be Electronic to check him. The Molotov forces him to take some eyes off his crosshair. So now a 4v4. Pressure on Na'Vi to plant, though, and Electronic's already lost his life. Rain's getting peppered on. Simple does manage to find the frag, and now he's planting. They can't knock him off. Na'Vi have got a shot at this. Simple catching a couple of bullets from the spray, but it's all off to finish the job.
Well, we said Perfecto was brought in for his clutch ability. 7 and 15 right now, and this is to avoid map point for Faze. Bomb down. He has an HE, one player's low, but Nico got such a fantastic position. They seem to know exactly where he is, and they will take him down. Round confirmed, Faze will pick it up. 15-5, pretty much a death sentence here for Na'Vi. Even with the 4th state loss bonus coming in, the bomb planted, they will have scrappy money going forward here as Nico gets his 28th kill of this first map.
He had 19 kills at round 12. He finished the half with 22, and now he's up to 28. So that 30, it might go missing here if they avoid him in the final, what could be the final round, round number 21 here.
Could be, but he has got a good chance of finding a couple against these pistols. Perfecto's got Glock and full utility. He's got 1700. There's a scout at the end. I was about to say that. That's a little bit odd, but goes for the scout towards the very end of the round, or the freeze time, I should say. So 1 CZ, 3 rifles, one of which is a Khalil. No nades for Flamey or Simple at this point. Execution, throw it in, hope for the best here, boys. Take a deep breath, see what can be done. That's all we really can do.
Okay, so they are throwing all of their eggs towards A. Rain tucked in on Sandwich. He's going to burn. He's just waiting for the timing. He does actually manage to get away. Oh, no. God. There's 2 carpets aflame. He'll throw down a 3rd. It will delay them on Tetris, but that's the opening frag they needed. Boomich of all finds it with just the CZ, and now they're already planting in the smoke. This round is looking fantastic for Na'Vi.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for more than that. The perfectly placed Molotov enables him to get the first kill towards Rain. Now 5 on 4 ensues. We have got 1 player towards Connector as well. Simple. Man of the hour. Hoping to shut this one down. This kill might decide the round itself. They know where he is now. He died some time. It's not going to be... Oh, it is enough. The spray looked like it was getting out of control there, but the round is for Faze. 4 versus 1 now, as just Cold Zero remains. Not for long. They're down to an eco as Na'Vi keep their head above water. So there it is. The execution's all you need, boys.
That worked so well. The bomb plant from Boomich was happening right out of the gate. After that opening frag, we'll get to see how he got that frag as well. Rain, he did well to reposition. Let's not forget, he started his journey in a Molotov on Sandwich and ended up dying all the way under Palace. So he did manage to cover some ground. Electronic, some good headshots with that Galil. And you said, Eco, well, they've chosen to force, bring in the fight to Na'Vi. They want to finish it with just Deagles and Kevlar.
It's because they had just 0 loss bonus at this stage. They got 1,400 into this round, they get 1,900 into the next one, so they'd still be pretty buggered for cash either way. So they can close it out right here, right now with Deagles. That would be great. Probably not going to happen, but if it does, fantastic. They'll be fully going to the next round and wait for that $2,400 loss bonus to get them out of this financial ruin. Good shot from Simple. Doesn't quite take down coldzera though.
He was ready for it this time around. Not going to be fooled by the same trick twice within one game. We did see FaZe Clan finish a game with Deagles only previously, so let's see if they can do it again. It could all start with Rain picking this corner onto Flamey right here.
Only his 4th kill so far.
And it's a freebie. It's an eco kill on a player who's pushing. So those ones right there.
You take those.
You love those.
Flamey might go down as well. I feel like, oh, the knife comes through. Oh, see you later, kid. AK picked up now, and they'll make their way towards A. Knowing Nico's towards Palace, he's the only player there. They've actually stacked towards B. Round should still go in favor here of NaVi, but Nico with the smoke down. Simple spots one there on the concrete cinder blocks. Gonna chase him, take him down.
Run if you like, Brokey.
Oh, that nice gap in the smoke. Electronic susses it out.
Not interested in any of those. Funny business. They knew where Nico was coming from. And that smoke was a very likely candidate for his hidey hole. So I guess coldzera and Olof, they're going to be looking to keep hold of what little they brought into this one. Maybe, just maybe, one of the NaVi boys gets a little too push happy and delivers an AK-47 or a Krieg to their door. Doesn't look like NaVi are going to be taking any chances like that, considering their margin for error has been reduced to nothing.
So they're about to have another crack at the same type of a round, right? FaZe don't have enough to warrant a buy here, but they do to limp on him with the Deagles, with the little bit of smokes and utility once again. You'll see here, Nico just trying to creep through the smoke, see if he could find any openings into this post-plant scenario. Electronic too aware, takes him on down. But yeah, this buy, and you will see it come through. I wouldn't be surprised to see Deagles again, pretty much across the board, because in the following round, it's going to be 2,400.
Yeah.
Nico and Rain yet to buy anything. Brokey either. Maybe Rain's holding onto his cash to drop an AWP over for the following.
He saved about 1,500 in the previous round as well, so I think that's exactly what's happening, considering he had a bit more money than everyone else. He just took it on the chin and said he'll drop the orb going forward. He wants to win the game, not find massive amount of frags for himself, of course, so it all makes sense. Molotov will flush out the USP. I'll have to drop off. As we wait for this round to conclude, there'll be pretty much no chance FaZe can win it, but we'll see Olof Meister give it his best shot toward the underpass position. The CZ, deadly at this range. Perfecto, seems to be ready for it though. Spots him, good peek.
Great
Can fall
piece.
back now. Doesn't have to challenge that at all.
Comfortable duel for him in the end. That's gone on. Played lovely. Brokey getting a little bit of a second guess of himself there.
Notice FaZe, they love the mid-smoke straight away. They're harassing with the flashes. They're taking the fights. They're sending Nico in to crack open skulls. They're getting entry frags left, right, and center. Here, NaVi, the slow milk of the clock, the traditional NaVi. You have to roll the years back to when Zeus had the likes of Seized in his team. Going back a few years now for sure, but this was how they played. It was slow, it was methodical. They would take piece of territory at a time. They would let the CTs make mistakes. If you're impatient and you want to play Counter-Strike, everybody has the minute 55 on the clock. Everyone is strapped himself in for the same version of the game, and NaVi have no problems using these liberties in their favor, but it can be an issue.
coldzera will get one. Probably all he gets at this point, though. Rain pulls one back from the A ramp, but just a bit of a formality here. NaVi waiting to plant the bomb once that goes down. Shouldn't be much of a chance of many more kills being found here. Nico coming in from the underpass position. Makes his way towards connector here, just looking for exit frags ideally. They can find a rifle at the very end of this when the T's are exiting the bop site. That would be ideal, and set them up for the victory going forward.
Flamey finds himself another.
What's it now? He's got 5, all right. So slowly grinding back into this one is Flamey, but you could say the same thing for NaVi. Round after round now, we're up to 15-8. This one felt pretty bleak, and we normally don't start getting excited about these until we get to the double digits. NaVi are only 2 rounds away from that right now, whereas FaZe, they just need 1 round to go in their favor. So now that the guns are up, they've got this full buy. They've waited for this. We've seen 2 ecos. What is the game plan? What are they looking to bring into the fight here in round number 24? We know the AWP's out. Do they want to take it mid? Do they want to be aggressive? Do they want to try and push an extremity of the map to see if they can isolate a duel here?
I would say, just considering the buffer of rounds they have, they'll probably just play something a bit more standard, I suppose, knowing that that's like the first proper gun round since they started losing. So I don't think we'll see anything too mental being thrown into the mix, but time will tell for sure as the incendiary goes down towards the A ramp. Suggests they could be flashing over towards this position and try and challenge Electronic. Rain gets himself nice and close towards this A ramp, and he could be a little bit more inquisitive, but the flashbang will push him back somewhat. Drops the smoke, not feeling too comfortable here.
This is what we would call, well, it'd be a double pump if they come back and hit A, but they're just milking utility. Just to note with this turtled setup we've seen from Faze, when they do this, they do not break the vent towards mid-window. That is the early warning system, that audible sound cue if a T gets boosted in the window. Rush, any chance you can show us the window just for the viewers at home? The vent room, sorry. Do you have a camera for that? Nah, anyway, it's fine. We tried, but let's get over to A. It's going to be the double pump.
So the double pump, from what Chad was saying, there was smoke thrown towards the steps and through the jungle position, right? So suggesting they were going to come through, bait out the utility, and then they can come back with a full execution, knowing there'll be no grenades available on the CT side. That has worked out quite well. Rain, though, I don't like this position. I've never really seen it work out too well. Boomage will be taking care of him. They flashed it as well. Nico will have to find at least 2 kills upon entry.
Yeah, and Brokey's been flashed off as well. They'll check him. One's not enough. A missed shot from Brokey. It's looking all too good for NaVi. Breaking into the A site again, and they had all the resources in the right place. It's Rain's position that does not bear fruit.
All right, let's fly there now, Rush. Fly over towards the CT vent, right? Head over there.
The one you break
Keep
when you're
going.
shooting the flower pots.
See, it's not broken. So this is what we're talking about, right? So if the T's traditionally get mid control, they boost window and they want to flank towards the B site, or CT spawn around to flank A, they would have to break that. So in that setup that FaZe are doing, they know that jungle is a vulnerability, right? They're well aware of that. I apologize, Russ. I used the wrong lingo before. I'm glad that we've got a cam for it. I'm sure you're very happy with that.
All the cams. That's why Rush doesn't need more buttons. He's got all the cams as well. Overwhelming amount.
So this is a problem for FaZe because they get the $2,900 loss bonus right now. You can see that's not enough to buy. Cold Zero could drop a Famous, so could Olaf if they want to force into this one right here. But knowing there's only 1 round left on the board and Yanko's influence behind them, what we're most likely going to see is just some upgraded pistols yet again, and then those rifles trying to be used in an aggressive way to see if they can find an individual straggling across the map. A stat for NaVi here.
They have secured 83% of wins on Mirage as a roster. Simple averages a 1.38 rating and 1.76 kill to death ratio. I missed the last few words, but...
G's.
Ah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Woof.
Well, a couple of M4s as they limp into round number 25 here. And that does suggest NaVi could do this. 6 rounds away. This one a bit of a lock-in, considering they're up against 3 pistols, but you never know. Could be enough. Yeah, Olaf Meister and Cold there of M4s. Might just be enough to get them over the finish line here.
Yeah, it's down to what the NaVi call is.
Those A executions have looked wonderful for them. As Chad said, the double pump, very effective previously. It made Rain expend all of his utility at the very start of the round, had no choice but to sit in the A ramp at that point. As we said, a very underwhelming position that rarely finds multiple kills. And they've left the murder hole open again. So just knowing that the T's can't access CT spawn unless they shoot that out. And Brokey will do it for them.
It's a very late sound cue, isn't it? So NaVi will be curious about that one just there, but they're creeping up towards Cat as the B stack is starting to come on in. This one might actually get a little bit spicy, fellas.
It could.
Simple AWP. Boosted up towards short. Players spotted. Where's the first kill coming in? Flashbang's very decent. Simple can do nothing now. His teammates have to save him.
On the contact of his teammate, he swings in, but the first rifle falls flat, as did the second. Perfecto, finding a very crucial double kill. So now, with Nico left all alone with only the Desert Eagle. The Deagle Blaze, a blaze in front, and not a single chance for fire from FaZe in this one.
This pace is very, very tedious. You know, if you're watching this at home and you're going, the first minute and 30 seconds of these rounds are pretty boring. You would be right. They are. It's just posturing. Neither team are taking any risks early. FaZe don't want to run into NaVi because they know NaVi are waiting. NaVi don't want to give up heads-up duels because they know FaZe have all the good utility. They've got aimers who are on point. Right now, what they're doing is they're making this round just turn into the late round 2-on-5 situations. You know, if you're going to execute this late, the CTs have to either gamble stack. You might catch them out of position as they start to look for information, or they're just getting a bit jittery. They've been sitting there for almost 2 minutes, focusing on their crosshair, and nobody's come. So FaZe right now, 1 round. That's all they need to take map number 1 here. And NaVi continuing to milk round after round as the aggression, it finally comes in. Nico finds the odd.
Taking matters into his own hands, Chad. He's had enough of this. Boomage, the in-game leader, removed. Courtesy of Nico there. An aggressive push towards top of middle. He swaps out the orb with Brokey. They've got a 5-on-4. Is this where they can actually close Mirage out? They were 15-5 up. It's now 15-10. They'll be frustrated at this point, and maybe even more so now. Nico arguably had the advantage there, and he gets absolutely busted by the Krieg.
They boost into window, smoke it themselves, and then disappear. Now the FaZe Clan squad are going to be asking a lot of questions as to where they've relocated to.
It's a massive gap over on A here as well. Look at the gap on A. So the window boost is possible. They can flank towards B or A through CT spawn. So those options are now on the cards right here. They're both in the bomb site. Traditionally, you see the CTs playing retake because they need to pick up all the slack, but they're going to transition and push forward.
I think they're going to just push on a contact play and try and get control of the A ramp in general. Indeed, they are. So Rain wants to confirm that no one's outside here, at least. It's key information, but they have no one really watching Connector right now. Looking towards the Palace positions called Zera. Electronic.
He smashes this, doesn't he?
Yep. Oh, maybe not. Gets the damage off, but it's not quite enough here. Cold Zera, perfect angle and a perfect shot.
Now the one where that came from, though, Perfecto's hunting him down. He's going to get hunted and pre-fired. 2v2. 20 seconds. Bomb on Simple.
He's going to be. He's going to be.
They're fully rotating. Perfecto's just selling this commitment enough. He is, however, potentially going to go down before Simple can get that bomb plant.
He's biding his time.
Looking good.
They're going to assume it's A for now. So Perfecto, Operation Stay Alive at this point.
They won't hear the beeps. They know it's not there. They're going to have to rotate. And backs are turned.
Oh, he's got a kill. He's actually done enough, and Simple's got an orb now.
What on earth is Olof to do about this one? He has no idea. Simple could be anywhere. The sound cues are there. Simple has a pretty good idea of where Olof's coming from, especially now the flashes have been thrown out, but looks like he's changing his mind.
Oh, this is... Okay, it's too late now. FaZe have waited what it feels like too long. They've had a buffer of rounds, right, to close this one out. But now as we get to the danger end, their aggressive moves are expected, right? Oh, the default hold they're doing is not working. How are they going to mix this up? Well, they know that some aggression needs to come in from somewhere, right? The mid push from Nico there, I thought that would have been enough. They get an opening kill for free. It's clean. It looked perfect. But Perfecto here, coming out onto the A site, getting both of these kills. Yeah. The Cold Zero one is the most important. The fact that he gets rid of Cold Zero with 26 seconds left on the clock, that draws the rotation. That's what juked them. Simple was just in limbo. He was waiting to know where the CTs were before he picked a bomb site.
Another partial buy for FaZe Clan here. We've got the Desert Eagles and the Brokey AWP saved. We'll see whether that's going to be enough. It could be, to be honest. There's always something to be said about a saved sniper. Brokey looks towards shore right now, using the box to try and dodge flashes and any ensuing tees. Focusing his efforts towards shore. Boomage will be close to that smoke, though. Fires off a shot, gives him his position, doesn't get anything for it.
Just the way that NaVi are playing this. If I was in the server right now, I would be frustrated. It's just so slow. There's no real engagements or interactions early. The CTs can always force it. There's no problem with that, but it's not advisable. The idea is to hold the bomb sites, not to take the fight to them. And now, with the scoreline most likely going to be 15-12, FaZe have run out of chances to start going aggressively to close out this match.
You will at least get some Palace control, which could prove to be some information at the very least. It doesn't look like he's going to meet Flamey, as they are eventually going to be passing one another. Flamey's heading to rejoin his squad towards the B and middle sides. So
well,
B looking like the one.
Well, the CTs are there. They are actually tucking tail, making their way over. Bombs making its way there as well. Rain, though, still towards the A side of the map. The B finish could be on. Is this where it ends? Brokey, the AWP, can watch towards shore. Oh, they're falling back, of course. They're wrecking them here, aren't they?
Full gamble stack. Oh, NaVi, the calls are so good right now coming out of Boomage. He's pulling the CTs around the map. Electronic had so much control. He can cut off the rotate. T-side NaVi.
They're winning rounds without even need to get into fights.
Yep. Which is the power of suggestion.
Which is wild.
They took that hook, line, and sinker. They were rubbing their hands together like, they're coming B, boys. We've got this.
Stack.
Here we go.
We've worked it out. We've rumbled them.
There's steps in apps. There's nades coming in. I mean,
rushes versus versus ecos. We've watched the Pro League.
Yeah,
we've heard what Henry said.
We've all seen it. It happens every time.
NaVi too. Wow, this is going to be 12. This is when the discussion is no longer the FaZe dominance on Mirage. Instead, it's more the NaVi T side could keep up.
Yeah, imagine if this goes overtime now. They were 15-5 up, and they're on the CT side of Mirage as well. This is their map pick, and FaZe are starting to crumble here. Just 3 rounds, and from what we've seen so far, that certainly could happen. It's only the first tactical timeout here from FaZe. Oh, we were going to get some cool music there.
What did we name the music, Alex? Did you come up with a good name?
There it is.
The Tension Tickle.
The Tension Tickle.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, strap yourselves in. FaZe Clan currently 0-3 in Stage 2 here at EPL Season 11. They had a 15-5 lead, but they've completely wrecked it. They have found themselves now at 15-12, and NaVi have strung together 7 in a row on the T side here of Mirage. This is absolutely everything here. They're starting to crumble. The money's weak. No one's finding any kills, and Simple is coming online and looking dangerous. He currently has 19 kills, Electronic beneath him on 18, and those are not numbers you want to hear at this stage of the game. FaZe will take their first pause, and is it a solution to their problem? They've gone for a double orb setup, Chad. Is that the right idea at this point?
Well, nothing else has worked so far, so let's give this a crack. It's going to be Olaf picking up the secondary, and once again, this passive setup without the vent broken. They want to sit back, they want to wait. That's the call. I'm sure that Yanko's got involved with this, but now it's the pace change from NaVi. They finally changed it up.
So, still looking for that one round. Double orb setup seems to be the remedy to this problem. See if it's enough for the first pick. Olaf Meister, aggressive towards B. Nails it. Perfecto and Electronic down. Surely this is where it ends.
It's looking promising. And another frag potentially for Nico, but instead, Flamey lives to fight another day in his Palace position. The bomb's loose top mid. Brokey's already caught Boomich. Oh, and Na'Vi, so many consecutive rounds, but it comes tumbling down. The ramifications of their weak first half, they're being felt, and Rain secures it. FaZe Clan, finally, with a sigh of relief. No longer a roar of celebration, take Mirage.
I just step up and make it happen, it's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it. Nobody got it like me. Yeah.
They say patience is a virtue, and Faze, well, they needed a lot of that there in the second half to be able to close out against NaVi. But Nico, within that first half, was looking absolutely phenomenal. 22 kills to his name to kick it off. They kicked on over towards that CT side. He kept up his form, and he finished with over 30 frags here. This man is on an absolute mission right here to claw Faze out of the depths of the 0-3 and see if they can potentially qualify for the playoffs here of ESL Pro League in season number 11. Now let's take a look at this round timeline we've got on the board right here. It kicked on off with domination from Faze. Check out all these rounds. Nico was involved in most of them. They were paddling the bottoms of NaVi over there, but when we flick on over, Faze were able to secure 15 pretty early. It was 15-5 at one point, but the slow, methodical, drawn-out rounds of NaVi is why we got back into a 16-12 scoreline there to finish things on off. Now, look, they finished it with a pace change. It didn't work on out, but NaVi were banking on a pace change of their own coming out from that Faze clan side of things. Faze have been looking good within the Pro League. Actually, they've been looking good since they qualified for Katowice. Things within this team have been coming together, and I want to show you an example of what went very well for them within that first half. It's their utility usage and how well they play off of each other as a team. So let's get this one going. They've been playing over towards middle, doing a lot of their normal defaults over there, so they're setting up a fake towards middle here with the same utility that we have been seeing. But what I want to point out is all the little details here. So we see the smoke towards top mid. That's pretty standard. We see that all the time. That's to obscure vision from window, getting across towards the mid box and towards the gap where simple is to potentially get on over towards and hide in that smoke. So let's clear this one off. Let's keep playing. It's the flashes next that I want to look at. Olaf's going to throw a Molotov towards connector, par for the course. These two flashes we've got coming over, let's pause them. We had one coming from A and we had one coming from top middle. Those two flashes blind everybody in mid besides the connector player. You can see here, Simple's blind, Flamey can't face towards window, and there's that smoke for Electronic that he's dropped down to see on over to see if he can get a little bit of vision. So now all the attention of that trifecta in middle is drawn towards top mid. We keep playing it out. There's more flashes. There's more reason for them, but Simple has to drop back. He doesn't know if anybody's there because of the flashes. Meanwhile, they're setting up this A hit. Now, they know as they come out, there's normally a defender towards the site. If you kill that defender, normally the rotation isn't coming through just yet with that standard setup from NaVi. So we'll play this one through. The flash comes over the top. It's a nice high one. That is to blind Boomich. He is completely blind over towards CT spawn, has to shy away. That allows the T's to come out of the palace position. Let's play it out. You see they come out, they're ready to fight Boomich. He repicks into it. He's going to get taken down. Right there, they've focused on Electronic as well. He's been taken off the stairs, and meanwhile, in all the madness, they've dropped another smoke. It's going to cover off jungle, so now rotations are cut off. They push into the bomb site. They've already mowed them down. More utility to connector, one of the key rotation points. I'll pause it on off. Check this out here. Rain's pushing spawn. They even have a flash for him. Brokey's throwing flashes for his teammate who is pushing past the point of the strategy and continuing to rack up kills. So Faze are looking good. They're looking better, but they need this victory here. We're heading across to map number 2 very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. Come back with us. We have train up next.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
2 boxes to get by Nico. That was a god! Go to hit this. On the ramp though. He knows he's there.
You thought that I was blind, but to be honest, I don't mind, 'cause I don't feel the same way I used to do. Every time I see you, I know the truth, 'cause baby, every fucking time you've played me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you ran away. I've been living in the shadows for a while. Demons calling me from the afterlife. Dark doesn't faze me anymore. I can see my tears into gold. Yeah, yeah. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, yeah. I don't care, I said, 'cause baby, every fucking time you've played me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you ran. I know people come and go away. Sun is low, that's my time to shine again. 'Cause baby, every fucking time you play me, you call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life, I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face,
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
Keeping things on track, on train. Up next, we get to see NaVi and Faze duke it out. It was quite the slog on Mirage, despite a very solid first half from Faze Clan.
Yeah, and a second start as well. They actually had a 15-5 lead in the second half, and they came all the way back, and NaVi did actually show some promise towards the end.
Yeah, I'm baffled at how that game went on so long, but as I was just breaking down the patience from Faze, I thought that they were going to change gear. I actually thought within that map they were going to just start throwing, caution to the wind and going aggressive and seeing if they could capitalize, but they stuck to their guns, and that passive double AWP setup eventually was the winning formula, right? So Yanko's doing something right over there, but as they transition into train, they need to do what they did against Mousesports the other day, which was a 16-9 victory. It was 11-4 first half, starting on the CT side, which is where they will be here, going up against NaVi on their map choice. And Brokey was the top performer, 24 kills to his name, and I think it was 13 kills out of that 24, maybe 14 was with the AWP. So that's a good performance from Brokey.
Yeah, and we didn't see that yesterday against Astralis. He's looking good in this first map here against NaVi as well. It's actually looking pretty decent. Remember, this being NaVi's pick as well. They will start on the CT side as train Faze it is. They win the pistol, get a decent start here. There is every chance they can 2-0 this and find their first series victory in the second stage of EPL.
And if they pick it up, Alex, I might actually need production to change my prediction on the graphic because I did say Faze. I want the points. I want the points.
He's
I
chasing
need the
green.
points. And look, Rush isn't going to beat me in Counter-Strike, and I'm not going to let him beat me in prediction. So I've got to start somewhere.
Yeah, taking note of the train stats for both teams, you'll see there is a bit of a lead for first kill percentage for NaVi, so keep your eyes on those opening kills. Could get a run away with Faze Clan before they actually get Brokey all set up in the places he desires. But we aren't quite there yet, and with the predictions already being discussed, I want to remind everyone that there was only one man who believed in the Faze Clan 2-0, and I want to kind of explore why we had faith in NaVi for a second. Why could this go 3?
Well, the fact that NaVi, off the bounce of Katowice, of course, they did lift the trophy there. It was unexpected. It was been a team for, what, 2 weeks at that point?
It wasn't a very long time. It was Ice Challenge. That was it.
There is some stock to be put into the fact that no one really knew how to play against them. As now time goes on, obviously lifting the trophy there, one of the most iconic CSGO tournaments in the world. If you win that, a lot of eyeballs would be put towards your direction. But still, NaVi still look a very powerful team with Simple Electronics still delivering big numbers. They are missing a few key members here. If we can see more from the likes of Perfecto and Flamey, hopefully we can get to a third.
Well, the stats definitely back up that this one should be a NaVi win, right? They've played this a bunch of times ever since Perfecto's joined the roster. They started it with 2 wins over their Ice Challenge against Godsent. They even beat Mousesports in the grand final of that Ice Challenge event. That was the only map they picked up in a best-of-5 final. Their only loss has actually been to Astralis, and that was in the London event that we had over there in Blast. So it's looking really good for NaVi statistically, but their individuals are starting to drop off.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I mean, Perfecto did step up. I mean, I said there had to be a third pillar of the Simple Electronic +1. It turned out Perfecto was actually fragging on Mirage, and he did save them a couple of times on their path to get to double digits in the end. Couldn't close it out. Perhaps Train is where things shape up a little better. Map 2 of our series, and already we've seen NaVi shaken. Will this be the chance for Faze to stir and find their first win in Stage 2?
Well, they almost had the golden run complete on Mirage. NaVi will start on the T-side train here. They had a lot of utility in that first pistol of Mirage. We'll see whether they'll replicate it here. It's a very technical map, and Faze are getting better and better at it. They did manage to take down Mousesports recently. I have to go one step further and take down the world's #1 team at this stage. And we'll get into it now. NaVi with just 1 smoke and a couple of flashes. No upgraded pistols. Looks to me something quite basic here. They're going to just be smoking off in towards Connector from outside. And actually setting up the flashbang as well. That's towards the end, and they go on all of Faze. It takes 99 damage from that shot, down to just 1 point of health.
He panicked and dropped
They're
the
going back
nade
towards
immediately.
Pop Dog, right? Oh, okay, there you go.
Well, Nico has managed to stabilize his aim. He's anticipating the electronic push and pre-fired. So now NaVi, they are set up to win this pistol, and there it goes. Perfecto does behead Brokey. Rain has gone unchecked. Perhaps coldzera could find one, and he has. Now attention is drawn towards him, and Cold's survival is integral. However, Rain spotted out and fragged out. It's all confirmed now. The kit light lies on the site, and Olof has just a single point of health. His heart is practically being kept alive through the electricity in the air.
There's not really much else keeping him alive, that's for sure. It's going to be Olof Meister, 3 versus 1. Nice play there from NaVi. The outside smoke from T-Spawn lands all the way in Connector, and at that point, they actually fall back towards the Pop Dog room after getting the headshot on Olof Meister. As soon as he's gushed, he's had to call for backup, right? They've confirmed that shot. Smoke down towards Connector, back towards Pop Dog means they can flash out, have 4 players down towards E-Box, and their CTs are caught in transition. Not really sure where they should be positioned at that stage. Caught out, and NaVi will have 3 players surviving here. Some great shots, even though there was CT presence towards Heaven.
I want to see if I can show you guys why that was also important here. maybe we can bring Skybox up at the end of this round, and that gush onto Olaf, it has more than just damage behind it. There's a lot more that goes into something like that.
Olaf will save a defuse kit. He hasn't got armor, but it's something. They got a force buy into his second round. Having the defuse kit could be the difference maker.
So watch this. Brokey's watching Connector, right? The smoke lands. That obviously obscures his vision, but as soon as Olaf takes damage, he has to be committed to this rotation. So they've pulled the players who are watching Pop Dog off of the line here. Even though Rain's in this defensive position here, it's not the best to be watching that. They can team on out, and as you see there, he's being gushed and immediately has to drop back.
Yeah, Nico could have done a lot more with that, I think. But it's a player of his caliber. Having a few players in front of him, he didn't quite find the crispy one-shots he was looking for. Got one kill, was enough to maybe win the round, but they couldn't get over the line. But Nico will step up here. A nice swing towards the upper ramp has found Flamey. That scout shot connects. He is pretty brutal with that scout. Simple, those spots one towards lower. Olaf Meister takes some damage, down to 55. He has a smoke, but he doesn't want to deploy yet until he feels like he has to. So same sort of situation. Olaf Meister tagged up, calling for backup here. He's still got Nico there towards Connector. Good smoke from Olaf. Thrown, and the scout shot connects. Perfecto down to 31.
Nico's doing it all again. Not going to be the B finish. CTs are still congregating in
another
that.
Great smoke.
That's a perfect smoke. Look at the arrival time. Electronics just going to have to respect that.
They are absolutely destroying them right now in terms of finding the opening kill, locking them out of inside, locking them out of Pop Dog. Their options are just vanishing at this stage. And main entrance doesn't look any easy as Rain will tuck himself in. They have one flashbang left on the T side. He'll come down to raw aim. And we know Faze has that in spades.
I mean, simple. He checks every corner. Oh, he didn't check that one, though. And he had a shot. Rain got one chance to pull the trigger. It was not good enough. Into the outer sight now. Brokey, only a scout. As soon as these gaps are closed, those rifles are going to pop off. Brokey wants to try and keep them at bay, but when is his chances? Nico's actually hit another scout shot. He's hit 3 so far, 1 translating into a kill, and the rest of those shaken health bars that, oh, it doesn't matter when Electronics got on top of the bomb train. Simple actually takes down Electronic, and now the bomb's down.
No bomb.
Oh no, they just have to survive. Olaf's gonna get 1 for salt in the wound, but now he can survive. He can even kill them after. Perfecto goes down, and that's a big win for FaZe.
That is monumental. I didn't think they stood a chance going into that round. NaVi had the AK-47, smokes, flashes, didn't opt for the SMGs at all, and the inside little push there didn't work out for them at all. They wanted to execute towards inside, but there it is, Nico, ready and waiting with his first scout shot. Beautiful as well. Swings out wide, manages to absolutely destroy Flamey with a nade in his hand as well. And then it only got worse from that point. He finds 3 or 4 tags in total. Simple with the team kill as well. He goes to plant the bomb. You can see at the top of your screen, 10 seconds. So he has no choice but to pull the C4 out. As soon as that bomb's dropped, that time remaining, the round's up. And as you mentioned, all they had to do was hide, and they even got all the kills as well. And that's the worst possible round to lose, because if you lose the pistol, obviously you had $1,900 in the next round. If you lose the second round follow-up, you get $1,400. So your options are very limited now on the T side. You can see Perfecto, bottom of the barrel there, exactly $1,400. Extra $50 for a decoy, I suppose. So this is like force by territory, but on train, there isn't really much you can do with it, Chad.
No, and the problem here is getting the plant as well. It's always difficult. If you can sneak someone in and get that bomb down, then you've basically given yourself a buy round in the following.
The thing is, though, you could get like Deagle, armor, and nothing else, right? Or you could take the full eco, knowing you're going to get 1,900 next round. That would still be shy of what you need for a full buy at this point.
But that would be NaVi with Galils and a little bit of nades, or AKs and head armor, which is, they can make it work. But against FaZe, who are happy to play heads up CS, it's a bit more difficult, right? And on train, you don't get as many gifts as what Mirage gives you, right? For a CT, to stay in connector, to stay catwalk, and to stay window normally needs to be supported with utility. Once that utility runs out, you start to feel a little bit more scared. You have to drop on back. You get flashed off of lines. So for NaVi, they need to use more utility to get space on this map.
Yeah, and of course, at the moment, utility is at quite a limitation given the current circumstances. Losing that second round, as Henry highlights, lots of punishment for it.
Well, for the new viewers, Alex, probably a good comparison is NaVi and utility in this round is probably like trying to buy toilet paper at the moment. It is a difficult task.
Yeah, I didn't want to start this conversation, but I think we have to, given the current delay. It should be back underway in about a minute's time. Just lost one of the NaVi players. But did you guys notice a downgrade in our TP situation in the house?
I didn't.
I'll tell you first, but instead of first hand, it's definitely degraded. I think we've gone from Supreme.
I try and limit myself to 1 square a day. So
Right,
I've
makes
noticed
sense.
it's been fine. Yeah, it's been
One
all right.
square a day.
1 square a day.
Yeah,
Just
like A4 paper, like writing, printing,
Yeah, exactly,
printing paper, right?
Christmas wrapping paper.
Yeah,
usually.
oh, that's nice, yeah.
That's a money-saving tip for you out there. Go into the cupboard, you'll find yourself everything you need.
There's loads there, yeah. You can start with the ones with Santa on it, because no one really likes that stuff, and the pretentious stuff that your mum saves, the silvery ones with all the decals.
Just going off to the bathroom, Mum. See you later.
You just hear this giant cardboard tube hit the bathroom. Boom, 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 boom.
So we do not have the force buy, and this is for good reason, because if we did force it, it wouldn't do too much for you. So they're gonna, okay, they've changed their mind at the last few seconds. They've invested a little bit more. So Deagle and some nades at the end, but generally speaking, they've got enough, and maybe we can see a couple of kills come through. Grenades towards Pop Dog. Don't do too much, I'm afraid. Rain does take a second down to 68, but they've got no armor, remember, apart from Simple, of course. Trying to see if they can open things up here. He's got a Deagle and armor. Olofmeister trying to inflict some damage here. At least show some presence towards inside that he's pushed up. Trying to force him towards the outer area.
It's going to be hard to find him with the Deagles knowing he has a Mac 10, so he's less likely to play aggressive angles with that in mind. He's going to stay tight.
He's suggested, though, that they know they've got no armor, right? And he's got a Mac 10 inside, happy to challenge. That should be enough, at least in my book, for them to go outside. We'll see if it's actually realized here. Remember, Simple has got armor. That it's waiting for a mistake here. You might as well bleed it out the clock. Get out the utility. If there are any mistakes, capitalize upon them. Got to try and head towards backtracks here, but not before they boost. Oh, you can feel it coming. You can feel it brewing. Not going to be realized, though. We're going to see now Simple back towards NaVi, and down he goes.
Cold. That is perfect. The awareness of what they were going for there, and just to stay looking over the top of that smoke. Nico aware that the gimmicky push could come on through as well, and now it's just the last 3 remaining Ts coming out of main, and 1 taps are on the menu because Nico's in the server.
So after losing the pistol, they found themselves with a 2-1 lead here. And remember, money's still broken. That technically was a force buy. They took, everyone down to about $400, $500. It's at the bottom of the barrel now. The AWP will have to be dropped in AWP going forward. They will get $2,400 on top of what they have right now in the next round. But they might get the plant, I suppose. Here's Nico with the 1 taps, I think.
Boop. 1. And then here comes tap number 2. Well,
I wonder if the third was a tap.
Comes tap number 2. Well,
I wonder if the third was a tap as well. The thing is, he's playing like Scream, but making it work in modern-day Counter-Strike. So props to Nico for having that poise under pressure. Not many players have that.
Yeah, especially when you know up against the pistols as well, no armor. You could take your time a little bit more, style on them a bit. And Olofmeister looking to do just that. The Mac 10, didn't like that. I would fall back at this point. You know there's going to be multiple players here. He'll be lucky to get 1 at this point. Gets a couple, that will do. Crisis averted.
Yeah, double kill and the bomb now found. Brokey's going to have that one in his domain, and the last 2 with low HP. They swap their pistols. That's pretty much the only thing they can contribute. Maybe Flamey with his extra health pool will 1D Nico. Damn, Flamey. That's not too shabby. That's a start. A whole lot more needed, though, and he already hears Brokey stepping around towards Oil Train. A second fight being given to him, and he's taken the head off Rain. Bullets connecting. Brokey, he stands his ground. He catches 2, though.
Here he comes again. Simple has got a chance to win this, considering the low HP of Brokey. Needs to recover the bomb first. You can hear probably the nice shots exchanged in chat right now towards Flamey's direction. But if he can grab this bomb, get it down, find Brokey, there is a chance. Again, waiting for mistakes here. Will anyone give him a chance? Spotted now. That should be a...
So he's not going for the bomb plant, and I'm not sure why. I mean, I guess obviously it could have been being held, but now it certainly will be. They've pushed out of connector, and Simple does find that mistake he was hoping for.
There was his chance.
It was just a window. It had to be a double dink straight into Cold Zera. Close enough, perhaps, just for the 1. Let's see those shots from Flamey.
Damn, this was incredible. The second shot as well. There's beautiful stuff here. Long range, no problem. Takes his head clean off here.
And he did 2 body shots to Brokey. They must have been through the train, but that's going to hurt. It could have been the 3rd frag, and knocking Brokey off his perch could very well have translated into the plant.
Look at the money now for Faze. After winning 3 rounds in a row, they're actually looking pretty poor.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, that came down to a 1 versus 1, bear in mind. So a lot of reinvestment here. They've lost a lot of their T-sided weaponry as well. Just a single AK-47 now for Nico. They have got an AWP on Brokey. 3-1 up. But very early days here. This is the pick of NaVi. That's why they start on the T side. See Nuke as the decider, if required here. As Perfecto watches towards main. Rain tucks himself in again. This confirms that the close proximity positions are clear at least. They can smoke this off and have full control, or hold with two players like this and actually just have a little bit of a different setup than usual.
Yeah, and actually, it's very potent for anything NaVi throw towards this outside.
You've got Rain and Nico in main entrance. One watching Pop Dog, one watching main. Problem is, one of them goes down quickly, especially the guy watching main, they're both dead. It's similar to having two players in Pop Dog. That smoke buys enough time here. That actually calms things down quite nicely for them.
Or they push into it. Perfecto, that was rather brazen. Now some suppressing shots. Flamey's actually managed to connect through the tracer fire.
So this is where Rain, they're going to assume main's clear at this point. He is loving this. Another smoke down. He's got himself a kill. It's now a 4 versus 1. Simple, so far removed from this situation. He's got at least 10 seconds before he can do anything here. Fires off some shots, and, well, there we go. He gets it, of course.
Of course he does. His Krieg spray control is unrivaled. He doesn't want that to fall into the wrong hands, though. One, however, already has. coldzera's gone on the retrieval mission there, and now more utility thrown towards Simple.
He doesn't have a gun. He needs to die, though. There's no point. He has nothing to take through into the next round unless he dies here. So now, going over towards Ivy to find one of his teammates' scavenged weapons.
But Cold's already grabbed it, I think.
So he might be out of luck here. And this would be the worst way to finish a round. Just to know, if Simple doesn't die here before these 5 seconds are finished, and he doesn't have a gun, that means all he'll take through is a Glock and armor. Luckily enough, we'll find the M4. Whew, that could have been an absolute nightmare for Simple.
He could have come in with $300 and a Glock. God, Chad, good highlight. But yes, he does manage to find it in the nick of time. And all the product of him wanting to make sure the Krieg doesn't go CT side. So we'll see coldzera finding that first frag onto Boomich and actually just falling into a more passive line did enable him to find 2 from the Ivy NaVi presence. So, solid CT start from Faze. You highlighted just how broken their money has looked, and well, this time it was a little cleaner. They can start building a small, respectable bank should they beat this one cleanly. They do need to. I think at this point, it's safe to say this has to be a clean conversion.
Oh, the Zeus, it didn't do enough damage. We missed our highlight.
Well, unless the death comes in, the scream is not heard. So I think we can... Well, we didn't miss it, at least.
All right.
Boosting Simple up with the saved M4.
I'm always, like, whenever Simple is, like, alive, I just feel like, what's he got on the menu here? What's going to be happening? He even throws down a pistol to try and bait out something.
Like
here,
a bomb drop sound?
Yeah, just anything that will get them inquisitive. Another interesting setup here. You got the AWP watching towards upper ramp, then a rifle at lower.
It's interesting that Brokey's playing it so high. You know, obviously there's that headshot angle, very common pre-aim.
Yeah, I guess he wants to avoid that. The cross will be coming out at the plane of the upper ramp, right? That's where you'll be aiming. So he puts himself up there. He's more exposed, but with the AWP, he should have the advantage.
And plus to note, if they do come out low ramp and that player close towards the high ramp spots them, he can then swing into upper, and then Brokey can fight low ramp from the high ramp.
Good point. Looks to be a clean round here, boys. Olofmeister, Netty Craters, absolutely fine, 2 HP, and there it is. The clean sweep 5-1 after losing the pistol.
That's...
Don't often see that, do you?
You don't see that. Against NaVi, this is unheard of. They would have won a Deagle round by now.
Yeah, that's true. When they don't work out, when NaVi's rulebook breaking moments don't pay off, you can start seeing some holes in their game. This is the Zeus.
It's kind of BS that if you connect with the Zeus, like...
That should be a kill.
It seems like such a dark art, like whether it's a kill or not. I know it's a range thing, but if it connects, like it should just be a kill, I think. Like,
if you're close enough that your Zeusy electronical little wiry sticky innie bits.
Yeah, if they want to reduce the range in it slightly just so it's a guaranteed kill, I'm fine with that. Like you should be, if you connect it,
minus
work hard
80.
enough.
And bearing in mind, that is a one and done weapon. You're pulling out nothing after that.
You also get no kill reward for it or anything.
That's good point. Yeah.
So when it was having its heyday and Tarek and everybody were using it on Cobble and you were getting a kill reward and it was, you know, at a price that was basically nothing.
Yeah, it was $50, wasn't it?
It was a problem, right? Now it's just a bit of a funny gimmick that can potentially net you a easy kill over towards close choke points like Pop Dog here. But NaVi with the bomb above Pop, look like that's where they could potentially be setting up for. Some smokes out towards the outer yard are on the agenda here. We can see them lining them up. 1 minute and 5 wants to call. And the flashes down Pop will follow.
And that gives them 60 seconds to work with those smokes. Ooh, I say that. They're not going just yet. Instead, coldzera has the info. There is still a lurk on Ivy. Most of the NaVi boys are hitting inner. Olof springs to life with some missed shots, and Perfecto does not make that same mistake.
I think that's a save already. Olofmeister's done nothing to them there. They've got the bomb down. You've even got a lurk here for Electronic as well. The round is completed, I would say, and they're aware of the lurk. They'll at least get another Krieg for their efforts.
Good upgrade.
Yeah, that will do, right? And you can see why they're focusing towards inside, because Olofmeister, we know he's not in great form right now, probably arguably the weakest of the fraggers these days within FaZe Clan. And if he's got there alone of the M4, obviously it's going to be quite tantalizing. A bit of outside presence there, making their way through upper and lower. You can see him trying to get some bullets off, but very overwhelming with the Kriegs coming in. The AK-47s, they're going to hit their shots. And it's NaVi posting their second. Their first gun round with 4 players surviving.
Well, if FaZe are able to like immediately bounce back here, this is going to stifle the progression of NaVi.
Do they go for Olof on the secondary orb now, do you think, towards inside? That would make sense to me, at least. Like, if he's struggling with the M4, it was evident in that previous round. I feel like that would be a nice adjustment, just to kind of boost his chances of getting at least 1 kill and fending them off a little bit more.
Yeah, or they could have given him that saved Krieg. That,
well, there it is.
Yeah, so he's actually picked that up. So that means he can be a bit more versatile in the way he defends this. You can go close, low ramp, scoped on in, you get the 1 bullet potential. If you get pushed back after that, you can play passive and retake with it as well if they would like. So you can see what he wants to do early. NaVi are doing this set out smokes, and Olaf wants to show presence so they can't just snowball him down early. Oh, tried to nutmeg him.
NiKo not missing many today. That's impressive.
That was... No, okay, excuse me. I thought the X-ray was deceiving me, and that's mad. Roki gets caught by Simple practically straight through the smoke.
Just so precise. Just a laser beam through the smoke. Down you go, kid. And he shoots with such conviction as well. He knows he's there. Like, there's no doubt in his mind there's a frag available.
Game plan seems clear, guys. Get an opening pick and go inside.
Yeah, and we do know that Olofmeister has been struggling there. He has got the Krieg, bear in mind now, but only 1 flashback. You see him playing super passive at this stage. He's actually got the 18, not the flash. I beg your pardon. Going towards upper.
1 smoke. So Perfecto smokes low ramp, I guess, on the go.
Yeah, they can do that. Flash over. Hope for the best. In we go.
Ooh, straight in, and the duel's been won. NiKo caught on the rotate. Olaf, that's
What's
the bomb.
Boomich doing?
He didn't take the safe route, and now they've got it again. We've seen this twice in this half already, that the bomb gets dropped here, and it's then a nightmare to recover. You're getting flashed, retake. The bomb's still loose. Boomich, he could have completely let this round slip away.
Boomich has thrown the round there. It's as simple as that. It really is. The in-game leader should know better. He's the one calling the shots, pulling the strings. He's got the bomb on his back. The only player he can be mad at is himself. He's run down the pavement or the sidewalk and lost the bomb in the worst possible position there. He saw the flash retakes come through, and they got the opening pick there. They had a 5-on-4 on entry, surprised him on flash attack.
The star
NiKo
of
goes
Mirage.
down, and then Olofmeister just gets 1 kill. That Krieg, it works out for him, and Boomich, he has thrown that round for them, unfortunately.
I wish that I was keeping track of who had the bomb before they actually hit into the piece, because we had this happen the other day with Magus, where he went out mid to B to try and track a kill with a tag scout from Device, and then he dropped the bomb towards the door. But Boomich right now, he said the other day after they had that rough match and he was struggling. He made a tweet along the lines of there was a profanity used, so I won't use that live on air. But it was something about saying a 4v6 game, saying that he was basically playing on the other team.
Well, he did just actually give them a round, like for free. He delivered.
That's a gift. You take those every day of the week.
And this sort of round as well, that's crazy. But they still have enough to buy. It's compromised, of course, with Perfecto just on the deagle here. coldzera looking to maybe boost the player up. Boomich, though, does strike back with a vengeance. That's towards Popdog, a quick pick towards Rain. Now, can they convert this? All be forgiven if they can find a clean round here.
This duel right here is probably one to keep an eye on. Electronic versus coldzera. We've seen it go down a few times so far. 2 massive names, and both left with the responsibility of looking after Ivy on their own. We haven't seen NaVi after that opening pick start congregating towards the inner bomb site just yet.
Look at how much they've abandoned Ivy. I say that just before I see Brokey fill the gap. He is going to be responsible for it now. Cold's instead going to be pushing in for main info. And we haven't seen this look from NaVi just yet. They're still all gathered around T-Spawn and Ivy.
Chad said they play a slow game.
Bloody hell.
Remember, it is Blade is the coach of this squad, and if you ever watch a Flipside game on Train, you'll know what they're about. They love bleeding the clock out. Last-minute executions. And for now, they still have players in T-Spawn. Electronic has made his way towards the end of Ivy. Smoke will dissipate, trying to get the old fadeaway trick in his favor. coldzera's got a prime spot, though. Only goes to the first and does nail the second, but it's still a 3-on-2. 30 seconds remain. NiKo actually going towards main entrance here. Bomb not planted, this could work out for him.
Certainly could. Simple's just evacuated it himself. He's been given, well, I was going to say the responsibility of the bomb plant. Didn't make too much sense. He will throw that off to Boomich, who could very well be collecting his 8th death. Being babysitted nicely, though. Simple's aware of all the pushes. How is he getting both of them?
Yeah, that's sick.
He looks at Pop, fires a shot, looks at main, finds the kill. My goodness, Faze, they cannot surprise him.
Well, Olofmeister, he'll have to save the Krieg again. They've got enough money to buy into the next round, but there will be a few compromises. He has to save the Krieg for them to have a buy, and he's going towards T-spawn. I don't think he makes it through this. No, he doesn't. Could have waited in the break room, decided to make his way towards T-spawn, and down he goes. He loses the Krieg, and now they might be in eco territory.
They can muster a buy, right? Like, Cold can buy and drop something.
They can, but there will be holes to plug, and that's why I'll take a tactical timeout here. Like, that Krieg, I think, was very important to save.
I want them to buy, and the reason I say that is because I think that kind of round right there was probably theirs to win. Rain lost that opening duel, but then the remainder of the round played out very well. FaZe had a good change-up of setup. They actually clustered towards Team Main. They had a chance for a few more multi-kills there. They were definitely in that round. It wasn't as clean as what it looked with 3 players alive for NaVi at the tail end. And they will go for the buy. We're going to see the Swag 7 come out on the side of Rain. Brokey will get back onto that AWP. Cold Zero is the one I have a question mark about, as the M4 is in his hands.
What did you make of the Cold Zero play there? Like, do you feel like he could have let a couple more players out, perhaps, after the first one didn't check him, or did he make the right choices there?
He had to shoot because his position is the only reason Brokey can be so forward. As soon as he leaks, Brokey's in a lot of trouble.
So, yeah, he had to take him down just to protect his teammates there. Makes sense.
It did look like Brokey was a little overly paranoid about main as well, given Cold was holding it. And so he actually lost his duel with Electronic because he was returning to it late.
Oh, it's close. And bear in mind, Cole's still got 2 frags, so it's not like the round was his fault in any capacity. So, Mag 7 for the Pop Dog area. It was Boomage that jumped down before and managed to get the opening kill. It led to a round victory. Like we said, if they win that round cleanly, all will be forgiven for the blunder before.
Look at the aggressive stance of Rain. He's actually halfway up the ladder with that shotgun as he tags up the toes of Perfecto. Perfecto.
Ha! Huh. He's here all week, ladies and gentlemen. Try the veal. Oh, back to the rinse and repeat. Map territory, spread out, trying to do some damage, regroup. We've seen them have a couple of different looks from the top of Pop, but knowing that there's a shotgun down there, I don't think they'll be in any hurry to drop on down, especially with the totem drop. That could be mincemeat, and we're going to see this top ramp set up again, so we might get to see this come into fruition this time round. As Olof's actually going to continue forward. That's going to make life difficult.
Yikes. Could be the inner execute. Takes full damage as well.
This has been very effective, this area for NaVi.
Into the site.
As long as they have the bomb go in the correct area, they'll be absolutely fine. You can see how cleanly they break through. They haven't even taken any damage yet. They're going to get the bomb down here in a 5-on-5. Olofmeister, it really is struggling in this area. 20 seconds, bomb planted. And now FaZe need to work out this is even worth it. Brokey confirms it. Takes down the danger man himself. Simple. Electronic will strike back. Good flashbang towards Boomage, but he recovers.
Check your close corners. Rain was pulling a nade. Brokey's doing it all. He's on for 3. Could be the 4th. Electronic trying to clutch it out, but between the 2 of them, they make it work. Just the 2. Brokey and Nico rip apart the NaVi assault.
They hold on to the inside area. It wasn't looking good there. In a 5-on-5 retake scenario where NaVi have actually got control of the inside bomb site as well, you wouldn't put that in favor towards FaZe at all, especially with that sequence from Boomage as well. It looked like he was going to spray them all down. Brokey with 3 kills in the AWP. Nico comes in with the 4th. And it's just about enough to get them over the line here. Now, the money for NaVi, they are going to buy with 1 hero rifle. Now, let's see how much of investment.
They're all in.
Oh, they're all in. Okay. It's actually not bad overall. There's only 1 player with the pistol.
Yeah, it looks pretty good for me.
The AWP is simple with the helmet as well. They've definitely got a full buy here. Now, I'm going to see that smoke towards Sandwich. Flashbang behind it as well. Cold Zera just investigating towards Ivy. It's a nice deep smoke, but he maybe receives a bit too much damage for his efforts there. Sure, it helps delay towards Ivy, maybe pushes them back. Nice wall bang damage there, that evens the playing field. Actually gives FaZe a slight edge.
They're going back to inner again. They really want to give Olof the beans here.
Olof isn't finding any kills here, to be fair, so it does kind of make sense. He's got
What's he going to do with a flash on that jiggle? Throw it up the ramp?
I guess so when he feels like they're committing, just to lob it in towards that lower ramp, and he knows they go for surprise contact plays or just 1 flash executions. And it's the same thing. 1 flash, And he's just trying to have some self-preservation. The flashbang's perfect.
Yeah, and he actually manages to get 2 out of that. That's brilliant. Brokey stole one of them from him, but the frag's all the same. And now bomb going down. That's Electronic out of action for 5 seconds. They're boosting, and Brokey's going to profit from it. He's doing so much work, but the backs are all turned and missed shots. Who was that? Flamey's going to feel a little hot under the collar after that.
Yeah, and he had some amazing deagle moments on this very half as it all falls down there.
That is so sick. We were talking about the Faze details with utility, right? As soon as they lose into control, the awareness if there's no connector smoke that's being called because they push sidewalk, right? We know they push sidewalk. We've seen that a bunch of times. Well, they smoke it themselves. They boost over that, knowing Simple's job as the AWP player is to cover connector while the rest of them swarm the rest of the bomb site. That's the first point in, right? When you think about the rotation, you're either coming through connector or CT spawn. Well, if Simple locks down connector, he basically has hump, which completely covers the CT spawn low ramp rotation. And as his teammates push up, they can comb the site. Well, Faze, they had an answer for that. And I love seeing these little details. This is what it's all about.
I love that flash from Olof. Like, that was sick. Like we weren't sure what he was going to do with it. I speculated probably just throw it in the lower ramp. They bounced it off that side train towards the sidewalk area where they've really been focusing as well. It landed in the middle of 3 of them. He gets his 1 kill. That's all he really has to do, all things considered from what we've seen so far. He flashes enough, though, for his teammates to get the advantage and isolate them. But with maximum loss bonus and the bomb going down once again, of course, they can still buy.
Do you want to
Simple still has the AWP.
Would you be like okay calling inner again, Chad, after so many kind of close calls?
Well, the problem is they haven't set a precedent of any form of conditioning on yard. We haven't seen the constant 5 and E-box smokes coming out, so it limits your options here. But this flash is almost going to be perfectly timed from Nico.
It is, and yet there was one man, Boomich, quick enough.
Yeah, the perfect position for it. Aware of all the little moves FaZe have up their sleeve, and they've got a 5-on-4 here, but there's less than a minute. Remember, NaVi operates very slowly on train. They do have 2 smokes and Rain. Decent map control here. You can confirm they might want to start getting players towards inner at this stage. Incendiary thrown towards the lower ramp. 30 seconds coming up now. The bomb still a T-spawn. And Simple, if he doesn't get his kill quickly, they could be in trouble. Great smoke from
30
Rain.
seconds on the nose.
Yeah, they have to go inside now. There's no other way, 2 ways about it. They either go popped off fast together.
Oh, they're going through. They want to fight.
Looks like Boomich is trying to lead by example.
They got to run through together and over the best. It's either Rain gets 3 or they get him cleanly.
Well, Rain will take 2, no issues. The 3rd is Simple, and he's left alone. Just like that, FaZe find the 9th.
I don't know what they thought was going to happen there, but Rain had absolutely smashed them.
Hunt him, chase him, you may as well.
Just to show you the power of the smoke and why we bang on about it so much on maps like Inferno. Like, do you see the true power of it there? That one smoke just segregates them from the round. They can't do anything about it. They have to push through, and it's guaranteed kills on the other side. The smoke is just unbelievably good if thrown at the right time.
Simple died after time.
Indeed, he did. $100. $100. Their loss bonus is $3,400. He just lost $3,300, an AWP, and armor going down after the time.
Yeah, that's the big. He's had the AWP consistently the last like 3 or 4 rounds somehow, with the maximum loss bonus, all these bombs being planted.
He has a Glock. When do you see Simple with a Glock?
He's got a Glock and nothing else. His teammates have partially invested, and no one's even dropped him a little pistol. Perfecto could have given him a P250 maybe, but Rain will give Boomich a face full of lead instead.
Now he's on the retrieval mission.
Yeah, get a deagle at least.
Like to take that, please. Thank you.
Please don't do it to him, Simple. Don't give him the...
Olof might have made him mad.
Yeah, he might have done. He might have done at this point. He's picked up the deagle. I've got a bad feeling about this. Electronic as well has found a bit of wiggle room towards Ivy. He gets the timing right here. It could be a 1 deagle on the menu towards green.
Learning a lot of about how to play Ivy, watching Nico and Cold approach it.
Here it comes.
Needs to be a clean 1 dig. And now he loses his life. Yeesh.
The range, the precipice of what Nico was walking on there, staying crouched with, it's so tight. They are so aware of all these little gaps.
There's no armor on Simple, but he still gives it a good go. Nico with a couple of kills there towards the end. Double digits for FaZe here, looking for the 2-0. NaVi, after winning the pistol, have 3 in total.
Someone has to drop Simple.
Yeah.
Well, they have to. He's got 3,500. Like
they have. Yeah, you're right. They need him to stay. Like, if anyone's going to save the day here, it's going to be him,
Simple.
right?
That's right. Look, you look to those 2 individuals. We talk about them so much, so they have to be the heroes.
No,
wow.
He's gone for the bottom of the barrel rifle.
So this might be a set piece then, right? If they haven't given him a key weapon to find an opening, they're changing their tack. They probably want to do something that's a little bit more set. Seeing Boomich go quick, maybe he wants to go for that Pop Dog opening. He did find Rain before. Towards end of this time, not towards Pop. Flamey's had a rough one again, hasn't he? Only 3 kills. Perfecto with only 4.
I think 2 of those were those magical 1Ds.
Yeah, the bottom of the barrel for NaVi, it's not stepping up. We have been highlighting day after day here within Stage 2 about the individuals not performing. Coming into this matchup, 4 names were in the bottom 5. Boomich, Flamey on the side of NaVi. On the other side of things, CsGo currently sits at 14 frags, second highest in the server, and Olaf, who's been doing a decent job defending inner.
Yeah. And just to note on that, Flame is currently 3 and 12, Boomich 5 at 11. The trend continues here.
Yeah, it's rough.
So another strong smoke here from Rain. His utility usage has been excellent. Like
plays by it.
His individual like fragging hasn't been anything unordinary, but still, the way he's been locking them out time and time again, it's been frustrating.
He's won 2 rounds minimum just from his smoke grenade and main pushes. Seeing the lineups now from NaVi. Let's see what they've got in store for us today.
Well, he needs to start speeding things up a little bit. The clock keeps running too short for them, so this has to be a commitment. They have nothing to fall back on. That's all their smokes and all their flashes used now. Full commitment coming through. Rain, nice movement here, but Flector surely finds him. Apparently not. Need to nail those shots, kid.
And another one there for CsGo. He finds Flamey. Where is that bomb is the next question I have, and it looks like it's loose in the middle of the battlefield, but Faze on for 11. CsGo's hitting some bangers. There's another one on the cards, just one onto Simple, but he stands his ground. 15 seconds, and Nico makes sure no more crazy plays out of the man with the one in his name. Round 14 concludes, and the last of the half of our second map is on its way.
Can you explain the phrase to nutmeg?
Yeah, we have been. Oh, I guess we didn't do it today.
So, nutmegging is a term we're trying to bring into Counter-Strike, and it's basically around the idea, this new kind of philosophy players have sitting inside smokes and trying to find gaps, and if there is a key smoke down at a very tight choke point, let's say at the top of Banana, for example, there's a slight gap, you've snuck through and the CT's unlucky, you managed to get to CT spawn, let's say arch in middle, and you've used the smoke to your advantage, they have no idea, you've got through enemy lines, undetected, that's a nutmeg.
Yeah, we've kind of played on the football term to nutmeg, where you get the ball through someone's legs. So we've kind of built that with the smoke. It's kind of getting through their legs into the site.
It's like a humiliating and yet powerful play.
Exactly. You basically slip the net. They have no idea you're on the other side. You've got through smoke, and at this point, Brokey, that's why he's using that angle. Perfecto down again. They've got a 5-on-3 advantage, but they are committing towards inner once more. They start to fall back. Electronic does get at least 1 kill. Off my step, and there's a flash.
Oh, he avoided it. He played that so well.
They know they're coming in.
The preemptive flash. The half is over already. That was a quick way to finish it. 12-3 on the half. FaZe Clan 4 rounds away from the compulsory win they have versus NaVi.
I've been living in the shadows for a while. Demons calling me from the afterlife. Dark doesn't faze me anymore. I can to my tears seems to go to. Yeah, I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. I said, 'cause baby, every fucking time you've played me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you I know the strobe lights, I'm haunted. Black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay,
Faze have fallen foul to all 3 of their games so far. It puts them in 0-3 territory, and a loss to NaVi would be a complete and total impossible task of achieving top 3 in stage 2. Well, a win here versus NaVi is a fantastic way to start, and they are just 4 rounds away coming into the start of our second half. Rushley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 has observed 9 seasons of ESL Pro League, including 7 finals. His first was EPL Season 3. You can see him there nodding his head because he got to focus on the pistol round, and so should we. Straight down Pop Dog. Nico's got in a Molotov. I'm very intrigued to know where that's going.
Could be a post-plant Molotov, and it's already gone through towards the bomb site here. So we'll see whether that works out for them. Electronic can't find a quick headshot. He's going to have to go for a reload now as they get closer and closer. Here's the first and third kill coming in quickly, but the bomb is planted. Faze have now lost both pistols. This one falls to right, and it looks like he will. Not a single kill found, but the bomb's planted, a success in its own right, a mini victory of sorts.
Krieg secured.
Krieg's, well, they might not have 3 of them.
Don't they have to have kills as well? Yeah.
They can definitely get 2 rifles here, but I don't think the third is possible without a few kills coming in. We'll see. What do they want to do here?
They're going to have to really consider this one based on the lead that they have.
Was it just through smoke?
So they could take a full eco now and come in like against the SMGs and FAMASs, just go for another bomb plant operation here. At this scoreline, that's what I would be saying to do. If I'm Yank, I'm saying you don't buy here. We're going to try and plant the bomb. They're going to have SMGs. Let them kill us all. If we get the bomb down, great. We'll buy up next round and close it out properly, which is what they're doing.
You can see they haven't even invested in a lot of SMGs because they know that they can't. So the thing is, with the buys on the CT side versus the second round, if the plant comes in, you have to have rifles to deal with the Kriegs and AKs.
So they've done 2 outside smokes. The most common area to plant the bomb is inner, so they're trying to keep as much presence towards outer as they possibly can here. They're going to just run down lower ramp with 1 flashbang, try and get 1 kill. That's all they need. Maybe 0 kills is enough. Just going to need to get the bomb planted there. Perfecto will try and slow them down. They have to commit off this. They would have just roasted. Unfortunately, their efforts will be thwarted now. They are aware. They've spotted multiple players, and Simple has rotated over. They can still bust through towards inside. They'll wait probably 30 seconds now, just to suggest they've gone elsewhere.
Potentially a controversial opinion, but I feel like jiggling with an incendiary in your nade and then throwing it down is just a little bitch move.
That's what that right there is the best way to be the solo anchor inner. Because
I know, I understand it. It is the meta.
Okay.
It does just seem like such an unnecessarily sad way to play off an FPS game.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of the roles that the supportive players get left with, unfortunately, is their job is just to be caretakers of areas to wait for backup. It doesn't mean that Perfecto can't get kills. It just means percentage-wise, you probably want to make sure you have backup before you're fighting the Ts.
It's just so annoying when you're doing an inner hit and you just see that you just see some goggles from the CT and then flame on the floor. Everything's ruined.
So going into this next big round here, I wouldn't be surprised if they throw caution to the win and bring an AWP out. They already have. There we had it. So they've perfected just buy Simple and AWP straight away. And they said, right, just go over it. We can't afford to lose rounds here. We're not trying to build money. We need to actually just string rounds together. We need the most powerful AWPer in the world to come online at this point. On the CD side of train chat, it could be enough. So we'll see whether we can do it. Simple, the AWP.
Brokey has his as well, so we're getting it early.
So 5 players survived in the previous round. They had to throw away an SMG for this. Is it the right call? Is it the play that saves the day here?
Let's see. NaVi well aware of the state of affairs. They did manage to actually test FaZe Clan after a similarly strong first half on Mirage. They managed to push it all the way into double digits for themselves, and CT side of Train's a perfect platform for them to try and do something similar.
Trading blows. Rain down to half health. Same story for Perfecto. Different sides of the map. In terms of Ivy, 3 FaZe Clan members wait. Brokey with the AWP as well. CTs with little to no utility now. You can see they've actually expended almost all of it. Boomich has 1 smoke remaining. He's currently positioned outside by Pop Dog. So if they go towards inner, there's no smoke to send them packing. But the AWP, similar setup as well. The exact same setup from NaVi here as Faze were deploying.
Interesting.
Same angle as well from Simple. So something to be said about that for sure.
Oh, they can leak the backline. So Flamey's going to try and do what Cold Zero did, but I think that smoke is very, very deep over towards Ivy.
And a second one as well. He's locked into Green Train. They can function towards backtracks at this point in time. Rain knows the game, but Electronic still wins it. That's crazy. Pre-fired and all. And with a FAMAS, he comes out on top. That's the jewel you need to win. Orban Bomb. Express delivery from Electronic Ltd.
Well then, that certainly turns the game on its head and knocks Cold Zeros off. The inside push of the MP9 will leave Olof Meister a 5-on-1. Alarm bells going off now. NaVi getting comfortable. They've got the AWP out. They've got money behind them. All the utility they could possibly ask for. Now AK-47s and a double AWP setup on the CT side.
All right, it's going to get difficult now up against those double AWPs. This one here, you feel like Rain should have had the better of him every day of the week, but he did take a little bit of damage earlier in the round there, so softened up for Electronic to be able to finish off there. Faze, if they play this half in the same way they did their second half of Mirage, NaVi are going to win this map. I don't think you can play on the T side as scared as what we saw them play on their CT side of Mirage. They have this saved AK-47 in the hands of Olof, who didn't get any loss bonus, so keep that in mind as we go forward into round number 20 next. So Simple's posted up aggressively with the AWP. He still has assistance down towards that low ramp, so if he misses a shot, he has support.
You think he's going to miss this one?
Well, if Henry.
Yeah, he doesn't though. He loves it.
And can just scarper away with damage already inflicted. That saved AK is not going to get Olof far if his teammates dissolve before he can even start to maneuver. Boomich tucked in on main. It's very powerful to enable you to keep hold of both Pop and main simultaneously. You can take extra chances knowing the buy is weak from Faze. 2 smokes, okay, so they're going to be giving it a good shot and get access to that low site.
Smoking connector for Brokey. Flashes from Olof Meister. Smoke towards upper from Rain to block off vision from the AWP that could be upper. They'll limp into the site here. They might get a bomb down unless Olof Meister goes sick. Should be a very convincing NaVi finish. Or the incendiary might confirm it.
Perfecto's throwing the same flash. Rain up Oppa. And that bomb yet to go down. Cold's job. Rain's deagle has connected, but the spray's too good. That was the bomb delivery. And now that preserved rifle just wants to try and take a couple away. That's Perfecto caught. Olof would have to go wicked sick, and he has a 3rd frag from Olof. He's lost so much health, though, and that bomb is so difficult to retrieve. It's under CT eye line, and that's the end.
Well, he had 10 seconds remaining, so that was a fair enough pick from Flamey there. And even if it went down, it's unlikely that Olof can even recover the situation. So there we have it. 12-7, 4 in a row now for NaVi. You can feel it coming. FaZe Clan need to post their first on the T side here to get number 13 on the board. Big spray down for Perfecto, happy to take it against the unarmored FaZe. Olof Meister, good job here on a couple of frags. Electronic especially, good shots. Does keep them on some sort of a relative leash. You can see Perfecto and Simple fully invested in this round. Aids towards the bomb train. Normally pretty successful this time, not landing any damage.
This is going to be a really tough ask to see FaZe get into this game. For some reason, I have an ominous feeling about NaVi just having a flawless CT side.
Got the same vibes. Time will tell. Another compromise buy here. See if Rain can hold on to main entrance this time. Bested by the FAMAS in the previous round. Now offering up a double AWP setup for NaVi. Good smoke towards the end of Ivy.
A 12-3 half. NaVi undaunted.
They're back in it as soon as they win this round, NaVi. The game is totally on at this point.
Olof Meister basically says, come and get me. But that could be the right call. You see the bomb actually positioned by Pop Dog right now, trying to get as much attention towards Ivy as they possibly can. They have snuck towards the backtracks a couple of times now. Electronic watching for the boost. There is a chance to deploy that here. Things a bit rough at this point. Not going for looking for the gap. Another smoke down.
Now the nutmeg.
This could be another. I think I'll step for sure, though. Yeah, Electronic ready for it. And it's the inside play. The nade's devastating.
Perfect amount of damage, my God. Doesn't get better than that. Perhaps it does. Perfecto looking perfect on the inner hold. All three, not quite. Nico will just about enable that bomb plant, but the winning the round is far from a reality. One tap, one shot.
I hate this from Faze.
Yeah, they've lost their pacing, their confidence. It seems like it's very flat.
I understand it. Like, it's very, very scary to play against NaVi. If you go 4 outside, you're dealing with Boomich, Simple, Electronic, and obviously Flamey's in the backlines with that secondary AWP. So it's a scary prospect to be hitting yard fast, but the opening smokes, right? The opening smokes is a way to give them space, to allow them to actually take duels.
What have NaVi been doing to stop Nico pulling a Carrigan? You know, like just straight up out main, out Olaf, smokes towards Sandwich, and it's all chaos.
Yikes, that's stat.
Faze hold the second worst T-side round win rate of the top 10 teams, 43% of the past 6 months. So their CT side, excellent.
But
no doubt in that.
Their T-side is not ideal. Yeah, so they haven't tried it yet, Alex. So they haven't even had a look right now. You can see here, not a lot of utility dumped over towards main. Boomich more than happy just to flash and push. And well, this time around, it's going to come back to haunt him.
The Krieg is ready on the other side, and Electronic only good for one here. Simple gets up towards heaven. He is a Counter-Strike god, but he's been flashed off at this stage. Will they be able to detect his position? It's so powerful up here, and the bomb doesn't get planted, but Nico, he will find Simple. Flamey holding on for dear life here, down to the 2-on-2, and a chance for coldzera to find him.
He wins this duel, though. Puts it all onto one man. Nico not gonna find it. Perfecto will hit the spray. 9 for NaVi.
That's gonna be 6 in a row in the second half as well. Faze are looking weak. They can't seem to convert these rounds. The opening pick towards Pop Dog, you'd think that would be it.
They traded as well, they even took Simple down for free.
Yeah, and it was the secondary AWP of Flamey that saved the day. A tactical timeout has been called. Yanko trying to work out what they can do to topple this NaVi defense. And at this stage, their loss bonus, sure, it's at maximum, but they haven't planted the bomb in the last previous round. So they don't get the extra injection of cash. They got to take a partial buy here and allow NaVi get double digits. Once that point comes in, Chad, you actually give NaVi the advantage.
At this point, NaVi are winning. NaVi have had a flawless CT half so far. They haven't really felt like they've had to sweat. In moments where the chips were down, they've had individuals step on up. And what was a pretty bleak performance from Flamey has turned into 9 kills to his name. You've got 9 for Boomich as well. Perfecto 14, 13 for Electronic, 14 for Simple. So things within the NaVi camp are definitely starting to lift right now as the buy will come out from Faze. They've just upgraded some pistols here. They have some armor on the majority of their members. Brokey's he's gone without. He wants the AWP, but they do have the smokes. Potentially, if they get fast, if they find the gaps, they might be able to get out into the yard and find the openings here. Nico, the man with the plan. He's out quick and has that deagle in hand.
Yeah, look how much ground he's managed to get. That's so much before the utility even blooms, but he's flashed and Boomich checks it. Wow, perfect hold from Boomich, finally finding some form he needed to. He's been all too quiet from the in-game leader of NaVi. Crucial frags, admittedly not the full buy, but still a threatening one from Faze.
Good buy. I was going to say plant, but he's dead.
Good save.
Well, there it is. Double digits found. That was just a partial buy, and Boomich making light work of them here. M4A4 is going to come online now for him. NaVi firing on all cylinders. Still a couple of rounds to tie things up, but remember, Faze have not posted a single round yet in the second half. That is now 7 in a row against them. Round 23 coming up. Full buy for Faze. But it's not looking good. It just feels like the third map's almost confirmed.
Nico wants to take things into his own hands again and try and catch him on the cross. Instead, he catches a nade on his nose.
Damn, Nico. All right. Just back to the more traditional options here, hoping they just jump up. On red, you might be able to get a kill. Fires off a shot towards the Pop Dog area through the wall. Nothing connects, and Flamey defensive angle towards Ivy here. Flashbang will catch him. Doesn't fire off a shot, just falls back.
Notice how there's only 3 on the yard right now. There's 2 players from NaVi playing towards the inner site. This is Faze's best chance. They don't know it, but if they were to work a default yard right now, they could isolate one-on-one duels. Unfortunately, with all this utility being thrown around, they're unable to get any ground under their feet. And, well, with 4 players up in the box holes and 1 over towards Ivy, this would look like it's going to be an inner piece, but Simple and Perfecto, they've been able to deal with it well to this point. There are a few more nades in play. A couple more smokes potentially be thrown down on the bomb site. They're going to go for the drop again, but Boomich has the counter. This has happened twice now. He's aware that that Molotov signals the totem drop, and his Molotov buys them some time. So NiKo attempting to break the windows. They were already broken. Be throwing off an... Ooh. If he's doing the Ivy smoke, it's that one. There we go.
Double flash down the pop dog.
They're going to hit inner. They're hoping the CTs are going to just respect these smokes, but Simple's already holding it all down. Oh, this round's over just as it begins. Just so much waiting around and then into the bloodshed. NaVi, they have put up a wall on the CT side.
They're certainly throwing the smokes and flashes to suggest it's an outside play, but unless there's any players actually behind it,
there's no territory.
It doesn't do anything, right? You're just seeing utility being thrown over, and it's like, wow, they're probably just faking it.
But to note, on the upgrade round that FaZe ran, where we saw Boomich get those 2 kills, and he peeled out and he killed NiKo, they are clearly aware of NiKo's maneuver there, right? Because that was a flash from Flamey, who's the Ivy player. Electronic was close to the smoke, so the 2 of them were coming through to sandwich NiKo to take him out. So they already have a play in mind of how to deal with that.
The disparity of these two stats. When we read about NaVi, about FaZe before, and now this. In the last 6 months, NaVi have won the most CT rounds of the top 20 teams, 65% on train. Those two stats really do clash.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a problem for FaZe.
The stats don't lie, Henry, and the stats suggest that we've got the worst T side on train and the best CT. So this could very well be converted into a third map, despite a 12-3 lead. Oh, he landed on his teammate's head. Style points for FaZe Clan. But at this point, the YY ladder stalls are not what FaZe are looking for.
Yeah, just trying to bully their way out of main entrance at this point. You're going to do well against this double orb setup. They haven't fully invested in this round, but it's good as for a couple of players. NiKo does put
but that's
one
a free
back.
kill.
There is a free kill. Maybe a round here now. Perfecto and Simple, both waiting towards outside here. 3 players for FaZe also. They put the brakes on, working out what their next move will be. Suggesting they're going to have to worry about inside. Smoke down towards Pop Dog. Simple will use that to suggest still outside presence as he does rotate towards Connector.
And Perfecto will take a more passive line. Simple was making a lot of steps on the bomb train, hoping that the green train player would get a little too interested, take the fight with both of them, but didn't work out. So Simple's now checked inner, called it clear for now.
Oh, it still feels so tense. This kill's a lock-in.
It's a NaVi round.
Yeah, Simple. He's got the information now. Time's ticking away. They're nowhere near planting. Electronic. He managed to get 1 kill. So did Flamey. Simple to close things out here. And he's going to bomb down. And FaZe just look so timid right now. They don't want to take these duels. Like normally in a 3-on-2 like that, they'd be assertive. They'd be finding the shots required just like that. Now up against just one play, jumps up and offers himself up as Simple. He devours him, and yet another round found after a couple of opening kills. That's the closest FaZe have come, and they had to fully invest on 2 players. coldzera and Olof, 3K per piece, and they're going to have to either buy here with Galil's in the mix, or take another eco partial buys, yet another timeout. 12-12.
If it's me, I'm force buying and I'm doing the yard smokes. I'm doing the 5 in the E-box smoke and I'm throwing everything at them. I'm just doing a fast out and hoping that you catch them off guard and you can trade efficiently. Because otherwise, whatever you're doing is not working anyway. You know, you're doing the slow default to spread it across the map. Henry said, you've got the smokes. We've already touched on that, the utility usage from FaZe.
Why haven't they just tried it once? It's just because you listed the players, right, of NaVi holding it.
And it's obviously something which, you know, you need to be able to exploit a certain gap. Knowing Electronic is the sandwich player, he's a tough ask to get on top of here, right? So I just think that it's not the easiest of moves to establish early if everyone knows you're going to do it. And I think FaZe's game plan coming into this was not to start with that maneuver, but nothing else has worked. So now that you're so many rounds in the hole, what are we, 9 on the trot here for NaVi? That it's the same thing that was happening in NaVi's T side. They haven't established a pattern, a rhythm, because they haven't been able to.
A flawless defense from NaVi on their map pick. Certainly does look promising for CIS squad.
Well, this looks better. Bit of spring in their step this time. FaZe aren't entering with just a default. At least a bit of territory has been claimed at the start, but look at the response. The grenades are just flying in now. Remember, FaZe have not posted a single round after finding a 12-3 lead in the first half. That's insane. It felt like a done deal. All they had to do was win a pistol, close it out, but of course, NaVi are grinding it back round by round here as they find the opening pick. Rain, the player to find the territory, has been removed. Molotov's decent, but doesn't do enough to actually remove Simple from any sort of danger.
Checking all of his angles of assault. Electronic caught on the flank,
Oh,
and Simple
God.
wants to fill the gap. He's going straight into the fight. and will once again take the man advantage. coldzera trying to claw it back. Flamey does not have any interest in a phase round. He'll get the necessary frag, so now Brokey looking to clutch. The Molotov doesn't do enough, and 40 seconds, this is another one for NaVi. Poor old Brokey, he can clutch, sure, but at this point in time, he's gonna find the first. Simple. He's forced to watch his teammates try and win this one out. With 30 seconds, a bomb on his back, Brokey could have another shot at this. Gets some info, but whoa, there was a world in which he hits that.
It was a good attempt, but once again, the problem is the lack of plants. In the second half, we've only had 2 plants right now from Faze. One of them came on the pistol round, and one of them came on round 20. They've had 2 rounds that have timed out, which means they've had to save guns. That means there's 2 individuals at one point in this game who didn't get the loss bonuses. And now it's going to be another one of these little pistol upgrades. This is great stuff from NaVi. The fact that they are just putting up this CT-sided wall, they're prepared for almost any look. They're able to deal with the fast stuff, the slow default plays when they're losing kills. You can see how quick Simple is to plug the gaps. They're looking fantastic in that stat line. Wow, it's no lie.
Yeah, the CT side is, it seems, impenetrable.
Yeah, well, it certainly seems to be the case. 12-3 to 13-12. Quite the turnaround. Faze does not look themselves. This T-sided train, it doesn't suit them. They need to revamp the playbook, it seems. Like, get some faster paced strats, and there's more set pieces. Where are the post-plant scenarios? Where are the clutches? There's not even been a chance for one of those. And again, there was been mauled. Simple manhandles them as they make their way in towards inside. Bomb planted, a rare victory in that sense. The round surely falls in favor here of NaVi. Oh, hold on. A couple of kills now.
A lifeline.
Yeah.
NiKo's not looking for this, though. The ram flank's coming in. He'll be able to explain it, but Electronic has found the frags with just a scrap of... Oh, dear! That was a nasty way to go. Kratos and retrieval of the kit. Boomich fortunately has one, and he's still totally safe and sound.
Yeah, they got plenty of money as well, so not a huge deal. Would have been nice to bring the double orb setup over. They still got it. Looks like they're just going to convert this 16-12, to be honest with you.
That's pretty clean. That is actually as clean as it can be.
From a 12-3 half to a 16-12, that's going to be something to celebrate, that's for sure.
It's not as good as a 16-0, but maybe the next best thing.
I don't know. I think this is probably more earth-shattering. A 16-0 you can laugh off in the end.
That's true. A 12-3 first half CG side train not being able to post a T round.
And then being forced to play another map.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, when FaZe went overtime versus Astralis and then lost Nuke, they actually got 16, 3 in the second map. It did not go well for them.
Wasn't great. And when you think about the fact they were up 15-5 on Mirage and map number 1, and then NaVi clawed that back to make it a 16-12 game that could have gone overtime as well. This one doesn't have the same formula written all over it. FaZe don't look competitive here. They're not able to post up many frags. We're not seeing many plants.
I just don't know where the FaZe mojo has gone here. Like, where is the pacing? Why are they not having brutal Wolfpack mentalities and getting in there, finding their headshots, and just getting battered and bruised all over the map? The first advantage I think they've had this half has just been found in round number 27. A 5-on-4. And coldzera has been dinked in the process. So it's not like it's a huge advantage. Simple's still alive, and he'll fend them off again towards Ivy. 22 kills to his name so far. Olaf Meister with the default Ivy smoke towards the left-hand side. Playing in front of smokes now. CTs will group up. Focus towards main entrance and Pop Dog. Waiting to deploy their smokes, trying to hold on to them as long as possible here. Electronic knows he can wait until that smoke or incendiary expires. Then drop it in. 30 seconds remaining. Locks coldzera out. And if they're going for another fake here, God help them.
Surely they have to go all in. They have to go all in.
They have to commit. And coldzera and NiKo finding frags, as is Rain. Could this really be FaZe finding their first T round of the T side? Oh, well, clearly, obviously, Alex. We're going to see Flamey just thrown into a 1v5. And yes, the frags have been connected enough. Olaf finds his first. And coldzera, a double kill. The second with just a scrap of health has done enough to put one on the board for FaZe.
You see Brokey again with some flash assists. He had 3 to his name there taking yards.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Just hooking them up.
They're Valve flash assists. We don't put as much stock in the Valve flash assists as we do as the HLTV.org flash assists.
So it just means if they're flashed in any capacity.
In any capacity, yeah. So we don't know how blind they were, but we know that Brokey's flash touched them in some way, and that was clearly a key to winning that round right here. All those headshots tumbled.
Well, it was a good start at least. The first of hopefully a couple, because FaZe really have shrunk in the last couple of rounds. I have to say, Electronic has dealt with this smoke many times before. Always seems to post himself up, and this could be a bit of a nutmeg here. Nico's actually snuck through behind enemy lines.
Huge amount of control for Nico.
He doesn't have to do anything here. Just wait for someone to walk into your cross. They have no idea Nico's already out.
They're throwing the same nades.
So he knows one's there towards Sandwich, but Flamey, he's got the information, takes Nico down. Any chance they had of winning this round might have been shut down there. And that could confirm it. Cold Zero just walks out of up, and it's another underwhelming round here for FaZe.
Brutal way to lose a map. It's just being taken from you by force.
I think, considering their money, they should go for this one, right? Knowing that they don't want to give up 15 in a 3-on-5 situation. There's still a lot of fight left in this. We won't see a save, or at least we shouldn't. If Rain finds a kill here, maybe that's the key to the map.
He's out. Oh, no, he's not. Now the swing comes through. Couldn't have gone any worse from there. There was a second where the window was open. Leapt through it. Didn't work out for him. Round 15 confirmed for NaVi.
Damage could be good here, though. Look at the money for Perfecto. It's not great. Electronic, not great. Simple down the bottom as well. If you can find a couple of kills here for anything but a clean round, that secures it. It is a perfect, flawless CT round there from NaVi.
And a flawless CT half pretty much at this point. Only giving up one round after a 12-3 deficit. They find themselves with a 15-13 lead. Who would have thought this would come full circle? It's the 12-3 EPL scoreline that always seems to deliver. Round 29, we'll have Nico just down to a deagle here. They need 2 in a row for overtime. If they can somehow get there, they will come back online. They'll get a second win, but I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, 2 rounds on the T side of Train.
Well, they've only have 1 so far. They'd have to more than double their efforts. And we've already seen 13 rounds.
NaVi just give them nothing. Like, you have to straight up just walk into the crosshairs of these CTs and win your aim duel. Electronic is responsible for main. NaVi, with just 1 slight blemish on their defensive record, looking to do it again. 5 frags from map 3.
Oh, the smoke again. They're so tentative and passive phase. They have no territory. Ivy, they're at the very mouth of it, like at the very T-side entrance. They've just been smoked out of main entrance. They have no one in brown halls. What is the default even doing for them in this stage?
They're being bullied by all this utility and they're scared of the AWP, so they're not happy to take wide swings because Simple can punish them. They can't take any of the normal map territory because of all this fantastic utility. NaVi have had an absolutely phenomenal half. This has been fantastic.
This has been a belter.
There's nothing they can
There's
do.
25 seconds, right? That they've been smoked out of every facet of the map. They're going 1 by 1 at this stage. Kills through the smoke. Looks like we're all done. This was an absolute nightmare from FaZe. You're 12-3 up, a locked-in game, and then this from NaVi. They win out 16-13 and take us to a third. Unbelievable scenes as FaZe crumble before our very eyes.
I pick my teammates up when they fall, and if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Surfing the mall, we outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had none. Gave it everything when we had none. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab none. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine away from the shade. Another way, ain't no going back. For the last time, this ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life, I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Don is why you sad. I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. I black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Can't hit it back. Someone said it, you sad. Cause I get too warm, it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around.
A tale of two halves has never been more true than that matchup right there of Train. Faze versus NaVi. It started well. Nico, on their CT side, he was setting the pace. He was looking hot to trot. Everything was going in Faze's favor as they were able to mount a gargantuan 12-3 first half. Most people, most Counter-Strike fans around the world, they probably thought that one was done and dusted. They probably thought it was over. A quick Faze 2-0 was on the cards, but no. No. You have to remember who they're playing. It's NaVi. They love Train. They've been looking good. They've got a man called Simple on that side of things, and we're going to bring up his stats for you right here because he had something to say about this one. He wasn't done just yet in this series, and he is going to show you right here, right now, why we talk about him as the god of Counter-Strike, the GOAT. It wasn't a simple performance where he's just run around and shredded everybody, but it was a CT side that was almost flawless from NaVi. They've done their homework. They've been working hard. You can see just how meticulous they were with utility usage to deny Faze access all across the map. And well, we're going to dive into a little bit of a breakdown with some of the rounds that went on down just there. So let's just take a look at the round timeline so you guys can see exactly how this one panned on out. What a CT half it was from NaVi. Things were pretty good for Faze, but it wasn't this good. Now, we've been talking about a move that's been going on a lot on Train lately, guys. And if you've been tuning into the Pro League, as I just scroll all the way back up here, you'll have noted to me about me talking about one of these moves that Mousesports loves to run. Well, Faze have stolen that move as well. So you get the smokes. They're going to go 5 in E-box standard smokes. The molly drops down towards the Ivy position, flashes are plenty over the top. And then what we've been seeing from Carrigan is a move where he comes out main, he comes back around sandwich, and he dips around the smoke, and he's able to find some area on the map. Also, he can do a variance where he comes down and pushes through towards the cutout position, or even going through the smoke towards back of bomb train. Lots of things you can do from these set pieces if you can find the room. Now, what I want to do is, as I scroll all the way back down to the bottom here, is I want to show you the way that NaVi dealt with Nico getting out mid on one of these low buy rounds. So here we go. It's the standard smokes. You see them get it set up. Faze are coming out. They're going to throw those two smokes I just illustrated with the top-down version. We can see the flashes coming out. But what I want to note for you here as we pause it, so Nico's out main. You can see those same smokes are blooming. He's going to make it down. He's going to park himself behind the smoke. Now, I love the awareness from NaVi of how they're going to deal with Nico in this position. We're going to continue to play it out here, and you're going to see a flash and a crossfire from Electronic and Boomich, which is great. So I'm going to pause it. Have a look. Boomich has got pop control. If no one's in there early, they're probably not going to be dropping in that quickly. Electronic playing behind the T-sided smoke. You've also got Simple here looking at that smoke as well, because Electronic has his back turned at this point, so he needs to make sure that he doesn't get through that smoke or do the nutmeg, the term we're trying to bring into fruition here. Now, I'm going to play this out. You will see the flash come through the air from Flame. I'm going to pause it. It's just gone off. It's just flashed. Boomich is picking now, close towards main. Electronic is backpedaling through the smoke so he doesn't get blind. I'm going to keep playing it, and you see Nico gets taken down. This opening move of having your in-game leader and also your best player to find opening frags was shut down that quickly. So this is great stuff from NaVi. I'm looking forward to see what they can bring to us on Nuke, because that's our third map. It's coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a minute.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Two boxes to get by Nico. Die with the god! Go to hit this. On the ramp though. He knows he's there.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ay. Ball so hard, ay. Raise the bar, ay. Turn into a star, ay. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping is basic, skipping is classic. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I see my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this. Don't like surprises. I cause a crisis. Man, I'm a scientist. With the music, I spice things. Up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my niggas from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you'll have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I ain't too far.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG Bet, and ESEA.
It looked too good to be true for FaZe Clan. 12-3 on the half on Train. And now, of course, we've reached our third map, NaVi, with an almost spotless defense to get us there. And to break us down exactly what to expect on Nuke, what we can look forward to. I always look forward to these segments. It's Chad. He's over at the Telus Train.
All right, going into Nuke, guys, there are a couple of things we need to look out for here, a couple of key factors going into this matchup. Now, we can see FaZe on the CT side. They have no problem dealing with the T half of NaVi. That's Train. That showed you that right there. But the problems that I do have for FaZe is their T-sided strats. They're plentiful, but have they been played out too much, and have NaVi downloaded all the data? So let's play this. This is just one example. They have a deep smoke wall they like to throw. 2 smokes landing here, 1 towards warehouse, and they play off of that. They can push into warehouse, they can go down secret, they can do a bunch of different looks. The reason I'm showing you this is because FaZe have the strats. They have ones that they do towards top ladder. They go fast around the ladder position. They even have the standard wall. They've got, you know, all these different walls. So many ones here that if we were to do it, we wouldn't actually get into the game anytime soon. But my point here is that there are 2 individuals that they have to deal with holding that position. Now we're going the top-down view. There's 2 men who hold that yard position. One is simple. The other, and yeah, it gets worse, is electronic. So those smoke walls outside are going to be downloaded by these 2 individuals who are going to know every single play and every single flashbang that they like to use. Going into this, if these 2 continue the form that they were showing just there on their CT side of Train, and NaVi use their utility anywhere near as well as what they did just then, this game is done. I cannot see a world where FaZe can get into this matchup.
Well, luckily for FaZe, I suppose, they did play against Astralis yesterday on Nuke, and they did manage to get them all the way to overtime. It was where Brokey couldn't perform against Device, though. There were a lot of problems there, but they did have a very solid showing. It crumbled in overtime, but they are very competitive on the map itself. The problem I have is, though, exactly the same sentiments as Chad. Their T-sides on Train was lacking some oomph. They didn't have any bite behind it whatsoever. They looked very flat, not a FaZe-like team whatsoever, and we only saw some glimmers of glory there with 1 round picked up. The CT side was excellent. Can't really poke any holes in that whatsoever, but the CT defense there for NaVi, the smoke utilization there at the very most was impossible to stop.
It was great to see. It was really good stuff because NaVi, normally we just talk about those 2 weapons going out and winning the rounds or then playing around those weapons. Well, they actually did it as a team. Every single individual in their positions showed up right here. And the GG.bet odds on your screen, well, they're still favoring FaZe Clan going into Nuke here. NaVi, they've got something to prove to the pundits, apparently.
Interesting.
Indeed. And bear in mind as well, we did state it before going into this one, it was a 0-3 scoreline for FaZe in the group stage so far. They have lost to Astralis, Mousesports, Fnatic, and maybe NaVi. They had that previous map in the palm of their hand. They couldn't grasp onto it, though.
No, and perhaps they've let it slip through their fingers because our third map, yes, we've seen a lot of FaZe playing Nuke. It certainly seems to be a new one in their wheelhouse. But this is NaVi. Chad's highlighted, Yard is held by their superstars, but that will have to wait because with FaZe winning the knife round on our third map decider, they will have the choice of side, and likely going to be seeing them start in the blue corner on the defense. It was exactly where they started off Train and found such a nice early lead. Going to be looking for something similar in our third map. A must win. FaZe's chances of the next stage of competition hang in the balance. And NaVi, well, they were just looking for another win. This would be their third. And the odds do look like they've been updated just a little bit. NaVi given the edge as we jump into our third map.
Oh, here we go then. NaVi starting on the T side. FaZe Clan up against a P250 armor combination is simple. We've seen this before. NaVi like to bully themselves in towards the ramp room. Olaf Meister's been given these difficult spots the last couple of maps. Inside on Train, ramp on Nuke. And his form isn't amazing right now. We know that. So they are going to be focusing towards these positions. He's being overwhelmed right now. If he even gets 1 kill, that will be a miracle in itself.
Yeah, he just revealed his position and then couldn't fire another single shot. There's so many steps above him. Bombs already planted. Oh, NaVi, they are looking like a team possessed. All of them just rabid, looking for shots like that from Nico. Maybe, just maybe, he can find another one of them.
Simple still alive, though. P250 in hand. As soon as they shut down Nico, that could be it. Very good with the USP. Damage being inflicted here. The shot's not quite connecting, though. Brokey He'll find one, but Boomich, Perfecto, all chiming in, and it's going to be 2 players surviving there. Ramp rush converted to a round victory. It is going to be 1-0 on the T side for NaVi here, and the Force Bite, normally an option here on the CD side of
There
Nico,
it is.
and, well, it does come from, I was about to say, maybe FaZe will go against it, considering what we saw on Train, but they will go for the Deagles. 8 cheese, 3 of those so far. Maybe a scout for coldzera. Hasn't purchased yet, goes to the Deagle as well. Bit of a master with the weapon.
5 Deagles here.
Brokey will not have Kevlar. So they've got 3 grenades. So they use this outside potentially. Just trying to get some damage done early on.
Smokes are important. Ooh, Squeaky gets open,
Couldn't
the nade's
pop
going
out.
in.
Hello.
It's completely missed, or did Boomich take all that damage?
Yeah, he did. They're going to try and go towards lower. Through the ramp, and a player diving down, and that might be it. Let's rank us 2-1
Look at all
Deeks
the
here. They're in
damage,
trouble.
though.
There is a player at the very back. Brokey could be overlooked. This position's never checked, by the way.
It's really not. Looks like he's been spotted, though, and he doesn't get a chance to do a single thing. Gosh, Faze looking a little flat here again.
Yeah, there's some on the CT side, but obviously very early days. It will be NaVi to confirm the round victory with this bomb plant. They haven't dropped a single player. So, Chad, they've done the same approach again with a 4 Mac 10 and 1 rifle. We see this from NaVi all the time. I'm not a huge fan of it, but they make it work. Why are no other teams like really doing this right now, do you think?
It is risky against the Force Spy. I just think that NaVi know they can pull themselves out of the hole with, or maybe they don't know, but more often than not, they can pull themselves out of the hole. coldzera will take down Flamey there. If you're going to go fast like that, it completely makes sense, right? The idea is to get Boomich down the vents, cut off rotations. He can probably just die very easily there. That should be almost a kill for free in some situations.
I suppose if you are taking more riskier plays like a Venn dive or a ramp rush, if you do lose players, you're not giving away AK-47s.
Yeah.
So you're going to keep that on your star player, and hopefully you have him surrounded by the bodyguards of the Mac-10s. So obviously it's viable, it works. You just don't see any other teams approaching in this sort of manner. It works out though for the 2-0, and in terms of survivors, Nico and Raim holding the Deagle Llama. The rest of them, though, can't really invest much at all. Brokey can maybe get a P250, considering he's already got 3750, but he is the AWPer, so can't get much more than that.
Yeah, just another thought on it maybe is if they keep the Mac-10s and they win that round like they did, you just highlighted the fact they're not giving away any weaponry, first of all, that they can save or use against them to win in that round. And then moving forward, if they do win the round, now they get to go up against unarmored opponents with the Mac-10s, which makes life even easier. And then going into the first gun round, most likely a whole bunch of unarmored opponents as well, because they need to start prioritizing utility.
Well, here comes that Mac-10. Looking to farm some cash here. I feel like he's on to something. Takes a bullet to the face, but Electronic will open things up and get the hell out of there.
That's enough. Pulls out some utility, and I say some, all of the CT utility. It's a single smoke on Nico and just bounding into the site. Simple, his feet barely touching the ground before the frag is found. Nothing for them to do here.
With 3 Mac-10s left over, the world is the oyster for NaVi. Let's say they want to do the smoke wall, cross secret. 3 Mac-10s barreling down secret, great. Top rush, if you can get out Squeaky, great. If you can go for a vent dive with the Mac-10s,
or
great.
keep bullying all off a ramp.
That's
Still
also
works.
another option, yeah. So there's quite a few options with these Mac-10s right here, assuming that they don't lose them. I wouldn't see any need this time round for them to upgrade anything. That's a nice shot there from Olaf Meister.
Could be another one for Rain. Not quite. Another $600 for NaVi. Olaf, even if he saves the Mac-10, he won't be using it the next round, so might as well go for the kill. Doesn't work out for him, and they'll save 2 Mac-10s here. And as Chad said, like a map like Nuke especially was just so momentum-based. If you do get a quick kill and one of the key choke points of the map, you're definitely going to keep onto it, keep hold of it. So we'll see Boomich and Flamey Mac-10s here. Keep a look at the helmet situation for FaZe. They currently have 3 players without them, meaning those Mac-10s become a lot more powerful. There would have been 3 Mac-10s if it wasn't for this shot from Olaf, his first kill into the game. Quite a stunning one there towards Simple. So we do have the Mac-10s out, and there are 4 players with our helmets here. So those Mac-10s become lethal before the round even starts here.
Smoke for the vent dive, but Nico's... Ooh.
Luckily, it only takes tiny amount of damage there.
Nice work from CTs, but it could be a topside push, and they didn't check him out.
God, he's
Boomich has already got a frag.
What's...
That flash was so perfect. We saw it from Cold's POV the whole time. That was a full flash.
Damn. So, the Mac-10, good for 1. See
Now
what
a
we can do
ramp
this.
drop? No, Flamey's actually waiting to catch up on the flank, and it's cost him his life.
That was one of the players about the helmets as well. Luckily, it didn't connect with the head. 2 kills for Nico now. Just the rifles remain on NaVi's side.
And they're battling back for lobby control, interestingly enough. Tables have turned somewhat.
Good trades. That's fantastic work. The fact that they milked the number advantage. Now back to tied game and electronic patient as ever. Olaf goes down and now Brokey with an AWP. Good luck, my friend.
Yeah, what is it? He's tried to feign the fact he's gone down towards lower, but they know he's the AWP, right? Like, of course they got a plan. Like, where else would they go? This is a dream.
They faked, at least.
Just to see if he'll open the double doors and go for a quick shot, I guess. That's about it. But if he does anything with this, I'll be amazed. There's the doors.
Simple's like, nah, okay, I'll move.
That's all he could do, right? Is open the doors and hopefully get a quick kill. But unless he gets it, it doesn't mean too much. If he gets one of these kills with a quick scope, the other will swing out and he's been taking another 3. That's going to be it. They can try and wallbang him here, I suppose. Not going to connect.
So one little detail from that round right there that we might need to keep in mind as the game progresses, the CTs, and I believe it was Rain, actually Molotoved into the T-vent. That's why Nico only took a little bit of damage to the Molotov, because it was team damage from that Molotov. Now, the reason that they would probably be doing that is because Boomich has an affinity with dropping down that vent. He loves it. It's a way to cause the CTs to scramble and force out those rotations early to be a bit of a mess. So if that was intentional and they did mean to drop that Molotov straight down the vent, they're trying to stop Boomich from having that freedom. But Boomich just went out hard on some basic utility from his teammates at the top side and obliterated that defense. So he has a couple more tricks up his sleeve, old mate Boomich here, as we will get into round number 5. The guns will be brought on up on the Na'Vi side of things for sure, but the question mark is over towards Faze. What do they want to do behind the saved AWP? It's currently the most expensive piece of equipment out there on the board, $47.50 right now, and well, to back it up, they're going to purchase some armor, some nades, and some upgraded pistols, and hope they can hit a couple of bangers, because they're going to need it now. 4-0 down on that CT side.
4-0. Brokey saves the orb. Na'Vi on an absolute tear. If you're just joining us and missed the second map, you think it's a pretty par for the course, picking up their own respective maps. We're on to a third, but no, it wasn't. Faze actually had a 12-3 lead at half on Train. They couldn't get a single round together until the very latest stages of the half before it ended 16-13. Now finding themselves down in the doldrums here, 4-0 against a T-side Na'Vi who shows no signs of slowing down. Up against pistols right now. Brokey has got the AWP, but as I mentioned before, he's not one of those AWPers that you'd be convinced like he's like an Oscar or a Voxic or a Simple. He's going to carry the round for you. Certainly a very good sniper, but doesn't really fall into that category.
More problems for Faze here. This is the first time in this series they've started behind.
Ooh, and now a missed shot from Olaf too, in fact. Does concede ramp control.
Yeah, ramp has been an issue for them. They might want to start putting Brokey in towards the ramp room with the AWP a few rounds, just push them back from that position. They're getting way too much access down here. Olaf Meiss is doing his best to fend them off. You can see him struggling. Same story for Ray. He's holding towards Secret, and at least there is a kill back in return. Just the one for now. That will enable a bomb plant, but maybe Coldzera, well, I was about to say, can do something about this. Nico trying to recover the Krieg, which he will, but taking shots through the door. Boomich one step ahead of the curve.
Boomich would have seen the gun get picked up through the door on the floor.
I think you're right. It's the butt of the gun when he's sticking through the door, right? So as soon as he picked it up, that's when he went for the spam. I'm not sure we can look at that, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. I might have to go back and review the demo. I know Graham Pitt is out there right now.
Yeah, had it been a difference making the run, I'd say let's do it, but it's not worth it when it's just one kill.
Well, Brokey has to save again. So one positive right now for Brokey in this round is the fact that he gets to keep his KD.
Cool little drop he just did there, by the way, just from the roof. It made noise, but he took no damage from it.
Using the door and sliding down,
I didn't know that was a thing, so that's cool. Slide off that. Something for Faze, I suppose.
Yeah, that's, I mean,
they haven't taken any damage on that fall.
They didn't take any full damage there. That's pretty good.
It's a positive sign. They saved the AWP, jokes aside. So that was a Deagle round, so Na'Vi once again punishing that ramp room and splitting down towards lower. Olaf Meister, he is in for a rough ride, I think. They've identified a weakness within the Faze unit. He said it himself in the pre-interview here that his current form, for whatever reason this week, is just not there. And I have to say, like this season, I think he's been great for
Faze. He's looked serviceable for sure.
Absolutely. And this week, he has been underwhelming, but he knows it. He said it himself, and it seems like Na'Vi know it as well. They're focusing a lot towards inner on Train. Now, a lot of presence at ramp as well. I feel like with this tactical timeout, Faze will be adjusting things. I'd like to see the AWP towards ramp, knowing that we've got the standard outside smokes being used. Very difficult for an AWP to thrive.
Here's a stat for you. Olaf's never won a major with a beard. So maybe this extra facial hair is weighing him down. Can't frag it out.
It was a very thick and heavy beard. I didn't know he had it in it.
Yeah, it does get hot and itchy. Look, for winter, it's okay. I've rocked quite a gnarly beard before in the past, but get rid of it when the sun comes
your
out.
fisherman's beard you had. That was good.
Fisherman's beard.
When he wore the red beanie and he looked like something straight out of a movie. I'm trying to think of the exact.
Yeah, a movie.
No, I had a specific movie in my mind, but it's got a really complex title.
Well, they did put Brokey over towards to ramp, so Henry got what he wanted.
The Life Aquatic is what I was referencing.
Yeah, that's a perfect reference for it, actually.
Thank you very
If you'd
much.
got it at the time, I'd have loved it.
Shoot. Still, we can indulge upon round 6. Faze yet to get off the starting mark. And Chad, you highlighted this is the first time we've seen it in this series. It's always been the strong start and the Na'Vi comeback. What happens now? There's no precedent. We don't know.
The AWP towards ramp is what I wanted to see. Chad just highlighted we've got it. Does it lend themselves to a round victory, though? The adjustments made. When they call a timeout and they're the ones struggling, you know there's adjustments being made here. You're going to change up your approach. You're going to do something a little bit different. Brokey has made the right call here. And so is Nico, apparently, as he gets that little jump over the smoke. Missing the initial shot, but this is what it's all about. Baiting Olof in, giving a bit of backup, just suggesting they shouldn't go to ramp every single round now. Brokey might not even have to return there, but that's enough just to show they've adjusted that setup.
Yeah, and Perfecto completely caught out. My God, jumping across to bait the AWP
Yep,
shot
exactly.
into the rifler. Bob's your uncle.
So even with the tactical timeout, I would have liked to have seen a rush there from Na'Vi, if I'm honest. Those changes seemed obvious to me, at least. But in towards ramp they go. And it will be a 5-on-2. Objective now trying to get the bomb down with the CT presence down there.
Maybe
I like the fact that they can actually just get straight towards upper here.
He's going vented.
There's a chance they win this.
Oh my God. He
There's a
baited
chance.
him with just the flashbang and the door.
There's a
Now 2
chance.
frags top
There's a
side.
chance.
They've got time for the plant. I can't quite believe it. Boomich.
There's actually a chance they win this. A 2-on-5 at 5-0. It would be over. It'd be GG.
Oh, wow. That hot player just reacted. I mean, you can't blame him.
Oh, this gap. Simple alive as well, making some footsteps now. Trying to bait in Brokey. He's so smart, but Brokey does hit the shot. Boomich surely won't be winning this one. That kill
Good attempt.
towards the hut was the entry.
We're seeing a lot more of that these days, using secret control and then popping back up the vent. Depending on the CT rotations, if you know how they like to rotate, if you can also deny
Like if it's
them.
more ramp based.
Yeah, exactly. And if you can set a precedent of denying them the rotation from the hut down the vent by having somebody lurk squeaky a lot, they're going to stop doing that. They'll start going back through secret, or they'll head over back towards ramp, exactly like you're saying, or maybe even try and push lobby. So the idea of, coming up the vent once you have lower control, we have been seeing that come in more and more. They're finding a gap. It's definitely not a traditional way to be splitting the top site, but if it works, it works. Another note, another common denominator that's been cropping on up. Flamey definitely stepped up his game in the second half of Train, but here on Nuke, once again, struggling to find any impact. He's got 0 kills.
He's had 0 impact, sure, but Rain does take him down again. So speak of the devil, he's had a bit of a nightmare again for poor Flamey, 0-5. But I have faith that his ramp hold will continue to be as obnoxious as it was over in Katowice. He did some sensational things on the CT side of Nuke. And he will be a crucial component in the Na'Vi defense once they get there. Look at the angle Olof's working with here. That is a tight line.
Yeah. He's going to need it.
He's fallen off of it as they go into the vent. So that information that he would have had is not present.
Oh, he's got nothing from this now.
He knows nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's one game going to be walking through secret and one decon.
They've left the bomb down towards lower. This next kill, very important. Olof Meister nails it. Boomich. Krieg bullet to the face. Electronic knows he needs to make up for that now. Smoke will be thrown in return. Does Olof Meister just assume that's a force field now? Electronic considering pushing through it. Goes to the vent instead. He's got the bomb on his back. Needs to get towards upper. And there are players there ready and waiting. Cold Zera. Joined by Rain. Bomb goes down. Looks like they're on their feet here, Faze. Simple left in a 4 versus 1. 0 chance of winning it. As Rain will take him down. Lovely work from Rain and Cold Zera there. This is getting better now, but still 5 rounds is enough for a T side in general, like full stop. So Na'Vi, if they post 2-3 more rounds, I'm not sure Faze can get back into this. But positive signs of these, that's 2 in a row.
Yeah, there's at least some life being displayed here by Rain. Gets himself a nice quick, I think it's a triple in total actually. Yeah, cleans up on Simple at the end there, but the impact happening a little earlier on into the piece. 3 Kriegs for the CT side now. That's going to really help, especially for a map like this. I mean, there are so many angles that or duels you're much more willing to take when you've got that weapon. And that extra scope ramp certainly going to become less of an issue for Olofmeister, I would imagine. Should he get challenged out again, those duels where it was a Deagle and a panicked Molotov will now be a Krieg and a not-so-panicked Tap.
Yeah, be more than happy to take some of these duels here, but Na'Vi maybe not considering it right now. I couldn't see any reasons to be fussing about this moment, but if they can start hampering the cash flow over there on the FaZe clan side of things, maybe we see those MAC-10s rear their heads yet again. That is the key to pace for Na'Vi, it seems. The rifle's coming out. I'm just going to expect a slow default spread as per the usual. Perfecto holding ramp, Electronic working ramp, the rest just posturing on the roof, waiting. They need to pounce on any information that gets thrown their way. But this is par for the course from NaVi.
Certainly is. What's the next play, though? Nico with the Krieg now on the CT side, 3 of them available. Outside smokes starting to be deployed here. Electronic will throw his. Simple lining them up as well. Lots of different variations that Chad highlighted in the pre-game. Boomich will be calling out which ones he wants right now. Just getting everyone in position. Perfecto apparently vital to this play. And he'll be throwing the deeper smoke there. Oh, just the incendiary goes down though, Chad. Is that enough?
Yeah, I don't know how they picked the timing.
Yeah,
on that.
I have no idea
I'm not sure
either.
what the tell was in that situation, but that's a huge CT-sided molly.
Is there a gap there now?
It's a deep one for the... So actually, I don't think the smokes are actually what they were expecting and trying to stop. So the bloom is still effective.
Yeah, so there still is a strong wall and a strong shot from Nico. The Krieg really working out for him, but it's the same story for Electronic. It's trading blows here, but it is FaZe coming out on top. 4 versus 3. Perfecto jumps down. Hunting for Olofmeister. Tucks himself in towards double doors.
Ooh, he didn't fall into the trap of feeling like he couldn't retreat. He did well to get back there.
Even the doors open. Actually works out for Nico to take a kill and the bomb.
Should be a perfect round now. You can see Perfecto completely caught out. Flamey finds his first, and it'll only be the one. 3 to 5. FaZe do find 3 rounds, and they needed them. 2 in a row. See the second shot. This is the duel he wins on Electronic, and that's an important duel to be winning, considering just how powerful Electronic has been in Yard. Lovely work from Nico, just maneuvering with the doors, and Perfecto gets caught out because he sees the doors closed, thinks it's his moment, and as they reopen, he's got his back turned to the Nico Krieg.
There's not a single tell of why Nico threw that Molotov to disrupt the smoke wall. The only thing is, it was exactly on 1 minute. So unless he knows the Na'Vi are throwing these set pieces at 1 minute.
Now you said that, if you've watched their demos and you know when they are coordinating things, usually, that's not a bad shout at all.
He threw it on exactly 1 minute.
Yeah, you've probably nailed it there, to be honest. They've watched the demos, Yanko's told them they always do it to 1 minute. Drop this if you can.
If there's nothing else on the map at 1 minute.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, opening pick found. This is a bit of an eco here for Na'Vi. 3 in a row for FaZe, but already suffered a massive deficit at the start of this half. They need to display this the perfect game at this point. Flaming on 2 HP. Boomich trying to sneak through towards the window room. Does do so. No one looking at him right now as a free kill. Take those.
Yeah, no complaints whatsoever. coldzera was responsible for it, but now, of course, doesn't want to get his face blown off by a Deagle underneath.
It's just the smoke, because they had a player in CT spawn as well. So Boomich uses that smoke to get towards window room. The comms just aren't great there. Brokey needs to tell his teammate Nico that there's a chance to get windows. That's all it comes down to. There's a possibility of it, and he wouldn't have been as exposed.
The Na'Vi pause just slowly gathering their resources towards ramp, and Olof's in a perfect position to just tap away at some heads hit. Jiggled, spotted, awkward, loses his life. Now they're just going to take straight control of the lower site. All 3 of them flooding in. There's a 4th member of the squad. He's going to be elsewhere. coldzera has taken back control of the ramp. Na'Vi, this is so totally winnable now. Boomich has even got himself an armored Krieg.
It's only flashes for the retake, Alex. This is a problem.
I don't know what FaZe can do here. They can hope that Brokey does pick off this rifle. That's the threat. But time is his best friend here. Boomich doesn't need to give them the duel. Yeah, they're backing away.
They have to save.
They have
That's
to
insane.
Save. What in God's name is that? 1 frag down the ramp, access to the lower site found.
So much respect is given in Counter-Strike these days. It's insane, right? Like, you're thinking about this. This was just a Deagle round. There's not even armor behind most of these players.
I was going to say, if they had the 3 Kriegs up, still I'd get it. But at the same time, you've got so much money behind this. You had 3 versus 4 there on a low by anyway. I think there was certainly a conversation to be had about retaking this one. Great shot from Flavy to get off Meister, but again, being bullied in that area, they might have to bring Brokey back over. Am I seeing a double AWP setup here for the FaZe boys? I think I am.
Ooh, a question
Oh, here
for
we
us.
go.
Can we recall who won Season 3? It was a Brazilian side, so it would have been Luminosity at the time, I guess.
Oh, well, that was an easy one. Yeah, that was definitely the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was easy.
Nice work.
The hint was a little too easy, I'll be honest. I wouldn't have had LG
Well, we
at the
said
tip
we
of my
wanted to
tongue.
have a quiz today, so that's the first
Cloud9
question.
won Season 4, which was in Brazil and Sao Paulo.
Against, was it SK at the time in the final?
Didn't Cloud9 win Season 1 as well?
I think it was.
Ooh, straight through the smoke. Electronic eats lead. Nico descending immediately upon it. He's going to take control of the lower site now. And you said FaZe have to have a spotless CT side. Well, saving 3 weapons and conceding to just the deagle buy of NaVi in the last has made things very uncomfortable. They can't lose another. And this is against a much more menacing buy. Double AWPs as well, worth mentioning. That should that bomb go down, seems almost impossible given the current setup. They'd have to find a pick first, and now gathering their resources back towards lobby.
Curious as to where NaVi want to end up now. They didn't get any territory out of that play, and then they've disappeared as quickly as they've came. Boomich is the only man they've left patrolling that part of the yard, and that is a fantastic grenade there from Rain. Boomich can't get anything done off the information, and they're just going to be milked on out of this one here. Simple and Flamey will do their best to retort, but it's a 3-on-2 situation with not much HP. They will plant the bomb, and this is where the double AWPs you were talking about comes into play.
Yeah, massive issue here on Nuke. Double AWP setup, certainly viable. Team Liquid run it all the time, but if you get in these sort of scenarios, the bomb's down, things get a little bit more dicey, especially when things are getting a little congested with the smokes down, the flashes coming through. First shot is perfect from Simple. He wouldn't expect anything less at this point. Now he knows it's an AWP towards main entrance. Happy to take the duel here. They're running out of time. They have a kill available, but what's the play? This kill has to come in from Olaf Meister. The AWP shot doesn't connect, and it all falls apart once more. FaZe Clan have lost everything. Brokey might not even get away with his life here. He's thrown away the AWP, found an AK-47, and Simple looking to take him down. Perfecto will do it in the end, and does he survive? Of course he does.
NaVi
And it
look like
will
the better
be-
team.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And that was what? Was it a 4-on-2 or a 3-on-2 there? Either way, it was a massive advantage for FaZe.
4v2, I think.
4v2 with the double AWPs, and that's just why you just don't really want to operate with double AWPs on the CT side of Nuke. If you're running away with the game and it looks great, and it's a nice remedy for problems on other maps. You saw on Mirage earlier, it's a good way to get into the round and change the pacing up. But on Nuke, it's such a different map in the way it plays. Having 2 AWPs on the map just makes it feel like it can be nullified very quickly.
Neither of those bomb sites lend themselves very well to...
Oh, Alex, that's your smoke.
Yeah, I wanted to see how you does. Can we go
Simple, show
to
me.
Simple's POV, please?
Actually, look, at the moment, with us being here on Nuke and the scoreline being 7-3, FaZe have won 3 out of the 4 halves on the previous 2 maps, which is wild to think about. The NaVi have taken us to this point by only winning 1 half.
1 half and a potential win on Nuke. They have, however, conceded the early frag. It was Rain who won the duel out on Squeak, and now no door for Boomich to play around. They're trying to sell this vent dive, but it costs another player his life. Weren't expecting him to be so vicarious. Now the bomb's gone down. Oh, actually, Nico does take it both out of their hands. He's securing this round with a nice double. Simple's all the way, still back at T-Vent. Rain's putting bullets into him in the smoke, and I'm afraid, yes, he's good, but not this good.
Yeah, good chance at a kill there, but Rain shuts it down, trying to get the bomb down quickly towards the vents. Quickly met by the M4A4 of Rain. They can still win this half. I would say even that would be a bit of a reach for them to be winning out the map at this stage, but NaVi will call their second tactical timeout, brought to you by the US Air Force here. Money pretty thin on the FaZe side of things after winning the previous round. They haven't invested into grenades on Cold Zero yet, so bear that in mind. So they are very fragile. In terms of their loss bonus, it gets removed every time they win a round.
Yeah.
So it currently sits at absolute bottom. They'll get $1,900 after losing this round if it happens.
I would consider buying if I was NaVi here. You can get 2 rifles up. Perfecto can buy one or drop one. Electronic can definitely buy one of his own.
Rush ramp seems to be working out for them.
Just something with a little bit of finesse to it, right? Because they're able to turn usual situations, which is nothing, into something. We saw that Deagle round before. They made 2 kills and then that forced FaZe to save. There's no reason why they couldn't do it with a buy right here. It's 5 seconds left. This will be the moment. Are they doing it? Are they buying? Boomich has a Deagle. Okay, they're just going to go for the Deagles again. Still dropping them, of course.
Yeah, I guess they're not rushing. They're a very
That's right. They do wait until the last 20 seconds of every single round before they do
So
anything.
They're fine with this. They're going to look for the 1 Deags and slow it right down. First kill will come through, though. That's going to be a nice shot from Nico.
Couldn't be much more of a free frag.
Yeah, just first 10 seconds around, off he goes.
Standing
Quick
on
kill.
a blue box in yard. Lovely.
I think Nico tries to make a point when he has the Krieg. Just like, look how good I am with this weapon. Look how easy I make it look. Everyone pay attention to how overpowered this weapon is. Just tapping them away. And there's 3 kills.
Yeah, he's communicated his particular problems with the Krieg over on his Instagram. I think I'm sure you'll be able to find it on social media. But there we have it, a nice clean kill.
Yeah, on his LinkedIn the other day, I did see that. He was posting about the Krieg.
You did?
Yeah, it was interesting.
I think he wrote a song on his SoundCloud about it as well. Check that one out.
We'll get it to round 13 and the money starting to stabilize on the Faze side of things now after the successful previous 2 rounds. All for Brokey, remember, has struggled on Nuke in the last couple of days. 4 kills to his name so far. It's difficult to make the AWP really work on Nuke in general. That's why we see the double AWP setup's not really super viable as the Nuke map has evolved in general. And with the outside wall of smoke, it's difficult to find the odd pick, but Rain's certainly finding them. That's towards Squeaky. Answered back by Simple quickly, though.
He's found a couple of them onto Flamey.
They just recovered the AK on the CT side. All of Mice, I think, picked it up. So he's left ramp now, right? So it will be just Brokey AWPing ramps. They have made that adjustment at least, knowing that it's been such a weak part of the map. Keep the AWP here, in my opinion. Otherwise, you're either going to keep giving ramp control, full executions towards lower. It will keep happening.
They're doing their outside smokes. Imagine if this happens at 1 minute again.
Nico's in the perfect position here to ruin this entire round for NaVi and put number 6 on the board. I don't think they'll be expecting him here this late, especially considering the fact that it is a 4v4 situation. And not only that, they're not going yard. So Nico, by being pushed up towards this box, can see it's completely free. Means he can pass that information on towards his teammates to hold the hatches, because it could be a top or a ramp hit here.
Now they head towards the top site. Simple wins the first duel. Olof was the one to provide it, but Cold pushed up in the hut. He's ready to punish Perfecto, and Nico as well onto Simple from yard. Boomich has crossed onto the site. They know that. Oh no, Cold! He looked away just in the nick of time for Electronic to convert. And now there's a real shot at this one. Brokey's only got an AWP and Nico's only got 10 HP, so this is starting to look just like that. 1 frag extra. It looks all good for NaVi.
Oof, that was their moment. The flash is good though. Oh, it actually catches the CT as well. Dropping down, taking a little bit of full damage there. Brokey is fine for now.
Oh, perfect.
Incendiary is great, but Electronic has got past it, but not past Brokey. It's going to be a defuse coming through, 7-6. Getting closer and closer to actually maybe winning the half at this stage. It's looking much better as they post 3 rounds in a row.
They swapped the weapons around for that retake. That was really, really nice. I'm not sure that shapes up just as well with Brokey supporting Nico's 10 HP on the rifle. So nice little chop and change. And Brokey then goes on with that Krieg he's been gifted, finding both of those kills. So really impressive stuff. The flash from Nico did catch him, admittedly, but Brokey managed to make it work.
Yeah, the fact that he gets that kill, oh, wow.
Could have been awkward.
Yeah, now NaVi, well, they've left themselves with a bit of a
ton of utility.
Tough spot to be in, haven't they? They've got to buy into this one here. They're feigning that it's a fast top and that it could be secret wall smokes, but it will actually be a late hit towards that top site. So it's a double pump for sure.
Again, Rain's such a nuisance holding the CT vent. Oh, the flashes, you can hear how many are coming in, and despite Cold's best efforts, he eats them up. He will get traded 1 for 1 into the site, and Nico has the one to try and turn the tables again in favor of Faze, and he will secure it. 7-7.
Couldn't be closer.
Make it a half out of this one.
They are. It looked like they were done for. Remember, they were 5-0 down. NaVi had them on the ropes. They were working the body, looking for the haymaker punch, but Faze got back on their feet here. Nico keeping them alive, looking for their first series victory in the second stage here of EPL. It's been labored, but they have managed to start the conversation again that they could do it here on Nuke. Final round of this first half. Split it right down the middle. Who will be taking the edge into the second? We have got a nice strong buy on either side. Molotov thrown and then the smoke. That's thrown by the T side to guarantee their smoke land. That's not a CT incendiary, just to note that. And a good grenade towards Secret. Electronic feeling that one.
That landed right in his backpack. And with the comms, Nico has adjusted with a lovely smoke. Electronic's playing the edge of that. They likely would have caught Nico had he committed. But instead, we'll just fall back to the corner. Boomich, he likes this vent a lot. Sits there, waits to catch the Orpo as he's unexpectedly checking silo from this blue container, so he just uncrouches and takes a pot shot. That's typically what we'll see the first 30 seconds of Boomich's mission. And just as he tries to leave, Brokey catches him. 4v4 though, because Perfecto has found one into the site, and nice work from Rain, just puts NaVi on a one entrance into the site, and it does look like FaZe could very well be finding the lead on this CT half. Only the one round, but despite the NaVi's best efforts, it's all come down to simple.
Yeah, well, we all know what he's capable of at this point. The bomb's on his back as well, and FaZe play a little bit differently when he's out and about. They spot him in at least. They need to try and take him down together if possible. 3 versus 1 with no time remaining here. Surely this is where FaZe can close out the half. 8-7. He shoots out the window to suggest he's coming towards heaven. With pull to player out, he's waiting for mistakes, and they're certainly being delivered. 10 seconds though. Surely he can't get this bomb planted.
Certainly what most people would be thinking, including Brokey, because he's faked it. He was hoping for the multi-kill, didn't get the swing. God, there was a world where they both took the different fight, but Brokey does convert it. 8-7 on the half. Last map, second series, second stage. Don't go anywhere.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are
The stakes don't get much more higher than this for FaZe Clan. Should they lose Nuke, they are out of contention. They will have their dreams of an ESL Pro League trophy completely and totally dashed. It all rests on the crest of Nuke. 8-7 on the half, they took the lead, but only by the smallest margins, admittedly overcoming quite the strong start of NaVi. 5-2, but now 8-7. I'm Machine, I've got Henry G and Chad with me, and we're bringing you all of the, what seems to be, rather fast-paced action towards ramp.
Flamey is a little bit infamous towards this position now. Look at the damage inflicted as well. Where did that come from? Must have been an HE thrown into the mix as Flamey now looks for the first kill. Similar approach to what NaVi did on their history, remember. It was all off the same position, swarmed down towards lower, but he didn't have the backup of Electronic, who seems to be finding all of the kills now. Perfecto firing off bullets from the decon room as well. NaVi look like they've done enough here. That's a hat-trick for Electronic here, but they do run into the choke point. Simple close things out. CZ in hand. So same tactic from FaZe, but not really the same effect in the end. Didn't even get a plant out of it.
An armored CZ. They really, they went one better on the raid boss. The P250 wasn't sufficient. They wanted to spend more money on Simple, and he finds himself a double kill to secure the pistol, so no complaints from anybody. We'll get to see Electronic's opener as well, just taking the first onto Brokey and actually finishing off the second as well. My goodness, I didn't know how much Electronic contributed to this one, but it was a whole lot.
Yeah, I sound like a broken record at this point, but in my mind, the most key part of real estate when you are taking that lower bomb site is that window room, and Electronic is a fantastic individual to be there and to defend. FaZe Clan, they didn't get the plant, but they still will opt for the force buy here, so at this point in the game, unless they are able to keep this one relatively competitive or get a plant, they are almost gifting NaVi 10 rounds on the nose here. It will be the secret wall smokes. The cross will come out. The bomb is with them. It looks like all 5 will be silently creeping behind this with not even any spam at all. And Boomich, well, you said Flamey, he made a bit of a signature position for him at ramp. Well, this is the play that Boomich made his own in Katowice.
Free fire did come in. They even brought the Tech 9 for some extra bullets down range, and with their powers combined, they do get access to the lower site 2 rounds in a row. Flamey's only got a USP and a shotgun, not going to get him far. The scout will, though. Tags from Simple, not quite enough, not quite converting.
Boomich has definitely found out at this point. The fact that he's done the same play that he did, what, 38 days ago there in Katowice and didn't expect to get snowballed over. Boy.
Zera now a chance to get a few kills here with the Desert Eagle, but thwarted by Simple CZ. It looks like they might be out of luck here, but Nico does get one through here.
There's no kits.
There are no kits, you're right. Nico gets another headshot. Perfecto fighting for his life here. One of them has to defuse and defend. I think it could be enough still as the defuse... Oh, it's not coming through.
There's no time, they were too late.
Yeah, you're right. And there we have it. The round will go in favor of FaZe. Maintaining their lead after losing the pistol, they've done it again. FaZe Clan answering back with Desert Eagles and not much else. Nico's especially, that had something to say. 3 kills told. And, oh, that's a great shot. Nice work.
He is doing it all.
It's 20 kills for Nico, 20 kills for Simple. The next closest on the side of things for NaVi is Electronic with 10. At least for Nico, Rain has 15. So contributions lacking here from the remainder of the cast on both sides of things. The force buy will come back from NaVi.
Simple and Nico just duking it out for supremacy here. And if you just missed the return from the break, this is it for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
They really cannot drop another map.
Have to win this map just to stay in the conversation here at the second stage of EPL Season 11. Great shot from Simple and Secret. He does fade away as well. Rain up there with Nico in terms of the fragging department. 15 kills. He's removed early on. This is a force buy, bear in mind, as well from NaVi. So they'll be given it hell. They start smokes, an incendiary, a defuse kit as well. Perfecto's picked that up. He really is the support role at this stage. Less than a minute remaining and no real estate to write home about. Bit of garage control. Nowhere near a bomb site yet.
Yeah, and close corners are plenty here on Nuke. And what felt like a deagle. It was a 5-7 from Electronic, but just pops away at the head of Nico mid-range. Quite the scalp to take, considering the frags we were just talking about. But now it's coldzera's turn to perhaps remind us why he was right there alongside Nico at stage 1. 25. Their bomb has to go down. It's main. It's been spotted. They know what's going on. It's just a question of fragging. Olof's the one that takes the fight to them. He's going to get caught. And now Brokey's met the Deagle of Simple. 3 kills from him, 2 in very quick succession. And that's going to put 9 for NaVi.
So if I didn't push it home hard enough last round, let me try again. Nico won the previous Force Spy for his team with 2 big Deagle kills. Simple has come back in the following and done the same thing. So I don't know if Nico wants to try that again. Let's see if he can buy the Deagle and try one more time.
Are they going to break serve? It's going to be another tactical timeout here for Faze Clan, brought to you by the US Air Force. And we'll see what they've got up their sleeve. coldzera has averaged the best entry duels on Faze, 67% in the last 3 months on Nuke. Haven't seen too much of their T-side just yet. We'll see if he can come online and start getting it done with either the Krieg or the AK-47. Currently tied up at 9-9 here on our 3rd and final map. Train looked done. It looked like it was over. Faze Clan had NaVi pinned down almost. It was 12-3.5. But all of a sudden, round by round, NaVi got back into it and ended up winning in regulation as well, 16-13. And here we are on Nuke. NaVi won the pistol, lost the second, won the third, and Faze will try and respond with a force of their own. Tech 9 for Brokey, Deagle's out otherwise. Nico with no armor, so he's had to go for utility instead, so he's gone for the smoke and Molotov combo. I assume to guarantee one of the smokes outside.
Only 2 of them.
I can't believe they're both going to potentially die on their sword of the Force Spies here, so this is curious.
Well, off into the side. Cold has found another. These close quarters Deagles are doing work. And that, unfortunately, is short-lived. Electronic arriving on main has something to say. Oh, he runs out of bullets. If only he had the drum mag. Could have perhaps been enough for the frag, but no, rain falls, and 10 now for NaVi. Let's see that from Electronic's POV. Came up the vents of all places. They weren't ready to check that one. Transferring into Nico, who's not going to be checking. That's such a quick frag from Electronic. That's going to put Faze straight into their eco territory. So we're looking at 11 before they get another chance at this.
Well, this is where NaVi started to run away with Train. They got established on their CT side, they got the guns out, they broke down the money of Faze, and they just absolutely wrecked them after that. Glocks only. At the very top end, we've got a P250 for Rain. Simple. He's so active, he's so up for this. Ready to take down anyone towards his outside position. He knows they have no armor. Brokey. Not really much he can do with no utility and just a Glock out there. So we'll go join his teammates.
Not the most fun of round of Counter-Strike to play.
No, and Chad's gone over this a few times now. The idea is just to bleed out their grenades. Try and force a mistake if possible. Grab a gun.
Counter-Strike at this high level, right? If you want to minimize mistakes, and that's what it's all about, is minimizing mistakes and taking the least amount of risks, then playing rounds in this slow fashion is the best way to do so.
Yeah.
They're going to run to top side now. Of course, this is the only thing they could try, maybe overwhelm. They will get a kill, so that's a positive.
Yeah.
Nico gets down the vent. It's like the best they can do with a bad situation.
They could have just rushed from the very get-go, but they would run into flames and HE grenades and be blown up. At least they've got a kill out of that, and they've baited out some of the utility otherwise, right? So they haven't been blown up. It's been more cash expended by the CTs. So yeah, it's not the most entertaining Counter-Strike to watch, and they got Glock sitting in lobby for a minute, but it does make sense when you break it all down. It's a thing that's really come into the forefront the last few months, I would say. A lot more teams are doing this, and just trying to notice the fact that they are spending $600 every time a CT drops an incendiary, for example. That's $600 gone. That's spent.
Yeah. Very fast flash. Simple was taking an early fire outside, but after firing off the AWP, he's choosing to no longer go on that venture.
Curious to see what smoke walls we get out of Faze early and see the counter in play. So we did touch on this in the pre-game. Setting up their smoke wall now. Nico doesn't know which one he needs to throw.
He's doing the gap smoke. There we go. But they've got someone in secret. If Nico doesn't challenge, okay, good, that's the incendiary. So they'll Molotov Electronic out of position, but he can just jump above it. We saw this working for Nico. He got a frag in this very same position before, known as somewhat of a common maneuver these days, is you can actually throw out a smoke and peek on that railing yourself. Glaving it, if you will. coming towards Simple.
Oh,
and he actually hits the
a
shot.
double leg.
He knocks off Olofmeister's shoes. Rain's completely barefoot too, but he just charges on in and Flamey collects both of the tags.
Yep, they'll be happy with that, all things considered, seeing as that round was about to fall apart. They pick up a 3-on-3 scenario, and knowing they spotted so many bodies towards ramp, Perfecto is happy to at least explore lobby. Falls back eventually. Nico, main entrance, all down to the timings here. And, well, he'll be coming out on top. Quick shot, opens up the upper bomb site, and it's going to find double digits almost certainly here. With player in the vents, Boomridge will have to do something remarkable here. Both of them down towards lower.
That was a very timid approach from NaVi versus the smoke wall of Faze. What I was expecting to happen was a lot more aggressive maneuvers here. I think Simple over towards ramp with the AWP was fantastic. He's going to be kicking himself that it was a double leg shot. I've never seen a double leg shot before, actually. So that was quite the curious one. But the idea that I'm thinking here is because of the lurk around the outside smokes that FaZe have been doing, if they go all in, they're going fast, right? They're going to commit. If they just do the smokes to set up, you're always going to see Nico there trying to find that gap. So if you go aggressive and you take Nico out of the picture, you've taken away one massive string in that round for them. And then the rest of the round is probably 4 individuals who are going to be running into ramp or top side because Nico is the gap maker, the gap finder. So take him out of the equation. The gap's gone.
Yeah.
I was trying to think there's like a remember like an infomercial back in the day? It's like
bang, and the dirt is gone.
That's the one.
Bang,
Still
it bang, yeah.
Hi, I'm Barry Scott, and this is Still It Bang, bang, and the dirt is gone.
There you go.
Yeah.
We didn't have that in Australia,
household cleaning
but I think I
product.
watched it online.
Yeah, Barry Scott, he was a bit of a meme before memes were called memes. I guess you could call it a joke.
Yeah, that's what we used to call it back in the day. Back in the 90s, we used to call them jokes.
I'm not talking about the ones I'd read from an encyclopedia of them in bed. Never remembered or retained any of them.
You took like a classic joke book?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have those too. I used to have magic books, joke books, all sorts of things going on.
And then the internet arrived.
The internet did turn up.
Need to make books for anything anymore.
Okay, so the passive approach again. The smoke's being lined up again. See this time if they have the follow through, if they just want to set up the lurking individual, they are changing the smoke wall. This one looks to be the deeper.
This is like, so Rain's throwing the one that lands like towards main, and then the one that lands in front of it creates that little deep wall you're referring to. And the last part of the puzzle is, I assume, warehouse?
Yeah, those are the 3, and from there they try and find the timing and the gap into warehouse, right? They wait for that warehouse smoke to start fading, then they walk into warehouse because they've already guaranteed safety. There you go, over the top. So Electronic, we saw Mouse do this.
You can see he knows what they're up to. Like, he's turning away knowing they flashed this before they commit. Boomridge is there with him as well, so they've got moves to handle this sort of scenario. And it works out very nicely indeed. The flash from Simple certainly contributes. As Olofmeister watches his teammate die in front of him, the bomb goes down. 30 seconds and a 4-on-2. They can't really wait for CT mistakes. They're just not making any. Nico now holds towards the hub. 25 seconds. Just a frag available at the very most as he decides to fall back. Their money is low. Loss bonus will be as well. They're actually at the bottom right now. They're going to get $1,900 next round. So things far from ideal. Nico will get one back here. 3 versus 1 with 10 seconds coming upon the bomb. If he gets the orb out of Simple's hands at something, maybe we'll find Perfecto here. Oh, what a shot.
Found ya. 26 for Simple. Closing in on another absurd statistics for their star, NaVi. 4 rounds away from closing this one out, and another one on the board thanks to this quick flick of Simple. Bang. Nearly the headshot for extra star points. And even worse for FaZe Clan is that they're just going to have to be bringing Deagle and a handful of smoke grenades into this one. Maybe they're going to just throw out some outside smokes, hope the CTs overinvest. It's just not going to happen. I can tell you that with conviction because we know that NaVi, they wait for concrete calls.
Of course. They certainly do. And for now, Flamey still struggling in terms of numbers, but his teammates are still winning games. Holds off towards the ramp and trying to fend them off as they have no armor that is leaping into the fire at this point. Simple will pluck one out of the air. That's Olofmeister, and the round was pretty much confirmed before it began. This is an eco for FaZe Clan, not even a partial buy. So if they get any kills here, they'll be happy with it, but we slow it right down just to see if Rain can do anything with this decon position, but he has to open the door. That's the problem. As soon as he does, it does make quite the noise.
Where did Brokey kill Simple? Ladder base? It must be.
Yeah. I'll have to look them up. But yes, it was.
Boomich spotted. Flamey deals with the decon. Smoke left side, hold right side from Flamey. It's perfect. I mean, NaVi, they've just got it all locked down.
So now they can just focus the right-hand side or left now if you're a Faze player. And again, just waiting for any mistakes, any 1D opportunities. Not really much to report, I'm afraid.
Broky can save the AWP, so that's one positive thing if they think it is a necessary weapon for the following rounds. He's picked it up.
It's definitely something. Like, their loss bonus is, what, 2,400 next round? He's just going to give it up.
I think he's thrown it away from Simple's bodies and now are going to die. That means they won't be able to pick it up if they were wondering to do so. So Broky making a lot of noise now, just has to die before the time runs out. Yeah, they're going to run away from him. They're actually not going to go for the kill. This is great. If they just don't die here, he's not going to get any loss bonus.
That's actually sick. Good point, Chad.
They just ran away from him. Boomich, he's going to fall down as well. Broky does get 2 kills and a gun.
Okay. So the fact he gets a gun actually nullifies their efforts there, but it was a great idea. Let him just squirm on the bomb site, meaning the AWP won't have any money going forward, but he gets the M4. He could even drop that and still buy AK armor and a smoke. So he's fine.
Thank you, Boomich.
There was a chance that would have been
sick.
Horrible because Broky did have the AWP and then threw it away, so he would have been nowhere near a weapon unless he made those 2 big deagle kills.
Yeah, good stuff. 13-10, round 24. Auto shotgun for Perfecto. Probably the only map you'll ever see it on. Occasionally makes an appearance on train towards Pop Dog.
A shotgun, not the perfect weapon for the job, but Electronics managed to find 3. I can't even comprehend it. A massive multi-kill to open up round 24, and Simple's made good on his promise.
Broky again, 3-on-1, and the money really will be buggered after this one. They really won't have anything to worry. He's not getting a bomb plan here. If he gets a kill, that would be something. Good try, but Simple takes him down. How many frags has he got now? 29. Knocking on the door of the 30 bomb. I'm sure he'll get it before this is done. And unfortunately for FaZe fans, this is another partial buy sort of territory. They've got $3,400 on most players here, and they're going for it. Tech9, CZs.
They have to. Remember what's in the back of the mind here, Henry. If they lose this game right here, right now, they are done and dusted in Pro League. Sure, they still have to rock up tomorrow and play their game, potentially play spoiler for another team who wants to secure a top 3 position. But FaZe, with all the good work, with all the hard work, the preparation they put in, it could all fall in 2 rounds' time here.
Well, they'll give it everything they've got in round number 25. Tech9 for Broky again. I don't think he's found a kill with it, but he's bought it a few times so far. He'll have enough on the AWP if this one falls against them. Molotovs and the execution's pretty spot on, to be honest with you. No kills found, and there they are. They come through. A chance here for FaZe.
This, and there's Simple's head gone. Nico, exceptional. Gap found by Electronic, as he always seems to. Broky just bounding in to get that bomb down. I don't think Electronic's going to be able to do enough. Even this tall, excuse me, even this situation might be a little too much for Electronic. Flamey's having a good go of it, though. And retrieval of the AWP, not so much going for the round. Electronic's going to be saving in probably the least expected of the angles.
Yeah, you're definitely not pre-firing that when you're coming out of main, let me tell you. He's going to probably win the award for the hide-and-seek competition we've got going on Nuke right now. They're going to boost up Rafter to see if they can get the AWP they took out of Simple's hands, but unfortunately for them, it's already been scavenged, and maybe Flamey will deal with Rain. He will. No gun and the death, but Cold Zero, he wants to keep the chase up. He's very close. There we go. Flamey deals with it. Those are sitters. Those are good for Flamey's stats right now. He will eventually join almost the rest of the server. Now he's found those last 2. He has 11 kills to his name. The only one not in double digits will be Olof, sitting down the bottom on 9. Those individual woes still plaguing him here. But he was instrumental in finding that kill on Perfecto, which helped open up this upper site.
So, we go the full distance. FaZe somehow make it work with the CZs, the Tech9s, the upper rush. The execution was pretty beautiful, I have to say. You can see how overwhelming that was. Planting the bomb finally breaks the streak of NaVi, who had 3 rounds in a row, and keeps him in contention for the map here. 3rd and final. Must win for FaZe.
This could be the start. Rain, Nico, both into the top site, and again, weakness found. Exposing the weakness, they charge towards the upper site. Perfecto goes down, Electronic quick to follow, and now I don't know what Simple intends to do. He's waiting for the main smoke, but I think this is their only option. I mean, top site retakes with a shotgun and an AWP, but it's not known to be particularly effective. Coldzera's offense is just perfect. As soon as Flamey lowers his guard for the corner, he goes down. So 12 then for Faze. This gap's going to get even closer.
Well, they clearly know what's on the line. They haven't forgotten right here because they're not giving up. We'll get the scores on the doors for everybody at home as you can see just how this one's transpired. It's been few and far between these rounds they've been dotting on the board there, but they're still successful, and this will be another one through the virtue of bomb explosion. So round number 26 mounts. Faze get a little bit of extra money. At this point of the game, it's not going to be the difference maker too much, but Simple holding on to that AWP might be.
That might be, you're right. The fact he's got an AWP can drop an M4 here as well. They've got a Krieg for Boomich, so they still have a plenty going forward here. Nico somehow made that shot work. A little flick on towards Perfecto's head. His aim has been nothing short of crispy today. Mirage, he was exceptional. We'll see now. Faze getting closer and closer, and it's not the full investment from NaVi, like you might expect. The fact they've got a Krieg in the AWP there, they are allowing Faze to maybe pick this one up, but it is going to be the upper rush here. Flamey's there with the Desert Eagle. We know how good he is with the weapon, and it's a team trying to kick things off. Bit of contribution from Flamey there, and it's trading in favor of NaVi for now. Not until Nico arrives, though. Simple with the USP, it's enough, but he hits the headshot. Nico somehow gets away with it. 3 kills in total. That should have been the round, and maybe it still is. No, Nico wins it with the AWP.
He's
unbelievable.
Furious. 4 kills from Nico. He wants to get his kills on par with Simple. 29 to 30 as these two stars clash in the server tonight. My goodness, they're going supernova, both of them. And we'll see that again. Let's see the Nico 4K. So first into the site, second, these are fine. These are necessary. This is the duel he wins versus Simple.
Big one.
Simple switching to the USP. Nico had 13 HP for that. I mean, it was all looking like doom and gloom. Electronic and Simple left to clutch it out, but all Nico to save it. Quad kill from him. Tactical timeout brought to you by the US Air Force. And it's time for Faze with just one remaining timeout to get their final ducks in a row.
Well, some way, somehow, with just the pistols, it was FaZe Clan with that upper execution that has found them some footing here on the map of Nuke. It looked like they were done for. After their train performance in the second half, I didn't see a world that they'd make this competitive. And the second half was looking like it was trending in that direction. But they've actually now, at round number 25, 26, 27, managed to string a few together, break down the money of NaVi. They have the advantage in terms of the firepower here going into round number 28. Still looking for their first win over a series in stage 2 of EPL. Currently 0-3, a must-win game for them, and it couldn't be closer. One round separates these two teams now. NaVi 14, FaZe Clan 13, and an outside play from Nico here. Sets himself up a flashbang, hoping that will persuade Electronic into the peak. He held strong.
Big gap in the smoke just there. I want to note that they threw down the Molotov to disrupt the wall, so that's how this round's kicked on off, and maybe why they're a bit tentative, but Nico still strikes. He continues to be the hero here. 30 on the board, he's equaled Simple.
You know that Nico wants to win more than anything because he's using the Krieg. You know, he's spoken very vehemently about it, but his strong opinions for the weapon won't stop him utilizing it with one of the most important maps of Counter-Strike, and the most important, you know, last 10 rounds or so of FaZe's campaign here at Pro League. Hope hanging in the balance. Molotov towards Hut, there's nobody home. Simple's playing top side with a rifle. He has decided he is the answer to the top side pushes that FaZe have been throwing. Him and Boomich start strong, and Perfecto playing the close corner. He's gonna line them up with the UMP. Brokey thrown into a clutch. He'd have to find the 4K total and a 1 versus 2 to put the 14th on the board. The equalizing round in such a crucial game. Tension mounting for the rookie.
Certainly so. He's got a good chance of doing so as well, as he does fire off the first couple of shots. Boomich will take him down from heaven. That's going to be series point for NaVi. They'll collect all the Kriegs and AKs they possibly can and take those forward to the next round here. Money's at a bit at the bottom of the barrel here. Overtime, certainly a possibility. There is money available for FaZe. Easy 6 grand for Nico, 5.5 for Brokey. There'll be compromises, but they've got enough for a serviceable round. Here's the final kill from Boomich, just from heaven here. Easy if you like.
FaZe were reset to 1400 with that round loss bonus there. So, Coldzera and Olaf don't have much money to speak of whatsoever. But NaVi, with only 2 players surviving, also have to make a couple of interesting purchases. Perfecto will go on the MP9. Flamey with that auto shotgun yet again. This is it. It's do or die. It comes down to this.
We could be waving our goodbyes to the FaZe clan of stage 2 in just 1 minute and 40 seconds time. Let's see. Spray through the smoke. It's wild, but it's taken down NiKo. What a way for it to potentially end. He cannot contribute, but Rain can. The shotgun was close to the belly button of Olof, but he lives to fight another day to tell the story, perhaps.
Well, at least he only gives up the shotgun.
Oh,
Electronics dishing up nothing but death. It's going to be a 16-13 finish here. Surely, Boomich looking to close things out here. Olof Meister with 20 points of help. He's got the Krieg in hand, but that's going to be it. NaVi do get across the line. We say goodbye to FaZe. They go 0-4. They will have to play again tomorrow, but their chances of making it to the next stage of the tournament have been thwarted.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so high they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge. And go light, go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in different places.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running road so many nations.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
shadows fall and will no longer be up for contention for top 3 of stage 2. NaVi are the ones to throw the blow, and that puts them 3 wins, 1 loss. Right there alongside 2 other names, Fnatic and Mouse, also posting those stats, which of course means that coming into tomorrow, we have got so much more Counter-Strike and a whole lot more of, well, not Counter-Strike maths, but Counter-Strike conundrums of all the tiebreakers and rules.
Every season it always ends up like this. It's a lot of fun. It's Chad Birchall's favorite time of the year.
I hate it. It's terrible because everyone looks to me and I look to the League Ops guys and everyone's trying to work out what's going on
No
here.
one trusts me with this at all. No one asks me any questions about it. They know I have no idea.
As a desk host, they just go like, okay, pretty graphic first, then slightly more numbers. It's a little intimidating.
You see that whole thing I built the other day to like show all the different... That's probably what's going to happen again tomorrow. And look, NaVi, they did this in the longest way possible, of course, because we went all 3 maps, but when we kicked off map number 1 and they were down 15-5 on Mirage, and then we kicked off into Train, we had the 12-3 first half of Train. It was like, this is all one-way traffic. Just to get to that 3rd map, NaVi only won 1 half of Counter-Strike. That's how ridiculous, when you put that in that context, it is. But they pulled through yet again. They've shown us that slow Counter-Strike is back, right? We're definitely seeing a lot of shifting going on. I don't think we count too many footsteps in a game like this.
Well, we did notice as well. I said it on Train. Like, remember, Blade is the coach of this squad, right? And historically, his team's always been very slow pace, and I think that's reflected definitely on some of the rounds we saw today. But they're so good at just putting the brakes on, waiting for mistakes, and capitalizing upon them. As simple as life, there's not a scenario you can't win at this point.
You can definitely see the Blade influence not only with the pace of the game, but just how they help each other as teammates, right? We try and show it as much as we can, but NaVi evolved when Zeus was the in-game leader of this squad. They would be doing a lot of contact plays and trading off of each other very well, but now they're constantly using utility. They're baiting each of their teammates in with weapons or jiggle peaks. Their ideas that NaVi are coming up with are fantastic to see, but this was another close affair here today. So I'm not sure if they're going to be super happy. Right, they're obviously happy with the victory, but in the way that it went down, I'm not sure if they're going to be, 2 thumbs up kind of happy.
Considering the 12-3 first half deficit they had to come back from on Train, sure, there's obviously some question marks about that, but still, they managed to get the job done.
And I'm so glad you start talking about questions and question marks and training specifically because, well, it's perfect. Blade is joining us now, coach of NaVi, of course, some of the brains behind their brawn. Blade, can I just start straight away by asking you, did you think you'd lost Train after that first half? Were you already planning for Nuke?
Hi. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Okay. Actually, no. We know that we have strong city sides. We knew that we made a lot of mistakes on T side. It was a bad approach. I think tactically, we didn't expect them to anti-strat us in that really simple way, and keep doing the same thing, like pushing mid and smoking mid and so on and so on. I think if we could prepare we didn't expect, if we could expect this, anticipate, I think we would took more rounds on this side. But we knew that city side is really strong, and we were telling to each other just take pistol and economy, and we'll roll them over. Like for example, we won fourth the same way.
Blade, just talking about your play style as historically, we mentioned on the desk just now, you're known for having slower paced T-sided teams. And we have said that about NaVi in the past as well, but we're noticing it come back once more. There's a lot of different variations, approaches to Counter-Strike right now. There's different teams like Fnatic, who are very loose and not as coordinated, but you guys are slowing it right down. Is that your influence especially, or is that more Boomage?
It's easy to... I think it's hard to analyze from one match, but nowadays I think you need to have slow pace, fast pace. You need to know how to play in the middle of the round properly. You need to know all timings to play. And we trying to analyze the team and to create a good game plan for each team, originally. So you can see Astralis is playing also slow. They have planting bomb on 5 seconds, 7 seconds. It's all about your working, how you work with the map, with the nades of your opponent, and how much time do you left, because they can play aggressive, they can play slow, they can play really passive, and you never know that. You need to know work really hard and efficient on T side to have enough time to plant the bomb, for example. And about slow pace, it worked versus Faze on Nuke because we played really fast last times when we were playing Nuke, because they were spoiling our smokes outside on the yard. we didn't want that, and that's why we try to play a little bit slowly and to see what they throw and watch zone, like, and we could analyze how they set up and so on and so on.
Okay, so I got one for you, Blade, here, because you guys had the last ban within the veto phase, right? Getting to decide between Nuke or Inferno, and you guys opted to remove Inferno. Can you tell us why you wanted to go into one of Faze's more favored maps at the moment of Nuke?
Because we have a lot of variations on T side, a lot, like really a lot. We can like play, I don't know, like 25 rounds. We just need to discuss it before the match.
That's
so,
cool.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, that's great. 25
awesome.
different looks. You know,
Yeah.
we always talk here behind the desk about all the different strategies and variations. 25 on a map. Your influence in this team is obvious at this point. Are you a little bit worried, though, about some of the individuals who haven't been performing very well recently, Flamey and Boomage especially?
You know, online it's really tough, I think, because on LAN we had a lot of experience to play online. Like we have our system, rituals, and so on and so on, and we feel each other. You know, we kind of unite as a one unit. We will see like faces, voices, and we can literally feel each other. So that's really important for us. And online, sometimes we are not catching this state, you know, state of mind and so on and so on. So I think that's problem, first of all. But yeah, we can't say that Perfecto is playing bad. I think he played really well yesterday. He's still doing some mistakes, but still he is really showing like a lot of potential, I think. And Flamey, it's always up to a player, you know. Sometimes you can be in a slump, and if he losing catching some tilt, you know, we're trying to always to cheer him, like it's okay, you're doing really great. On train he did like a lot of crazy frags, important frags on city side, and it helped a lot. You know, Flamey can be a monster, like, you know, he can be like a true killer, like on the map sometimes.
Hell yeah.
You know that. So we have a lot of firepower, and one day it can be simple, other day it can be Boomage or Flamey.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It worked out in the end, honestly. It was an impressive feat. Not only the train comeback, but then to do it on Nuke in the way you did. Blade, congratulations, and looking forward to seeing NaVi in their last game.
Thank you.
That's going to be a big one as well. Just double check who the opponent will be. Damn, NaVi Fnatic is in the wings as our final head-to-head.
Me too. I think that's going to be a juicy one. I'm not sure if Astralis versus OG is going to deliver in the same way, because now I'm converted as the #1 OG fan in the world. It should be a quick 2-0.
So from the biggest hater, the biggest fan.
Yeah, it's very quick.
He likes to change as fast as he can. Astralis OG's coming up next.
That's the one.
So that should be a nice and quick and easy one, according to Chad. Astralis taking on OG when we return with the Goonies.